Welcome, everybody. Welcome to Newgrounds Winterfest 2025. I am Tony, also known as Annie Slug, and this is my lovely co-host, Kekaro. Welcome.
Hello.
We are streaming over here on Discord in the Newgrounds Festival server, but thank you all over on YouTube that are watching over there. We're so excited to have you all here today. We have a lot of great panels coming up. Just to name a few, we have at 1:30 we have time management with Bleak Creep. At 2:15 I will be interviewing Andyland. That'll be a good time. We'll get to talk. At 3:30 p.m. we have Levi's non-flash flash game by Levi Ramirez. And then at 4:30 we'll have a lovely intermission hosted by you. At 5, we will have Stratemeyer tries to talk about making comics and characters badly with multiple exclamation points, hosted by Stratemeyer. And then we have 6 p.m. We have character design more, as always. This one's going to be Dragons versus Slayers by Oolong Gray and Cube Sona. I'm so excited. How you feeling, Keki?
I'm feeling pretty great. I think it's going to be fun for everyone, and there's a lot to look forward to.
Very excited. Just to shout out a few. Chat. I see Micro. I see Tomago. I see Kyu. I see Drew. Piano. Gur. Nine. It's going to be a good time. We got all the homies here. All right. So, hope you enjoyed the opening intro animation. That was a labor of love. It is now currently being posted on newgrounds.com. Links will be shared, and
There might be a little bit of a delay with it.
it will
It might
be
not be a.
on newgrounds.com at some point, and links will be shared. All good, but you watched it here live. You got the first hand experience. So what's better than that? All right.
Yeah.
I was planning on having my camera on, but God, my desk is a mess, and I look awful. So you're gonna enjoy nice little Discord. I'm taking a sip of my coffee. Honestly, I'm excited for all of our panels today, and it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a great time. During all of our panels, there'll be some Q&A sections, and we're going to help situate that the best we can. But yeah, welcome, and we're going to be starting our first panel soon. Which panel are you looking forward to today, Keki? Which one
I think,
particular?
honestly, I'm really looking forward to Levi's panel, the Not Flash game.
We're in.
Um, I I just Laundry Detergent Quest was really fun, you know?
Yeah, that was a good time. I am
Um,
partial to character design wars. I'm excited for that.
Oh hell yeah. No, that's gonna be awesome too. And then we've got Strad beforehand giving everyone a little bit of ammo before that, so it'll be insane.
Yeah, it's gonna be. You guys are basically gonna be taking a test. We're gonna be grading you based on the Strad panel.
Don't worry though, you can't fail the test.
I'll
We
make sure you
can.
fail. I'll make sure.
No.
I'm gonna be scrutinizing everyone like your shape is off. You call that a silhouette? I'm gonna hit all you on the hands with a ruler like a nun. It's gonna be.
You're evil.
I am evil. I'm evil and scary. Art is scary and evil. It's not for the
No, I
weak.
think I think art is pretty and sparkly, and that's a lie. Art's fucking evil, man. I hate
Well, that's
this.
why that's why I have a loaded gun on my desk and I'm prepared to use it. So, as long as everyone behaves today. All right. Yeah. So, looking forward to it. We're going to be switching over the uh stream soon. All right. We're gonna swap over to a quick little intermission while we do that, and we're gonna be talking to our folks over here in the Discord. So, stay tuned and stay lovely. All right.
And it's not
Hi, my name is Bleak Creek. This is my time.
Welcome back, everybody, to Newgrounds Winterfest 2025. We are starting off today with a wonderful, amazing panel by the powerful Bleak Creep, all right, about time management. All right, so I hope you enjoy, and we'll be coming in at the end for Q&A. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Bleak Creek. This is my time management panel. So I had to pre-record this thing because I don't have the time to live record it, which is a little ironic, but we're just going to go ahead and get started here. Time management is a great way to keep yourself focused when there's too many distractions drawing your attention elsewhere. Most people acknowledge the fact that they spend too much time on YouTube, social media, or otherwise just mindlessly scrolling without any particular purpose. And I get it. It's really addictive. There's always something happening, but you could be making things happen on your own right now. And that's what this class is all about. Anyway, I have a few little things, sections here. How you can make things happen, even when you're short on time. So the first thing is to keep a daily checklist. You can put things like chores, things you want to remember, bad habits you want to break, or good habits you want to keep. Bigger goals can be especially daunting. But if you break them up into little bite-sized pieces, you can slowly chip away at them over time. Just break it down. Do what you can each day. It makes it a lot easier to get over the big hurdles. Combine tasks where you can. So if you've got like an appointment one day, sometimes it just makes more sense if you do all your errands on a day, since you're already going to be out and about. Just play it smart. Don't beat yourself up if you can't get everything done on your checklist each day. What's more important is that you feel like you've accomplished something. Some things take longer than you expect, and as long as you're still making progress. That's really what is important. That's kind of the whole goal doing this. And when you do make these checklists, I really think it's valuable to do it with a pencil and paper. Making it digital checklists, I think it's kind of a trap, because it kind of sucks you back into all the things that you get distracted from in the first place, at least for me. Second thing is to make it a routine. The best way to train yourself into good habits is by setting aside a certain time of day for an activity. Just by having a block of time dedicated to something, it helps deter you from getting off track. But, it's okay to break the routine every once in a while. You can think of it as like a cheat day on a diet. As long as you're limiting your cheat days to like special occasions, say you got like friends or family in town, as long as it's something that's still fulfilling, that's what's really important. And then plan out your days ahead of time. 2 days are going to be exactly the same. Sometimes you got to work around things. Just carve out what you can from your days and try and slot things in there. Another thing that is important is understanding your limits. Finding a good balance of work to fun is incredibly important. You don't want to fall into the mindset where you're just endlessly grinding away, because you just lose out on the joys of the day-to-day, living in the moment. Like that's really important too. So it's okay to take breaks. Go for a walk to clear your head. Sometimes you just need to step away for a minute and come back with a fresh set of eyes, before you can really figure something out. Like, I think we all already know that, but sometimes you just need to hear it again. Also, get some sleep. I know way too many people who stay up till like 3 a.m. every night. And the chances are they're not really doing anything important at that hour. Your brain just can't operate properly without enough sleep. It's also really bad for your body in general. You should be drinking lots of water every day too. If your phone has a like bedtime mode or any sort of mode that turns off all of your notifications, I would advise you to get some use out of that. Just set it up for a certain time of night where you just unplug, you unwind. You don't need your phone buzzing, making little dinging sounds. You don't need to break your attention. The extra dopamine is not going to help you get your Z's in. You need those Z's. So just unplug for a minute and take it easy. It's good for you. I promise. Another thing is that variety is really important. Give yourself time for different hobbies. Everyone has different interests. I shouldn't spend all my time drawing. You shouldn't spend all your time drawing or whatever you like to do. Break it up into different things. You don't want to sink all of your time into the same basket, because it's exhausting when you're just doing the same thing day in and day out. It's like working a factory job. You get burnt out, so don't do that to yourself. Having a good variety really keeps you on your toes. It makes life more fulfilling, and it keeps things interesting. You tend to stay more engaged if you have things to look forward to, just to have different activities from your day-to-day. Sometimes it's okay if you even just want to take a day to organize or tidy up your workspace. When you're ready to come back and work on things, it's a lot easier to come back to a space that's clean and decluttered. It's just a lot more inviting, and it allows your brain to focus on the things that really matter. You aren't drawn to the corner of your eye where it's just like cans or pieces of paper, I don't know, whatever you have laying around, plates, cups, I don't know. Take some time to clean up your space. It helps, I promise. This particular tip isn't something I know work for everyone, but for me, I think it's really nice to start early. I wouldn't tell anyone to just like get up at 5:30 in the morning, go to the gym, anything like that. I'm not that crazy. But, just you do your morning routine, have your breakfast, make your coffee, whatever it ends up being. That's good. You do that, and then you sit down and you work on something. Because when you, like for me, if I get something done before noon, it is absolutely life changing. Like I still got the whole day ahead of me and I've already gotten something done. And that's just, it's a huge weight. It feels really good. And even if you're not a morning person, it's really hard to come back and work on something personal after you've already done like a full shift at your day job. You just, I don't know, if you start doing something before the exhaustion has set in, there's a much better chance that you're actually going to follow through. You're not going to blow it off. So I really recommend just, even if it's something really small, just working a little bit on some tasks before work, if at all possible. And another thing is that having a study buddy can be really beneficial. You can make it a date. Doesn't have to be a real date, but just getting together with someone who you can work with, you get along with, who helps you just get in the right mindset. Just having someone else who you can do that with, it really alleviates a lot of that burden. You don't have to be the only one who says, I'm going to work on this. If you have someone else who's also going to do that, it's like, it's a lot like having a sponsor. It's like that. So you can have fun with it though. Like you can bounce ideas off of each other. You can listen to music together. Show each other what you're working on. I don't know. You can make it really fun. I've done that a lot in the past with a lot of my partners, and it's been really helpful for me. And it's a really good bonding experience. The only thing I think you have to watch out for with that is that you got to make sure you're actually getting things done. You're not just chatting the whole time. You gotta sit down. You gotta work. You gotta like know what your purpose is when you're sitting down. I don't know. I think that's all I got for now.
All
How was
right,
it?
welcome back. Listen, that was peak. I think it's hold on, let me just make sure that we're back fully. There we go. Right? I was, a part of me was hoping there'd be some like Jocko Willink, like David Goggins, like who's gonna carry the boats, who's gonna carry the logs, get up at 4:30, ice bath, sauna, raw steak. I was hoping that would happen, but it was actually a lot more informational and pleasant.
Yeah, I don't want to go that hardcore.
Get up at 4. I want to see, be like Mark Wahlberg posting your watch at 4:30 every day on Instagram, 4:30 a.m. Make sure everyone knows. No, that was I think the biggest thing, honestly, out of all of that was the just like turn off your phone. Turn off your phone.
Yeah,
That's such a
yeah,
big thing.
it really is. Like the constant reminders is so distracting. And it's like just getting one of those, it takes like 10 minutes out of your day because you're gonna be texting back and forth for at least a little bit after each one.
Yeah, exactly. The and then the other big one was towards the end, which was the uh like almost like having a sponsor. Like it is like
Yeah,
that. It is like that. Like having
I know.
someone to kind of keep you in check, you know.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, it's like
instead of doing
you
bumps in the
need
club,
someone
it's more about like, making sure that I'm putting like even just 30 minutes every
putting the
day.
time in.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's really helpful. You need just need someone who's gonna keep you accountable. I think that is good in like anything you're doing.
Mhm.
Um, like that's a lot of the benefit of having like a significant other is like they're gonna back you up on things or they're gonna like have your back when you're not having the best day. Like it's the same kind of concept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The, writing things down on paper, super important.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you keep like a digital checklist, it's to me, I'm not a psychologist by any means. But it just to me it feels like uh writing it digitally almost like adds to the bad screen. Like
Yeah.
it always adds to that bad screen feel. Like you don't even feel motivated. Like for me, I don't write it on paper. I have a whiteboard in my room, like a little small like
Okay.
Staples
Yeah, I mean
whiteboard.
that's the same thing.
Yeah. But when I'm at work, even when I show up to my shift at work,
I think
I'll have like a piece of paper. Yeah.
oh yeah. Like I do think that like digital writing, like when you gotta edit things, like it's really nice. But
Mm,
most of the time your checklists you're not really gonna edit, so there's no real point to doing it digitally. And it's just like when you don't go back to your computer or your phone or whatever you're using, uh, you know, it prevents the distractions. The same thing as like the notifications. You just don't want to be sucked in. You don't want the temptation.
while questions pile in over here on the at panel questions on Discord and over on YouTube, once again, everybody, feel free to do that. Um, I'm going to, if you don't mind, I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit. There's a few things about this because I was looking forward to this panel because this is something that I've done panels on in the past. And something
Okay.
that, because people that don't know, I'm a professor and I do this with my students all the time. Um,
Very cool.
one of the big things is when it comes to making the list, do you think it's better to have like a nice highlighted multi-inked like beautiful checklist, or do you think it's more important to just have like a scrappy piece of paper?
See, I'm more of a scrappy piece of paper,
So am
but I
I.
don't think
Yeah.
there's like a right and wrong way to do it. If you want to be more organized, if that's your personality, like some people find joy in filling out like their planners and stuff.
Yeah.
That's not me, but it could be you.
Do you feel
All
that
about how
there's
your brain works.
do you feel that there's like, I don't know, sometimes I feel like there's a correlation between like spending too much time on your checklist like and like not getting the
Yes.
checklist done, so
Yes.
it's like
Yep.
you're almost like procrastinating actually having to do the thing.
No,
um
yep. That I think that's the like the hole you can fall into when you're doing the highlighting and stuff is like you might just spend all your time making this checklist and not making any actual progress.
we have a couple questions coming in over on Discord, Alistair,
Sure.
how do you know when you have a bad habit? That's a little esoteric, but take a jab at it.
I think it's a bad habit when you notice that it's preventing you from getting, like, achieving the goals you want to achieve. Like, it's bad habits are different for every person.
Hmm.
Um, it's mostly anything that is preventing you from your goals. That's all I got. I
I think
mean,
that's great. Yeah, that's that. I would say the same thing. Yeah. We have a question from over on YouTube from Ines Animation Pro. What's the inspiration you get on Newgrounds?
I think for me, it's a lot of like I get to see so many different art styles and like techniques and like ways people like for me it's like interesting storytelling. Like I get to see a lot of different storytelling types and like the art styles and stuff, but it just comes back to like seeing what other people are doing, like getting inspiration from them. Like you guys are all my study buddies. um, where I can like if I'm getting stuck, I can look to other people and see what they're doing and maybe try and use some of that in my own way and see what I can do with it. Um, I think that's really beneficial.
Over back on Discord, Epic.io says, "How do you recommend avoiding?" This is a whole section. Sorry. Epic writes, I usually like to do lists every day, complete with errands and tasks I want to work on. A common mistake I make is overestimating how much I can get done in a day. How do you
No,
recommend
that's
avoiding this issue, and how do I stay productive while having heavy work weeks?
that is so fair because I think that at least for me, that's 100% what happens to me too. It's
Hmm.
like sometimes you just don't understand how long something takes. Even if you've done it like multiple times before and you kind of have like an estimate, like there's always unexpected factors that play a role in anything. Um, I mean, sometimes you just gotta do what you can. You might not get everything you want to get done, but there's always another day. And maybe you can do a little bit more that time.
Do you think it's important to fight the urge to try to get everything done, like especially when it comes to art things and artistic endeavors? Do you think it's important to fight the urge to finish it all in one session?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always try and get like one piece of like art done a week that's unrelated to anything else I'm working on. That's like my personal goal.
Hmm.
Um, but I usually can't do it all in one day. A lot of the time I only have like an hour or two at a time. Um, and so I'll just like you just work on one piece of it. Like I might just work on the face one time and then
Hmm.
work on something else another time. If you block it up, um, like I'm a person who wants to get everything done in one go, but I know that's not possible a lot of times. So you just kind of block it out um, in a way that makes sense. Um, like it's hard to do like all the highlights or all the shadows um, and split that up. If you have to split that up, you don't want to do that like stuff like that.
Hmm.
Um, but just blocking things out is really important.
The Before I get to this next question, just quickly, do you know that method? I always forget what it's actually called. Um,
I know
the
exactly
the
what you're
one
talking
the
about. I
one where you
also don't remember.
the name it has a
Let me
name
look it
for
up.
it. It's like the Pompodoro method or something because it's a
Yeah,
tomato
that's it.
timer.
That's it.
It was like a tomato
Yes.
timer or something, like where it's like that one. I actually found success with that, where I have a little like egg timer on my desk and I do like 25 minutes. And I just it's the only thing I do is work, and I end up getting more work done than I would have in like 2 hours. Like
Yeah.
it's just that one's really good.
Yeah, I do think that comes in handy. I know a lot of people who do stuff like that. Um, I don't really use it myself, but I do find myself getting distracted, and
Mm,
sometimes I just like subconsciously like set limits on when I am getting distracted, and I'll say, you know what, I'm gonna come back in like, this amount of time, but I don't actually set a timer, but I should.
Creationoid over on YouTube asks, when you, this is a fun one actually, when you do procrastinate, what's your favorite thing to do when wasting time?
Um, I play a lot of indie games, which I
Best.
like because they're really short and I can
Yeah.
play through them in a couple sittings. And then like any sort of RPGs, I never finish them anymore 'cause I just don't have the time.
Yeah.
Um, Balatro is a big one for me.
Based.
Like
Yeah, just being addicted. Yeah, that's fine.
it's
I agree.
yeah, anything short, as long as you can limit yourself. That's what's truly important.
The yeah, that's like I wish I had time for RPGs. Like I know just Avowed just came out and everyone's
Yeah,
having a good time with
I
Avowed.
really enjoy them, but I
I have
just don't
no
have
time.
time.
I have no time. Uh Micro asks, so Micro Beyond, so what happens if I want to do a thing, parentheses, drawing, but I'm too tired to do anything?
Yeah, that's tough. Um, I try and get a little something done in the morning.
Mm,
Um, but I know like Micro said that he's working 9-hour days and with 5 hours of travel.
mm-hmm.
So, um, that's super hard. I don't know if you can do anything on the travel time, but if you can, I think that's where you try and get some time back. I don't know. It's really hard.
Yeah, it's hard to just like I think what you said though was really big, which was like the absolute euphoria of getting a major thing done before 12 p.m. You
All right,
know,
I got paused. I got paused. I'm sorry.
but that was a big one too, is getting something early done. Um, yeah, we got a couple more questions coming in, but we're going to be ending this one soon. We have a few more moments for questions if you want to pile in. Uh, Keki, I love you posting the screenshots and panelist questions. You're a gem.
Yeah.
I was bouncing. Yeah.
She stepped away for a moment, so I'm gonna post some more screenshots.
Yeah, sure. Just so everyone knows, the VOD, if you missed or you just came in now and you're like, oh, shoot, I missed the panel, whatever the panels are, the VODs will be posted on the festival server. So over on YouTube. So if you're watching only on Discord here and you're not over at the YouTube, we're going to post links to those VODs after this weekend, and you can come back and take notes from all these informative panels. Yeah, I really appreciate you guys stopping by. We have a few more moments for questions. Hopefully Bleak gets back, but if not, we'll cut it. And we'll also we're going to collect all these questions and shoot them over to our panelists afterwards too. So if there's anything that needs to be covered afterwards, that'd be great. Keki, how'd you like that one? I liked it.
I thought it was pretty good.
I think it's a great way to start off.
Oh yeah. I think a lot of the time projects tend to fall apart because of poor time management or just not.
It is so
like
much.
Thinking you have more time than you actually do.
Yeah, it is rough. The to be honest, like I said, I think the biggest thing was getting getting something done early in the morning, because if you have the rest of like Bleak said, you don't got to get up at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and go nuts and like exhaust yourself.
Right.
But like for me, I get up at 7 because I tend to go to bed around 1 o'clock, so it's like 6-7 hours of sleep. And I get up at 7, and I actually think that, like, I'm trying to get more physically fit. Everyone should, right? But I actually try not to do any of like the working out or breakfast or eating or any of like the life things before I go. I try to go immediately to my computer, and get like at least like my emails done, or a small thing
Right.
here and there, or just like have my stuff open. So I almost feel the need to go back to it once I'm done doing those things, because there's a lot of days where I get up and I clean my room and I clean my house, and I'll
And
take a shower and I'll eat and I'll work out, and then it's like at that point it's around 9 o'clock and I'm like exhausted, and I know I have work later, and I'm like, I don't want to work, so I try to get the work done before I
Right.
do that stuff. But yeah, hey Bleak.
Hello, Blake.
hello,
Hello.
I'm back.
Awesome. We have a
I had to take
few.
a phone call. That
No
was my
worries.
phone call.
Hey, no worries. We have a few more questorinos.
Sure.
And I lost it. Panel questions. There we go. Sing Piano asks, "What's the hardest thing you've done?" I guess maybe to contextualize that, the hardest time you've had to, like the hardest time management really like got to you, but you pushed through using your time management skills.
Well, I pushed through to some degree, in my hardest time, but I didn't survive. So I, like, about 6 months ago or so, I was a manager at this store, and oh, I gotta go again. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Well,
Keki, I don't know if you're gonna get your answer to your question.
I don't think I am. I can ask you though.
Oh, yeah, I'll gladly answer this one.
So, Tony, what are your thoughts on League of Legends and the time sink that it is?
Listen, I've been playing a lot of Rivals, all right?
Right.
And the fact that I get in and out of a Rivals match in like 10 minutes is goated. The fact that I have to sit there with my jungle nuts in hand watching my team int for 30 minutes on League, I kind of want to like blow my brains out. But just don't play League, guys. Don't play League. Just don't do it. Like, it's the same reason I can't play WoW anymore. I'm not allowed to. Because especially when I play hardcore, I will sit there all day and I will grind and I will do like professions and all that stuff. I cannot. Just don't play. If you guys want to get stuff done, guys, don't play MMOs and don't play League. That's just or Dota. Don't do it, please.
Okay, I was about to bring up Dota.
Yeah, Dota's even worse because Dota's like
Dota is
higher.
worse.
It's like a higher skills ceiling. So you're like, oh, I have to get better. I have to grind. I have to like practice.
No. So the secret to playing Dota and not being good, play IO. You do nothing. You're a buff.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
it.
Yeah. Just like play Rivals, guys. If you guys need your team comp fix, man. The fact nothing to do with the game quality or the whatever. I don't care. It's the fact that I can get in and out of a game in 10 minutes. Like, is just beautiful. So beautiful.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So that is, I think we're gonna call that here for us. Give Bleak a few more minutes to come back to give a closing statement, but hope you guys enjoyed that one. Once again, you can watch the VODs afterwards, or hell, even rewind if you want during intermission.
Mhm.
And I think this is a great way to start it off. Time management is super important. It is the death of all projects before anything else. And that's why I freaking bust my head against a wall talking about pre-production, because that's where you time out everything and go, this is how much this is going to take, and this is how much that's going to take. Yeah. Really important stuff.
Beyond so.
Coming up next is my interview with Andyland. Looking forward to talking with him. I talked with Andy for a little bit last peak of day in Jersey. That was fun. But it was obviously very casual, and also there was like a bunch of other people around, so I didn't really get a chance to talk one-on-one, pick his brain as I do. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation. Remember, if you guys have any questions moving forward after a panel, just write down the name of the panel in your question, and we're going to compile them all at the end and try to get answers back to you, all right? All right. Thank you so much, and we're going to transfer over. Be back soon. Bye-bye. Welcome, everybody, back to Newgrounds Winterfest 2025. I'm one of your co-hosts, Andy Slug, Tony, and I'm here today to interview the powerful, the illustrious Andyland. Andy, thank you so much for being here.
It's good to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
So, we're all big fans of your work. We all enjoy your stuff. And I think you're one of definitely the examples of artists that have, like, broken away from Newgrounds, where, like, I know people that in real life that know you, but not because of Newgrounds. They know you from, like, either TikTok or Instagram or YouTube. I always think that's pretty cool. Once, it's always cool seeing Newgrounder stuff out in the wild, and it has its own identity.
Yes, that's right. I started in Newgrounds. I think the first time I got introduced to it was like in third grade, and it's been my homepage ever since.
Yeah.
I've always been inspired. I'm pretty sure it was because of Newgrounds that I got into animation in the first place. But as you go to college or just grow up and try to branch out to have more recognition and exposure to your art, someone told me, if you want to have people notice your art, you got to start uploading everywhere. You got to upload on TikTok. And at the time when they told me to do that, it was like almost like still considered a branch from Musical.ly, so it was kind of cringe. So I had to upload to Twitter and TikTok. I didn't even know how that worked at the time. I just had Newgrounds and YouTube. And I think it was one of my animations that started getting traction on Twitter, and that kind of was the beginning of all the other socials starting to grow. But I was in Newgrounds before everything else. The real ones, no. But, stuff went viral outside of it. Newgrounds is more of like an underground community where things are niche. So I think people should be sharing their stuff outside and recruiting people onto Newgrounds. It's like a secret club, it's fun.
Yeah. How do you feel about, like, feeding the machines on the other sites? Like, do you feel that it's like just like part of the gig and you're doing your job? Like, do you enjoy being on those other platforms?
I enjoy YouTube a lot. I like the comments. They're funny.
Yeah.
I feel like it's divided into really insightful, kind, and inspiring comments that make me feel like, oh, this is like part of why I do what I do. There's people out there that this like connects to and resonate with and inspire, and that makes me feel really good. Some people even open up about their own stories in the comment sections. Some even have made me tear up. And then there's the other half, the comments that are just like, children sometimes who don't know how to spell or like type a bunch of emojis, and they're like, encyclopedia when in a video that has nothing to do with encyclopedia. So I think YouTube's the best. I don't feel happy sometimes feeding like the machine, quote unquote, because part of it is you kind of feel like you're selling out sometimes when you like are familiar with the ways that things go viral. You're like, well, the first like 5 seconds need to be something that hooks you. It's almost like the overstimulating part of the shorts that get people to actually watch your thing, and even then, like, it's not guaranteed. So it does feel a little meta, but it is, like you said, part of the gig. So I think you just have to play along, if that doesn't bother you too much. I think as long as I get to express myself and have fun with it and do what I set out to do, I think playing by like the algorithmic rules don't bother me that much. I would feel more bothered by feeding the machine if I was making content that was not true to me. So if I was making, like, let's say, I don't know, like Cocomelon type of stuff, and
Yeah.
like I have to, animate Pomni twerking, then
Yeah.
maybe then I would kind of feel like, what's the difference between this and working at a company that I hate, right?
Yeah.
No shade to people who draw Pomni twerking if that's
Yeah, you
your
gotta
thing.
get your
then-
bag. You gotta get your bag
Yeah.
up. You gotta get your money up. Well, so that I guess that easily falls into something else I was thinking about. That when I watch your content, and I see some of your videos, I think it's easy to extrapolate on them and to feel that there's like definitely a message there, whether it be most of your stuff is pretty blunt. That's just how I see it. Like, I know sometimes I'll see people try to like, what did Andy mean by this? And I'm like, I mean, I feel like it's right there, buddy, but maybe my media literacy is just cracked and I don't even know it. But do you like? I would say that based off some of your pieces, though, you might not feel you feel that there's something up. There's something up in the media sphere that maybe you're trying to comment on.
Yeah. It started out, and that's just something that I didn't know early on, was that people would catch on. What makes my art style originally came from me, like, breaking all of the rules that I learned back in college. It was almost like a form of, like, being a rebel almost, because I graduated college at the time, and I was, like, kind of infuriated with all these, like, industry terms and formulas and cookie cutter instructions on how to make something good. So I just kind of, like, challenged myself to make the opposite of that, as, like, a way of feeling like, yeah, screw you, industry, I do whatever the hell I want when I'm out of work. And then it started to catch on, and things that I would put in my work that I didn't think anybody would, like, notice, or even, like, I got to a point where I just kind of threw my hands up and, like, hey, if they get it, they get it. If they don't, they don't. I don't care anymore, kind of thing. I'm just doing what I want to do, and let's just go with the flow from there. And then when people started, like, catching on to it and, like, analyzing it, that's when I was like, okay, cool, I didn't expect this. We can work with something here. And from there, it almost kind of became its own formula, its own brand from there on out, which is funny because it started off as, like, trying to break away from formula stuff. But I try to keep it new. I try to one-up myself to keep it interesting for me and for the audience. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Some people get it, some don't. They've been trained to look for it, which is fun. It adds, like, a layer to the content that keeps people paying attention to it, and looking forward to. There's just been some that straight up, like, I've made. There's one called Frosting with No Cake. It was like a short on YouTube, and that one legitimately had no meaning at all. Like, the title kind of like almost hinted at, oh, it's frosting no cake, meaning all sparkles and sprinkles, no substance. And you could still see some people in the comments saying, like, oh, I think this is what it means by that. And I'm like, does it? Up to you. Maybe I subconsciously did that. Whatever. I'm just letting you have fun with it. But then, like, the ones that I did try to put in messages, they've been, like, analyzed super well, like, within the day of upload. I think one time I, like, commented under one of my videos saying, like, oh man, I'm surprised with you guys, like, getting what I'm trying to say. And then I got kind of roasted. To this day, people are like, well, duh, it's not that hard to analyze it, Andy. And I'm like, you know what? I think I'm just going to keep my mouth shut and just keep drawing. the being vague about it has really played in my favor. The moment I write things down on text, it's, like, going to be criticized. So I like to express myself through visuals best.
Do you feel that it's better for the, do you feel that it's like there's almost like a death of the author kind of thing happening, where you get to a point where there's enough people looking at your stuff that they're not really thinking about who made it, they're thinking about really more just the content itself, and that when you do chime in, it's just maybe it takes away?
Maybe. Actually, I've never heard the term death of the author before. I like that. Or actually, I think I've heard of the phenomenon. Like, there's a saying that says something like, when you put your art out in the world, it stops being yours.
Yeah.
So that's cool. I'm all for that. I love that. It's like you're training like a little homunculus, and then it has its
Yeah.
own life on its own when it's out there. Um, I'm completely in favor of that. I love it. I do think that I've noticed that people, I don't know, they do like include me in the artwork. There's a lot
Mhm.
of people talking about like, oh, Andy this, Andy that. So I think the author is still being taken into consideration. I have self-inserted my little mascot in there, and I think because I don't have a lot of information about like my opinions and what the author really thinks other than the art speaks for itself, it creates like a sense of intrigue and mystery that people like want to know more. People want to have me being part of the art, and but the moment I do give them that information, it's like no, 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 no. The mystery is uh, what's good about it, you know.
Do you think
But
do you think that the difference between maybe being a contemporary artist and having your pieces in galleries or on movie screens or whatever, when now it being more of like a social media, I know YouTube at this point is technically like it might as well be Netflix just for
right.
user generated content, but it is technically social media at the end of the day. Do you feel that a part of that is, especially since you make, I would say, emotionally charged content, whatever the emotions may be, that part of that is like parasocial.
There is some parasocialness involved, but I think that's more when it comes to when there's like an ongoing communication between the author and the audience,
Hmm.
especially like I think streaming is the biggest
Oh
culprit
yeah, of course,
of
yeah.
that. That's like constantly like you're putting it's something that I really love about like art and being an artist is that like actors, right? It's like the actors, they go in the movies, they
Hmm.
portray a character, and then that's like you're putting yourself in the artwork there. So the fact that when you're an artist and you're not part of it, there's less of that. That people care about your art more than like the person. So I don't think it happens too much in this sphere unless you're really vocal about it. There's some authors, game developers, or animators who are constantly replying to people on like Twitter, constantly writing out their opinions
Hmm.
on things, and that creates the parasocial event. But if you just, keep your mouth shut, put out art, and respond to DMs from people that you trust, then I think you don't really delve into that much. I did stream before for like a year or two, I think, and that I did see some of that parasocial stuff happening in real time, and it did make me a little uncomfortable. There were some friends that I made along the way in doing that, which like I'm super thankful for. But there was also like some people who'd like DM me and kind of treat me like a close friend, and I'm like, dude, I don't know you.
Yeah.
No offense. And some people were like self-aware about it and would reach out. It's like I know that like there's some parasocialness going on about it. So, there's some self-awareness to it, I think.
To go back to what you were saying before about feeling that you wanted to rebel and kind of break the rules, I think something that tends to happen once an artist gets popular and their content starts to um, get spread around, you start to see that your rebellious art starts to become a new aesthetic and a
Hmm.
new form. Like, are you starting to see that? Like,
Um, Perhaps visually.
mm,
Um, what used to be like, oh, I'm so uncomfortable with this medium.
mm,
It's so new to me, and uh, I don't even know what I'm doing, kind of
mm,
thing. I'm just making it up on the fly. That's kind of how I felt when I started doing pixel art and animation. And you can tell when you look back, there was a lot of stuff that I didn't take into consideration with
mm,
pixel art, and I didn't really consider myself much of a professional pixel artist when I started. But then as you do it, continue doing the same thing naturally over time, you start to be like, okay, well, how do I make this? I got a commission. This person like wants it to be like anime style, and I do pixel art. I have to look up and reference, and oh, this is some techniques on how to make it look better. And you start like subconsciously improving and taking in things that improve and continue polishing this thing that's working. Because if I were to, upload, I don't know, like a 2D Flash cartoon tomorrow or something, people would be like, oh, I didn't know this was Andy at first, because like that's what they've like learned to expect. So perhaps the medium, the visual communication method, it's becomes its own brand and less of a rebellious, form. But that doesn't really bother me so much, just because I'm extremely comfortable with this art form. It helps me get things done in a feasible manner and time frame. So, I mean, I still love it. I love it forever. But I think like later on, once I feel like I did what I needed to do, I'll start like branching out into some other new art forms. And there will be people naturally who will be like, I liked it better when you did this. Other people who'll be like, I like the new one way better. But at that point, I think I would have grown and been like, okay, well, I feel like I already reached what I had to do, and I'm just gonna continue doing something new to keep it interesting for me. I think the audience can respect that, especially in the indie sphere. It seems like there's a lot of support for independent artists doing what they want to do first before anything else, which I can really appreciate and I'm really happy about.
So now that the years have gone by from your formal education, and I always ask people this, because like I said, I work in art higher ed. And I feel the same way that you do, where I even tell my own students, where like, hey, these are all just tools. These are not the quote unquote the correct way to do things. But at the end of the day, I always say that like abstraction without an underlining understanding of the base material is just guesswork. Do you feel that as you've gotten older and you've worked, do you feel that there's parts of your higher ed education that you're like, hey, I'm actually happy that I got this, or not?
I feel mixed, because they're definitely, I'd say half and half. There were like, I'm happy that I went through the art education, but I have to like remind myself that I learned the fundamentals and 2D animation on my own in high school, and I went to college for like 3D animation. And then from there, they touched on story and a lot of 3D stuff, which helped aid me as like shortcuts or things that could help me when I find myself in a pickle, in a corner, like I don't know where to take this project in. So there's a lot of stuff that I learned from it. There's a lot of other stuff that I'm like, yikes, that's definitely not how I would do it. And I'm definitely just going to do what I'm told here to get the grade and keep going.
Yeah.
There's some things that was introduced that I had to do the projects for. It didn't go with anything that I wanted to do, but, I just had to grit my teeth and get it done, right? And that would just open the path to continue learning about other stuff that I wanted to learn about afterwards. So, sometimes in life you just have to do stuff you don't want to do just to get to the good stuff.
Do you think that's the big takeaway of maybe what was the most important thing to learn? Was that sometimes you gotta, you just gotta grit through the annoying parts to get to the part that you like?
That's a good question. I don't know if that's the biggest takeaway. I think it works for some people. There's some people where like go through that experience and everything that they were taught was like what they base their art and work forever in the industry. So it's not the same for each person. For me specifically, I was just happy to be in a setting where I was surrounded by like-minded individuals. That was like the best part. If I had to sit there and make an assignment that I really didn't want to do, it was okay because I got to do it with like creative minds along with them. So that's the part that to me was like the best part. That's the thing that I remember the most. Like I would almost do college again just to be in that physical space of creativity again, but not because of the curriculum. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But you know, you asked. That's just my answer. There's a lot of people that like curriculum aided everything, made them who they are. So I think just I'm a little arrogant when it comes to how I do stuff, a little hard-headed. So I had to just play by the rules or get kicked out, kind of thing.
Yeah, it's good to have an understanding of yourself and how you work. And to be honest, that's probably the best part about Newgrounds is that we get that same feeling here, where it's nice to be around like-minded people. But to, I guess, change gears a little bit, you've worked in a bunch of different mediums. I think that's one of the things that I like about you is that you hop around different genres and mediums. And recently, obviously, you've been working on a lot of video games. And I was just curious, like, how did you like? How was the experience of bouncing, but like from a contained medium that is animation start to finish to a more like more interactive variables setting of gaming?
Yeah. So it was fun and it was really, really exciting because I think that happened during a time in my life where I was just very lucky that I didn't have anything going on at the moment. I just like had finished some projects, some like YouTube paychecks came in, and I was cruising for a moment before I had to take on other bigger projects. And I was like, I need to take this moment to like do something different. I always wanted to try programming, right? And it was exciting for me to try it in this new area of my life because that was kind of the dream that I had ever since high school. Every nerdy kid who plays video games in high school always has this dream of like, oh, when I grow up, I'm gonna make my own video game. Yeah. And I started out in the exact same way. That's where I started using Flash, and that's kind of the reason why I went into animation in the first place. I downloaded Flash in high school with intent of making a Flash game, and I got some friends in high school who wanted to help out like with programming. I was never good at math, so I knew I couldn't do the programming stuff. Obviously, making a game is way harder than it sounds, and you really don't get the scope of how difficult things can be. There's like a million invisible problems you can't even anticipate until you get into the act of actually doing it. But I realized, I can't do this. I don't have the programming mindset for it. My friend at the time couldn't figure it out either, so I just stuck to animation. So that was kind of just a discarded dream that came back, and I'm just like, oh, well, now that I got time, I guess I'm older. I'm more I guess, skilled with using a computer, and there's more resources now, so I can like give it another shot. And I decided to use this program. I just Googled. I was like, point and click video game engine, because there were a lot of people in my comments who were saying you should make a game. It just kept coming up again and again and again, and I'm like, I want to. I wish I could. I just don't know how to. And so I took the opportunity of the couple of months to start learning this engine that like I've never heard of before. Everybody says Game Maker, Unity, all that stuff. So Adventure Game Studio just sounded like a toy for me. I didn't know if it was even possible. I didn't know what I was going to get myself into. I assumed it was going to be like a Scratch program. But to my surprise, it was free. It like integrates C# to it. And at first I didn't even start programming. The engine has these features where you can it's very user friendly, where you right click to create an object, you click on the object, and there's a drop down menu of what you want to happen when you click on it and all that stuff. And I started reading forums and watching ancient YouTube tutorial from 2009 on how to use this engine, and then I just slowly did baby steps to like get to where I am now with programming. I don't think I can consider myself like an excellent programmer by any stretch. I still have to like consult uh, those obstacles that I face with other friends, but I can defend myself and I can make interactive art now. It's difficult. It's much harder than making a cartoon because with a cartoon you just have to worry about story, movement, character designs, sound effects. With games, not only do you have to worry about that as well, but also the freedom, the bugs that will come, there's just so many things that, like, so many problems you can't even imagine that come from creating games that don't come in animation. In animation, you just draw something, you press play, and it's done. With games, you create a character, you create them, you have to export it, import it, hitboxes, the walkable area, the dimensions of the character doesn't fit the visuals, we have to adjust it, all sorts of finicky details that you only find out about when you do it. But
do you feel like you're still getting your voice across?
yeah, absolutely. Just at a slower pace.
Mm-hmm.
And I kind of just working on animation. There was like this loop of sit down, grind for a week or two to create an animation, put my voice in it, put it out, people receive it, they enjoy it, they give me feedback, I go back to the lab and make another one. With this, that's just not the case. I go 2 weeks to make like a mini game or a part of the game area. It's there, it's working, and I can't show it off unless I'm like showing it to like friends or family, because obviously, the game's not done, so I can't like, I guess I could, show snippets of it on Twitter or something, but then it would kind of be spoiling the game. So I'm in this loop of make something, happy with it, no feedback, no like glory of internet dopamine and likes and comments anymore. So I'm like in a almost like a withdrawal from it. But from what I've heard, it's like with game development, it's an investment where like with animation, you make it, it's out, it goes viral or something, people like it, and then it's forgotten. With like games, you're asking more of the audience interactivity and time, so you get people playing the game, you see them going about it differently. It's like a bigger payoff way later in the process.
Do you feel like that give and take of creation and interaction was more motivating?
Good question. Sorry, I'm thinking.
No, it's okay. That's take your time.
I think it was motivating, but at the same time, this is still equally as motivating from a different perspective. I think it helps a lot that I put out a demo of the game, because I got to experience the beginning, the middle, and the end of like making a short game, so to speak. So I got to see what's in store for like this process already. Had I never created a demo or didn't get to the part at the end, this would be extremely unmotivating, because I wouldn't even know. When I was halfway through the demo, I was like, I don't even know if this is gonna take off. I don't even know if people are gonna like this. And if it didn't take off and people were like, oh, that point and click boring, I'm not gonna play it, then that would have probably been like it for me for like making point and click games. I'd have been like, okay, clearly people have no interest in this, it's not worth my time. But because it was received with such support and excitement and people doing fan art and let's plays of it, the let's plays honestly was the biggest like thing that made me really happy and motivated was I got to see people play it, and you can see people playing the same game in a different way, and their personality only almost shines through their inputs and decisions, which makes me be like, I want to add freedom to decide what to do so I can see how people tackle the same issues differently. So knowing that that's in store is what makes me motivated, because if I go back to an animation, I'm gonna like miss that. I'm gonna miss the being. You don't see people looking at your animation, recording themselves and reacting to a short, right? You see them like playing and experimenting with a game that you've made for like hours. Some people I've seen to this day, there's people speedrunning the demo, and like that blows my mind. I see people doing strats like changing the keybinds in their keyboard to like 1 2 3 4 5 in order for it to like be the password, which you have to input at the end of the demo. And I'm like, I don't even know if that's legal. That's funny. Like that kind of experience doesn't shine through an animation. So there's pros and cons, as you can see.
Do you feel like you have to be your own number one fan first?
If you're like the main person doing something, you definitely do have to be the source of fuel, of motivated fuel. If I like, yeah, I mean, I have to be like my number one supporter, and remind myself every day. I have to be my own cheerleader and remind myself that this is worth it, because otherwise, like, no one's gonna pick me up and kick me in the butt to do this stuff. So, yeah, I mean, I guess I also, if I was in a scenario where like I wasn't my own like fuel, I guess I would have the fire under my butt of like, if this doesn't happen, like it's all over. So if I'm not being motivated by my own cheerleading tactics of like, don't worry, Andy, like this is all worth it, it's going to be motivating to know that like, okay, well, this is where your career stops basically, because like you've taken money from a crowdfunding project and did nothing for it. So what do you want it to be? Do you want to support yourself and be your own cheerleader, or do you want the fear of guilt and lack of finances and a roof over your head be the motivator? You choose. They're both efficient.
Yeah. Do you feel that having maybe a sense of security though, in the fact that, you know, you do obviously have a fan base, you do obviously have consistent viewers, do you feel that that's motivating in a way that you feel safe, that you can make, you know, like maybe I wouldn't say crazy decisions, I'm trying to think of a better word, more less, what's the right word for it, making less practical decisions with what you put out? Or do you feel that, you know, at any moment, like this could, you know, if I don't stay consistent, this could be, you know, game over? Like,
that's a really good question. I think just for me, this is just how I work. If I don't take those crazy, impractical decisions and things, I don't have fun. Like there's almost like, I guess, risks like get me going. I love taking risks. It gets me excited. It's almost like it touches in that like gambling part of your brain, where it's like, I'm gonna do something. It's funny. I have some friends who like tell me like, it's funny, for the things that don't matter in your game, I like worry about, and for the really like scary decisions that I take, my friends are like, are you sure you want to do that? And I'm like, yes, and I'm not going to listen to what you have to say to it, because I'll take, for example, in the demo of the game, I have like this soccer ball mini game, and I had a lot of people give me notes saying, you know, this soccer ball mini game, it is ruthless. Like the song has no, like the song and the beat of which you have to click on to kick the soccer ball is not in sync, it's like almost like a frame perfect input that it requires you to do, and we're just not very sure about it. Like some people will do it, some people might get real easily frustrated to it, and then you kind of like, as an artist, at least for me, you get to a fork in the road where you ask yourself, do you want to take the reasonable decision and do what's safe and like, okay, make this game easier, polish it, or do you want to take the risk and leave it as is because it would be really funny to see everyone like struggle with that. Some people raging and others like go past through it, and it's almost like the obstacle of the lack of polish in that area is a puzzle within itself. So I guess I ask myself in those decisions, is it funny? Which is kind of weird.
Yeah.
It kind of takes me back back in
yeah.
school. Like back in school, maybe some people can relate where you're in school and you can like say a joke out loud in the class, and like it's a risk. It's like you could get detention. You could get nobody laughing at this joke. You could look like an idiot, or you could like make the teacher like, I don't know, like trip on their words, like do something funny, and like the class could be like laughing at that. I don't know. It's kind of like that risk within itself is so fun to even just like giving it a try. There's no way I'm not going to try that. Unless, like using that metaphor, if it gets to a point where like that risk could deter the whole project, then obviously don't take that decision, right? Like that, going back to the soccer mini game, it's optional. Worst case scenario, like people just don't do it. So it doesn't pose that much of a risk. But yeah, take risks, be scared, like get comfortable doing those risky things. If I didn't do that, like it wouldn't be fun. And you'll notice that once you take that risk, I feel like I do that with a lot of my animations. When you take those risky decisions, you'll find yourself throwing your phone like across the room once you upload it, and you'll realize that you more often than not, those risky decisions are the things that people seem to like support and back the most. So if you're feeling insecure about it, there's probably something interesting in there that you might want to just say screw it and do it. It's fun.
Do you feel like you're looking for a reaction?
Yeah. I expect a reaction if I do those kind of things. And it's almost like fun for me because you're creating a space where even the creator doesn't know what's going to happen. And, when the creator like knows how everything's going to play out already and how people are going to experience your project, it's boring. You've done it so many times, you can create like an air of predictability. I've gotten to a point where I can already it sounds entitled, it sounds kind of pretentious, but you can already predict how people are going to respond to everything, and lo and behold, like the top comments of the stuff you make is like exactly what you thought they would say, and it's kind of boring almost. But when you do those things, it's exciting. You could be like, oh shoot, I screwed up, or oh wow, people really like that, or look how they responded to that. I didn't expect that, which makes it satisfying. I think some creators like get a high from screwing with people, and I think the audience can respect that.
Do you do you feel that there's a do you try to get that reaction out of the content itself, or do you feel that you try to invoke a certain reaction based on your aesthetic? Because I feel like you have a very particular aesthetic. Whatever the emotion is, it tends to kind of stay kind of cohesive because it's your voice, right? It's your voice. Unless your voice changes at some point, there is kind of like an Andyland aesthetic. Do you feel like you try to evoke the reaction just by the tone of your voice, or do you feel that you try to evoke more of that reaction through the content material?
Definitely the content material. It's more so these kind of things that I'm talking about usually come in the spur of the moment. It's something that like it's like an idea that happens when you're making something. It usually doesn't come from when you're blocking things out. For example, there was an animation I made called Doofball's Green Adventure, I needed a character to come down from the ceiling, and like the idea was the character just drops down, lands on his feet. And then as I was animating, I was like, wait, it would be really funny if like just the idea comes in your head. What if he like breaks a leg, right? Like, and he's still like screaming, right? And then he has to like relocate his like leg, and like snap it back into place. And that wasn't the idea originally, but does it get in the way? Not really. It's just a funny thing that could like scare people, or some people might be creeped out. Some people might be like, oh, this is morbid. Who cares? Let's go with it. It's definitely the content of it. I mean, there's a mixture, sometimes you just want to make a scary face or a funny face to get that reaction. But most of the time, if not, it's like the actual I've always been leaning more towards the content material than the aesthetic. The aesthetic to me is a vehicle for what I want to put out.
Do you feel a sense of responsibility to get things out at this point, now that you have an audience and that is consistently watching you? Or is it more of like when it comes out, it'll be out,
That's like the biggest like artist and social media artist like plight. I think we're in an era where people have been obviously trained to expect having things quick every day, and I'd be lying if I said like it doesn't get to me. There is pressure there, especially when I was only doing animations. There would be people commenting saying, when's the next animation? You haven't uploaded a new animation. And like you can have many people saying like, don't pay attention to that, don't let it get to you, just do it at your own pace. But at the end of the day, like it's you and it's the people who consume what you do. So hearing those comments could be a little bit it can cause anxiety, and to some people it could cause so much anxiety to the point where they get scared and don't do it. I don't let it get to me that deep. Like at the end of the day, I'm going to make something eventually. You're going to be happy with it when it gets done, whether it's sooner or later. So I try to like cling on to that thought to not like freak myself out to the point where I paralyze, right? But yeah, I mean, it does kind of put a little fire under your butt. I don't want it to. Yeah. and I think perhaps, I mean, I'm not sure, maybe I'll contradict myself when I'm done, but I'm feeling like once I'm like done with Endocopia, that to be at this point has been my magnum opus. So I feel like I would have deserved like, okay, from here on out, I can like do stuff whenever I do it. And I know myself, I have a voice in my gut that says, hey, it's time to make art, so to not have like that pressure, I want to enjoy my making art without any pressure, with neither financial nor expectations of society to continue feeding them, right? Yeah. And that obviously, like everybody wants that, right? Like that would be heaven. But yeah, I mean, I wish. Yeah. So it does kind of play a little bit of a role. I've like posted stuff on my Instagram sometimes. I post something just as simple as like a video or like a picture of like me petting a cat, and then I get like 17 like DMs. So people are like, dude, Endocopia. Like you got time to pet your cat and not code the game. Like get back to it. And I know half of them are just like either like kids who like have no sense of like putting themselves in other people's shoes, or some people are just joking. I mean, they're like, they say, I'm just kidding. Don't just take your own time. But it's just like another pebble on the pile of rocks that builds up. And well, It's annoying, but what can you do? At the same time, that's a good problem to have. You know, some people, when I hear me complain about this, they say like, "Oh, boo-hoo, you're doing the project that you always wanted to do," and people like are asking for it. You're absolutely right. It is like it is kind of like a privilege to be in this position. I'm very lucky to be here.
But you're also only human. You're also only human. You know?
Exactly. At the same time, it's if you'd be in my shoes, you would also feel the discomfort, and so.
Before we get into the question section, I always ask everybody this. What are some, nice light question. What are some of your like artistic inspirations? Like, what do you, movies, video games, artists, things that you're just like, this is peak. This is Kino.
I have a hard time pointing at any like specific one. I have like ever since I've discovered like emulation as a kid, I remember this all started when I think my cousin gave me a CD full of like NES and Super NES ROMs, and I just like played it at my grandma's house as like a 10-year-old, and that habit has carried on to this day, where every once I'm done like with work for the day, I just go back to like my modded Wii or like or like a modded 3DS or PSP, and I'm just like playing games. I usually treat it like reading a book, like at the end of the day. I have a list of games that I've been meaning to play. That's like almost my escapism of my 9 to 5. It's like at the end of the day, I'm gonna go and immerse myself in this world. I've always loved video games, grew up with them. It's like my hyperfixation, and I don't know, they just inspire me. They're just that is the biggest source of inspiration, just playing games. Like yesterday I played before I started my day, I woke up at 7 in the morning and I played an hour of Sonic CD. And I was like, God damn, like this game is so freaking good.
Yeah.
It's so good. It's like the mechanics of like being able to travel back in time, and for its time that this game came out, that was revolutionary.
Yeah.
And like destroy a gadget that
Saturn?
affects its
Was it
future.
Saturn?
Holy shit, dude. Yes, dude.
Yeah.
There's a lot of forgotten games, or like, yeah, games from the past. I mean, we're just privileged to live in an era where video games have gone through the era of like the pioneers figuring out what the hell they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
We have access to that. Those games, you can get like the Sonic Mega Collection for like $10, and you got like 7 games, even bad games. You have to realize that there's probably good things and bad games that you can take from as well. And if you look at it through those lens, you're going to have fun with everything. I played Tulip on the PS2, and I've also played Majora's Mask recently.
Right on.
And those two have similar ideas that when I play, I'm like, there's no way anybody in this day and age has time to sit down and wait for something to happen in a video game, for a character to take like 30 minutes to get somewhere for something to happen. But I really like the idea of it. And so, like, how can we take that and manipulate it? And there's another game called Choro Q, which had, or some people call it Road Trip Adventure, and that had a similar, like, things happen in certain times of the day, but instead it created this mechanic where time only passes when you enter and exit buildings, which makes it more tolerable than to sit down and like wait for something to happen, right? So if you were to take like the platforming and puzzling of Majora's Mask and the time like traveling and efficiency of Chorokyu, then you've got yourself something that like works for people with low attention span, stuff like that. And that just, when I go back to working on my own games, I'm feeling inspired. So
yeah, well,
yeah,
no, I totally agree. I play a lot of retro. I think that's the other work that I do. I buy and sell and repair old games. So every once in a while,
awesome.
I'm like, oh, I gotta test out this N64 I just bought and fixed. I guess I'll just sit here and play Donkey Kong for 3 hours. I'm like, don't worry, I'm testing the system.
That's awesome, dude.
But
I love that.
So I hear you there. But all right, so thank you so much. Let's hop into questions. So over on Discord, Blue Banana, regarding animations with background music, do you base the animation on the mood you get from the music?
Yes, I listen to any song, any animation that looks like it's synced to the music is mostly because I'm listening to music already. An idea that I have like gets paired to that song. So most of my animation, my shorts on YouTube, I take the song, I put it in a movie editing program, and I like write down like these bulletin points of like what happens to each beat.
Mhm.
I think Quentin Tarantino even did a similar like technique where he would just lay in bed, close his eyes, and listen to music and like his own like scene for a movie or who knows what like started playing in his head, and then from there on it's just going straight to storyboards or scripts. You know?
Yeah.
So that's a really good way of getting yourself to have ideas for something. Just sit down, listen to music, and start imagining things.
Over on Discord again, Alistair asks, "What do you see as an optimal way to learn a new art form?"
Um, don't be afraid to suck at it. Obviously, fail. I like to fail in privacy. That makes me feel.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like when you fail in privacy. Convince yourself that you're not going to show it to anyone, and then when something comes from that like cycle of like, okay, I'm going to continue, like for example in Decopia, I didn't have any intention to share that with anyone when I started working on it. I was sucking at it at first. I was just messing around with the program. What do I do here? And then one day, as you keep having fun with it, have fun failing, you'll realize that you'll continue improving it, and one day it won't suck. That's when you share it. Of course, there's some people who are like, "Oh, this has to be perfect to show the world." No, don't let that get to you, because then you'll just keep working the same thing and polishing forever and never show anything. So you have to create a balance. But yeah, have fun failing. That's how you learn, and don't be afraid of failing. Obviously, that'll get you to suck at it first and then get better naturally.
Over on YouTube, Sully Gilly asks, "Have you ever cosplayed as your OC/Persona guy?"
Yes, I have I mean, I don't go anywhere with the outfit, but I do have a blue morph suit that I put on, and I don't do it on my own. I don't put it on by myself, but sometimes I have been on streams, like where I am dressed up with the blue morph suit just to like. I like showing my face on interviews that on like live streams.
Mm-hmm.
So for people to be like going to the stream and be like, who's who here? If they just see a guy wearing a blue morph suit, they're like, oh, I know who that is, right?
Yeah.
So I have done that. It strangely feels really good. It feels right. It's like that scene. A lot of friends describe it as like it's like that scene from Spider-Man where like the goblin is like the goblin mask is like saying like, you know, like. Do it, you coward!
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
no. It's kind of like that with the suit. Yeah.
Blue Monday over on Discord asks, "Any animations you're particularly proud of?"
I look back at Sleepy Tom a lot.
Mm.
That's one of my animations that I just worked on like twice a week over the span of 4 months, and a lot of it was just kind of improvising every shot. And I look back at it and I'm like, dang, like that was a lot of work that just slowly piled up into something that's like 4 minutes long. And some of those shots, I'm like, dang, that was animated well. I'm really proud of that. I also like Doofball's Green Adventure. Doofball's Green Adventure like is a lot of slapstick comedy, and it's like you just keep yourself on your toes as to what's gonna happen next. I do remember suffering a lot in that while making that. I remember being like, man, this is so hard. This is so annoying. But then once it's done, it feels glorious. I found like that's kind of been my mental pattern with a lot of projects. The start of it feels really exciting. You know, you're getting into something really cool. The middle of it, the actually like making all the things that are tedious and frustrating to do, is painful and excruciating, and a lot of sufferings involved, blood, sweat, and tears. And then once it's done, you're like, oh man, that's fun. I'm so happy with it. And it fools you into like trying to forget the pain that you went through it, and you start a new one, chasing that high. So, yeah.
Over
There you
on
go.
YouTube, Creationoid asks, do you ever get overwhelmed with the scope of a project that you're planning on or freelance to do? I think that's an easy one.
If I, yeah, if I do get overwhelmed with it, I just find ways to like either trick my brain into just taking bite sizes of like the thing and not focusing on how big it is, and you'll notice that if you keep that mentality, you're actually gonna get through it pretty quickly, and it'll become a monster. Next thing you know, that's obviously Endocopian has been like that. I'm very scared of it going in. When I think about like like if I have like an area that I still have to do, I'm like, oh god, I still have to do this whole area. I just think, well, let's not think about it that way. Think about the first rooms that come in there, and then the walkable areas, and then like the NPCs in the background after. Just one step at a time. Next thing you know, oh, I was like making a bigger deal about it in my head. But if you ever feel like it actually is like too big of a scope, you can always shorten it. You can always make it smaller. Find a way to still get the idea across without it, being super huge. Which is like that's a common thing that happens in games. People blow things out of proportion. Next thing you know, they're like have to work on it for 20 years. If you ever catch yourself in that like position, just don't abandon the project. Probably just turn it into something smaller and finish it, because finishing projects is like probably one of the most important things you need to do to learn.
Halv over on what's going on, Halv? Talk to you a while. Halv asks over on Discord, top 5 games.
Top 5 games.
Top 5 games.
Funny enough, I do have a list of that because that's been asked to me a couple times.
Welcome back to
if I
Watch
find
Mojo.
it.
These are Andyland's top 5 games.
Let's see. From the top of my head, love Tetris. Always come back to Tetris. Silent Hill 2. The remake was good. The original is good. Metal Gear Solid 3. Holy smokes.
Oh yeah.
Everything about that is perfect. Smash Brothers Melee. It feels like digital ping pong to me. And Cave Story, if I haven't said Cave Story already. That is like the inspiration like for every indie game. I mean, it's like the indie game. The art is awesome. The story is awesome. It's just a really fun. It's a perfect Metroidvania. Love it. It was like the one. So you gotta reference the OG.
I like calling Melee ping pong. That's kind of I dig that. I dig that.
That's what it feels like
does
to
feel
me.
like
It's like
that. You're right.
advanced
You're
ping
so right.
pong.
I haven't heard that before. You're so right though. Levi over on Discord asks, Andy, how do you feel about showing off your game?
Scary.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Very, very scary. I know that the day will come when I have to put this game, like show it to the world, and I'm probably going to be wrapped in blankets and like cocooned in my bedroom and freaking out. It's a scary thing. It feels like it's the equivalent of like going onto a stage naked.
Yeah, no, it is very vulnerable. You're right. It's very vulnerable.
But you know that it's just something that has to happen.
Yeah.
So you just do it anyway, and whatever. It's scary, but most often than not, you're happy that you did it afterwards, and people will be like, "Wow, you're beautiful when you're naked," and you're like, "Huh, really?
Really? It blushes.
Oh, okay." And you get some confidence.
Mogs on my Steam page. Over on YouTube or Discord, I love this screenshot. Thanks, Ryan. Forge Frog asks, were you inspired by Yotam Perel for your birthday videos, or are animators just sad on their birthdays?
Yes, dude. That's so funny. Nobody has ever brought that up to me before. That's so funny. Every time I make a new birthday animation, I think back on Yotam Peril, and like nobody has made that connection until now, at least to my knowledge. So that's awesome. Yeah, of course. I've been a huge fan of Yotam Peril my whole life. So goddamn funny. I love his music, love his animations. Very quotable. I would quote all of his animations during high school all the time. And I was like, I want to do that too. But obviously, I'm not Yotam Peril. So like when I make art, I think early on I realized when I tried making funny animations, I realized I wasn't as good as like the NG gods, right? So like I don't think I'm a natural comedian by any means. My talent lies elsewhere. And so like I was inspired by that idea of making like one thing every year as you get older. There's something beautiful about that. I just have to make it my own way. And that just turned out to be more creepy or sad for some people than it was like funny, obviously.
Micro Bihan asks, you think there's a specific genre that Newgrounders are drawn into when it comes to media in general? I would say so, but I'm curious to see what you say.
Good question. I think Newgrounds is a very special place because it seems like it's the only or one of the very few places where like series actually get like the attention of the day. You know, you've got like Day Job, for example, right? Like you have to, in other social medias like Twitter or Instagram or like even YouTube with the shorts, you have to like show clips of things. You can't show like a whole episode or anything. Enna, for example, right? That went super well, but like I think like Newgrounds like are like excited to see the next episode. They're excited to see what lies in this universe, right? Whereas like other people are like boring. Like I don't see like if you dare to post on Twitter like a widescreen animation where the first like 30 seconds of it is an establishing shot of a house. Like people scroll by. It's like there's no hot girl on the screen. There's no like explosion. There's no like screaming in my face within the first 30 seconds. On Newgrounds, people sit down and it's like, okay, I have time. I have patience. What is this world about? What do these characters have to say? And I think that's awesome because that kind of attention span and interest in what you have to put on the table doesn't exist a lot in the algorithm and machine. So I'm glad to see that alive and well in Newgrounds. And I think on that same note, surreal things, weird stuff also is cool. I think Newgrounds, I say this with love, and we're both included in this. Newgrounds is full of a bunch of weirdos, and the weirdos can appreciate weird art, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah. While we wait for other questions to pile in, I definitely want to add on to that. I really love the fact that like, you know, just the idea that so many people are putting out like their pilot for their show or whatever this thing that they want to create, and they actually get like realistic feedback on Newgrounds. Like I feel like when you put stuff out on, you know, maybe, and like, granted, I've never done that before, but I feel like when you put stuff out on social media, other social medias or YouTube, you know, a lot of people are kind of just like glazing, for lack of a better word, or if they don't like it, they just like, you know, they'll just leave like, this sucks, and there's no like, they're both of those things are nothing burgers. You know what I mean? That doesn't help me at all. But when like you go on Newgrounds, like people will like drop you like a thesis on why your pilot about like a slime ball and an old man are like, you know, here's what you're missing. You know, here's what this needs. You know,
the website is designed for you to think and give like valid critique. The prompt when you write something down, it says like, share your feedback on this movie here. Make sure that it's constructive. Like making an account, you have to go through the trouble of like saying, who are you? It shows what you've made. So it's like you will be held responsible for what you say about other people's work, which is like how it should ideally be, right? Whereas like with YouTube and Instagram, it's too easy to like create an account, like a bot account, be like, this sucks, you know, go jump off a cliff. Like, and then receive no repercussion for it and no like community. Like I feel like in Newgrounds, if you say something like that, you're gonna have like like a good group of people beat that person up, right,
Yeah.
verbally, and that's good. That's a good feeling. That they've got your back.
Yeah, I think a big thing too is that, and I've said it before a million times, where I think like the biggest plus for Newgrounds is that there's kind of no other ulterior motive besides showing it and getting feedback, like whatever it is. You're definitely not gonna get $1 million for your Kickstarter if you just spam your art on, or your videos on Newgrounds. People have an expectation of quality, or at least presentation. I think it almost forces us to be better and grow.
Yeah, yeah. I think people should use Newgrounds as like a safe community, as like a digital family of like a room full of artists to like help each other, and then use like the other social medias as the war zone where you can get something funded, or I don't know, say like throw it out into the world and see if you can like make a living out of it or whatever, or turn it into a product. Whereas Newgrounds is more of like the creative board room, basically, like where the whiteboard,
Yeah.
so to speak. So there's a place and time for these things depending on where you go. So that's cool.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Andy, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Great conversation.
Of course, thank you for having me, Slug. It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you too. All right, everybody. Like I said prior, if you have any questions or can think of anything later on, please drop it down in YouTube or Discord panel questions, and just write the name of the panel before your question. We're going to compile them at the end and reach out to our panelists. Next up is, make sure, double check, Levi. Looking forward to that. So we're going to take a quick little break, and then we'll be right back. Thanks again, Andy.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day and good luck. Looking forward to it.
Welcome
Go.
back, everybody, to Newgrounds Winterfest 2025. We're here with Levi Ramirez,
Hello.
and we're excited for our panel today. Levi's non-Flash Flash game.
Yes.
Levi, take it away.
Hello. Hello, everyone. So Newgrounds host video games. Isn't that crazy? They host web games. Now, the goal for the next hour is I'm going to try and make maybe not a complete game, but a little prototype game or a little something or other in the next hour. Is it going to be good? I don't know. Who knows? But we're going to take what you guys want and we're going to make it into a game. Now, I already have an idea of what I'm going to make. I'm thinking I'm just going to make a simple little platformer just for sake of time. I don't want to mess around with a bunch of shit. And I'm gonna show you the process of how I make games, a really quick, down and dirty one. And then probably for the last few minutes, I'll answer questions about game development. I'll give you more of a serious kind of heart-to-heart answer of how I go about making games. But this is supposed to be fun. We're just gonna come here, do something real quick and dirty, get down and get nasty. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but yeah, we're gonna make a game. So. What I have in mind that I want to do is I want to make a 2D platformer, a little 2D collectathon platformer. So we're going to have a little character running around collecting something or other, little MacGuffins, and he's going to be running around a cool world. So I think for now, I'm just going to make something. First, I'm going to make just a platform. And also the program I'm using is really easy. Baby's first engine ever. I can just do that, and it's fucking solid. Look at that. Isn't that impressive? This is how I'm 23 years old, and this is how I make video games. I'm not using Unity. I'm not doing anything because I'm fucking too stupid. That's all right. So now we're just going to have a little placeholder character. Fuck. Shut up. Make him 16 by 16. Or no, we'll make him a little bit bigger, so... I also do probably sound schizophrenic, and I apologize. But we're gonna have a little character right here. He just needs to be simple. Look. That's cool. This guy's fucking awesome. Now, he won't live very long. He's gonna die soon, because he's gonna be replaced by something or other that you guys post in the chat. Making sure it's, whatever. So here's our little friend. He's like a weird, like, cum color. He's kind of like weird off-white. I don't know why he looks like that, but that's all right. Something's wrong with that guy. And this whole panel is going to be, like, if you've never made a game before and you want to make a game, I could recommend Construct 2 or Construct 3 because right off the bat, this is a functioning game right here, right now, with just... nothing but what I have built into Construct 2. Now, obviously, this feels like shit. It controls like shit. It looks like shit. There's nothing going on. What the hell? And that's where we got to, actually make something. But if you are ever wanting to make a game and you just are like, I have no programming experience, I have no idea what I'm doing, this engine's very similar to it, are what you're looking for. I am terrible at math. I'm pretty much terrible at everything. I like to draw, but I'm not very good at it. But I like... making stuff. Making stuff is fun. Making stuff is worth your time, even if it's not the best thing in the world. If you keep doing it, you will eventually make stuff that is pretty cool, that is pretty worth your time, that can be artistically fulfilling for yourself and others. So for the time being, we're going to make this, I don't know. We'll just make it, that's too tall. Oh, sorry, wrong number. Make it a list a little bit bigger. So that's way too big. Holy shit. Do that. We got a big wide open area for him to run around in. Okay. And we're going to make him do this too, because I'm too lazy to make a proper camera right now. And just for the sake of viewing this, we'll make this, so we have this huge fucking level. The level is not going to be this big, the final thing, but we're going to make this area huge. Cool. So he's going to run around this. Fucking awesome. That's amazing. Actually, we'll make this... it's a good number. We'll do, like... Fuck it. We'll do that number. That's like a little bit bigger. A little bit better. Now we have this cool area to run around in. And we're going to add a lot of cool stuff to this area too. I got to put stuff on layers too, but I'm just kind of doing this quickly to show you that we can have something up and running. Kind of just give a baseline of what I'm thinking. So what I'm thinking, obviously I talked about it being kind of like a collectathon game. So I'm thinking that there's going to be, you know, in this whole cool area, there's going to be an upper area right here. There's going to be something over here. Maybe there'll be like a little cave underneath here that he can go exploring, running around in. Won't that be fun? Let's does anyone want to make a little character? It doesn't have to be animated, just something for right now, but does anyone want to make one of these guys? Give me a sprite, give me anything you're thinking in your heart of hearts, and I'll take it from the general chat. Oh, those are questions. We'll get to those later. Okay. Let's see. Don't say this. Don't do that. Okay, I see this. I'll put this thing in too, but I see this right here. Whatever this is. Oops, don't look at that. That's illegal. That's probably bad. This is going to be real small. Okay, I like this thing. What is this a cock? Is this a cock that you sent me? A little weird, limp, uncircumcised cock? What the fuck?
No, it's a little ghost.
Oh, okay. All right, we'll use that for something else. We'll use that. I'll make a little extra sprite for this. This I'm honestly thinking will be he's so little that I think I might make this the collectible. Like maybe not the MacGuffin itself, but like a little coin. Aw. Isn't he sweet? And we'll make him kind of bob up and down like that. Oh shit. Aw. Isn't that lovely? See how fast he moves. Oh, it's gonna be really small. Aw, isn't that wonderful? That's just beautiful in my opinion. Okay. Oh wait, he's fucking, what is happening? Don't do that. Make quick aside, fuck, middle, apply the whole animation, cool. So these are gonna be a little collectible guy, and we'll make him, we'll put a whole line of them right here. And I'll look at whatever you guys are sending me in the chat in a second, but here's a little cock ghost, little cock and ball ghost that is going to be our little collector things that we'll make run into that. So cool logic. So Construct 2 works kind of just like on block coding, really basic, just like if this, do that. So when player collides with that, we'll have him add to a number, and we'll add a global variable for just cool ghost collected. And then when that gets hit, we will add 1 to that, and then we'll destroy this. It's as shrimple as that, really. Like I said, this is kind of, this panel is both showing off my personal process and a very dumbed down, very simple version of my process, and also a kind of just a free advertising for Construct 2 and Construct 3. I prefer Construct 2. I bought my license for Construct 2 almost 10 years ago when I was like 13, and I've never had to pay another dime again. Construct 3 is subscription-based, which I personally don't like, and I probably will never switch over to Construct 3. I would probably recommend GameMaker. GameMaker, I think, has drag and drop functions, but their programming language isn't too hard to learn. I've learned it before. I just don't actively use GameMaker. I just kind of prefer Construct 2 because I'm used to it. I've been using it for almost 10 years. But enough of me blabbering about that. Look, we got him to collect the little cool things, and what else we need is we're gonna make another layer for all this shit. We'll make 3 layers. We'll do the HUD, the player, or we'll just call them actors, and then shut up. And then we'll do a background, and then we'll add another layer for later, but I don't know what I'm gonna use it for right now. Move all this shit onto the actor layer, and then the HUD layer will have our HUD, obviously. Like I said, this is not educational. This is just kind of the process of what I do in a very quick, nasty form. And then we'll do text. But well, before I add the text and all the functionality, let's look at what we got. Okay. What the fuck is that? Okay, I like this as a background. I think we'll use that for something. I like this. It's not clear though. This we're gonna use as a background. Or we'll use it. This is the MacGuffin right here. This is like the cool star or like the moons from Mario Odyssey. Fish collectible. Don't put that on the HUD layer, my bad. Fuck. God damn it. Give me this. Thank you. Can I just copy paste this? Why is this being complicated? Yes. Okay. That's fucking awesome. Now, that's really big. We're gonna shrink her down. And that's gonna be... That's fucking awesome is what that is. We'll make it a little bit bigger so it's like an actual MacGuffin. And then we'll do this so it like looks more cool. So we'll do this vertical. We'll do like 20. We'll see what this looks like really quick. Oh fuck, it's on the HUD layer. Oopsie, that's why it's all fucked up. Did I also change that too? I'm assuming I did. Yeah, parallax is all low. Isn't this fun? Isn't this boring and fun though? There's our cool fucking collectible guy. Isn't that awesome? He's like beautifully floating up and down. But before we add functionality to that thing, we're gonna add this real quick. Usually what I do, and this is like actually, that's not even really anything, but I do like different flags. Is for ghost counter. We'll make that a boolean, and then I'll do one for flag is for fish counter. That a boolean as well. And we'll do this. So do HUD counters. And then this one will be for ghost counters, and then this one will be for fish counters. And here, every tick, we'll update it. Actually, I don't even know if we need to update it every tick, but just for consistently, we'll do that. Just for it being easy, we'll do it right there for now. Set text to ghost and do that, and then an cool ghost collected, and then we'll make another counter that's for fish collected. What? Oh, yeah, dumb. I'm stupid. And then that, we'll do this. Sorry, I'm not going like into detail about this. I am just going as quick as possible. Change that to pretty much do the same thing. I mean, exactly the same thing for this. And then do that. See if that works. Looks like shit, but holy fuck, it works. Oh, wait. Hold on. My bad. Destroy that. And believe it or not, kids, I mean, that works. That fucking works. Does anyone else? Let me see what else we got in here that we can use.
Is there a way to make the fish explode when we grab it?
Sure. We can add some particle effects. Fuck it. Who cares?
Oh yeah.
What's the point anymore? I haven't used this thing in forever because I usually like to use I mean, sometimes I'll use this, but this is kind of old tech that I don't really like to use because I don't ever need it. Hard to
No,
explain.
that's fair. That's
But
fair.
not hard to explain, but just we'll stick with it. We'll make it like we'll make it, you know what? We'll do this. We'll make cool fucking stars that will pop out of it. And we'll make it look pretty. I just want to show off that it was done, but we'll make it look fucking awesome. Look at that. That's a beautiful star.
That is very pretty.
That's fucking awesome, dude. Just do one shot. We'll do it. I think this should be 360. It's fine. And then when that happens, spawn that particle effect. I will have it spawn on factor layer. And there you go. And we'll just have that up there so it's preloaded. I don't know why it spawned right there. Look at that. It's fucking awesome. And you know what? We'll also do this. I'll have this that's why it was look like that, but we'll have this up here, put that out of bounds. Put this on the HUD layer. And we will do this. We're gonna make this flash we're not gonna have it flash right off the bat, but we'll have another variable where it is is name of fish collected. Is that yes or no? It's going to be true or false. Have that not be for that, and then it's going to be true. And then when this happens, is the name of fish collected. We will have the text be, just for right now, we'll just write test, and then we will have that text flash for a few seconds. Really fast because it's funny. And we'll have it flash for like 3 seconds. And then we'll also set it visible and have the text initially be invisible. Fuck, wrong way. Just thinking before I was doing. My bad. So we'll do this. And then we'll have this be on creation. So now, hypothetically, it's off-centered, but we can show, like in, Mario Odyssey or Super Mario 64, it'll be like, oh, this is the name of the star you're getting. So we can add that to this, and we can have a tag for every single one of these. So like this can have a fish. That is fish title. That's a good variable number name. I don't think I need that. I am a cool fish. And then we will have that set the text to fish collectible dot. I think this should work. I hope this works. That fish title. See if that works. It does. That's fucking wonderful.
That's awesome.
That's fucking beautiful. And now, that it's nothing. This isn't anything. This is stupid. But it's as simple as that, really. That's what probably took me too long. I could have done it quicker, but I'm sweating like a whore in church right now.
No, it's okay.
But I'm just making a level, and then that's just the basics of it, and you just kind of expand off of that, and it's fucking wonderful. I'm not looking at anything. We need to add an enemy. What are we doing? There's no fucking obstacles in here. Love this drawing. There's no anything in here. Let's add this. Let's add this fucking thing in there. Okay. I keep pulling up this horrid image. I hate that thing. Let's add.
Can that be the final boss, maybe?
Yeah. We'll make that evil. Scary monster thing. That's good. We're gonna add an enemy right now.
Can you give
Oh
it
my
Dark
God,
Soul
it's-
attack?
Oh, sure, yeah. We'll have this be in here. Jesus, it's fucking massive. Shrink her down. It's on the HUD layer, so that needs to change. And for right now, we will just make this move left and right. But for the sake of not really the sake of time, but just for the sake of this being easier, I'll probably change this later. This game will be out in full and like actually playable and fun soon. Not today, because I have no fucking time. But soon, this will be a playable thing that doesn't look like complete shit. I promise. You guys have to believe me when I say that. For right now, we're gonna make this thing, this creature, an enemy. I was gonna make it like have like where it can move left and right, but I think I'm just gonna have it do this for now for the sake of time. And we're gonna have it to where when you step on it, it dies. It fucking dies. So and if you run into it, it'll kill you. So on collision with this thing, scary monster thing, if you're falling onto it, then this gets destroyed and does not, or fuck, not that. If you are on the floor, then you get killed in real life. So let's test that out. Awesome. And we'll add like a cool like, oh, I have a fucking awesome idea. Check this out. Check this shit out. We're gonna do this. I would probably do this better in like a game that I I'm not gonna say a game I care about, but like if I was like being real and true, I'd probably do this in a better way. But we're gonna have it to where I think, let's see, this is okay. So I have it like that, and he's gonna do a cool fucking flip every time he jumps on an enemy, and he's gonna go real fast, and then when he's on the floor, then he will stop rotating any speed, and his angle will be set back to 0. So he's walking upright. But now he's gonna do a cool fucking flip when he jumps on this thing. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. I'm stupid. What am I doing? He's also got to get flung up millions and millions of miles in the air. So we'll just have him do this. So he's got a little bit of boost from killing this thing. So now he does like a cool flip. Isn't that awesome? Now he does like a cool like front flip when he jumps on things. We'll make it a little bit faster. We'll make it like real fucking fast. See if that's a little bit faster. I mean, it is gonna be a little bit faster. He's so fast. He's doing like weird like he's freaking out. All right, so now it's faster, and now we gotta test. Don't do that. Don't even do that to me right now. So now what happens? He's fucking dead when you run into it. And that's like a basic enemy. So yeah. So now we can add more shit. What are these on? Are these just on a background layer? Yeah, we'll fuck it. Actually, yeah, we'll put these all on its own layer. Platforms. These all in one layer. Okay. So now we can we have something. We have the very basics of something, obviously. This isn't a complete product. This isn't anything. But I guess to kind of go a little bit off script, this looks silly, and it is very silly. This is dumb. But the point is that if you really want to give something like this a try and you've never done it before, there are tools out there where you can do this, and it's not that difficult if you're willing to try it out. Because, like I said, I've been using this program for 10 years, and this is basically where I started out. I was able to pull this out in 30 minutes. I mean, it's a little not much for 30 minutes, but this would have taken me multiple days to figure out when I was first starting out. And if you start out, it'll probably take you multiple days to figure something out like this. It's just going to happen. This all seems probably very trivial and easy if you're somewhat acquainted with this. But for people who aren't, this is like, how are you doing? This is crazy. That's going so fast. But something like this can actually lead you into, making something like this, which is my major project, which I probably shouldn't be showing off, but I want to show off that something like this is silly and stupid, but it can lead to making crazy stuff that you can be proud of. And the thing I'm going to show you right now is something I'm very proud of. It's not done yet, but this is basically the process of that. If it loads. Yeah. it can lead you into making really, really cool stuff that is worth your time. People want to see, and you can do all sorts of crazy stuff with this. I'm not going to show much of this, but this is just kind of an example of why game development is amazing and why it's fun to do stuff like this. So, obviously the platformer we were just making is very silly in comparison, but it's fun to do stuff like this. And you can make really cool, really amazing stuff when you try and learn new things. I don't know why you didn't learn that, but yeah, I won't show off much of this because that's not what this panel is about. But that's pretty much all I wanted to do today. And I will finish this game and make it into something. I'll look through the general chat and add more of your crazy shit that you had in here. I don't know if I'll get through everything, but I will go through here and add as much as I can. I think I'm going to end the stream now, and then I'll be doing questions, unless you want me to do more, which I totally can.
No, that's okay. I'm just curious. Is it possible?
That was like a whole like schizo rant. That was so fast.
Is it possible to have it so when you die in the game, you die in real life?
Yeah, I can like have it to where you get sent to hell.
Oh, that'd be great.
But yeah, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. Yeah, like this button, and then I think that's good. Unless you guys want me to do more, I can do more. But I went through that all really quickly. I don't know if that was worth anyone's time.
No, it was great.
No, that was really cool.
But yeah, that's pretty much it.
I think it showed some kind of neat, important stuff, maybe.
Yeah, and so, like I said, that was a very silly example of stuff. Mm-hmm. But when you are starting out, seeing stuff like that is important. Like, you have to understand that, like, what I made is technically shitty, but for someone who's starting out, making something like that is really impressive. And people need to understand that starting out is an impressive feat, because that game, that little stupid thing where you collect a fish, is way better than someone who's like, I'm going to make a game one day and never does. And that'll always be true. That will always be the reality of everything, no matter if it's art, if it's your job, if it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Just doing something, trying something is way more worth your time than just thinking about starting something or never starting something at all. Just do stuff for the fun of it. And now we can go into serious questions where I'm going to talk more like an actual developer and less like an insane schizophrenic man just talking out of his ass. Do you want to read me off the questions? Or I can read them off myself?
No, I got you.
I'm gonna read through the general chat as well. I want to see what people were talking about while this was happening.
Sure. Blue Monday asks over on Discord, where can I get a Gappy plush?
I don't. You can't right now. I do have a few made. But my personal life, I didn't make them myself. My girlfriend made them, but me and my girlfriend actually just separated a few days ago. So Gappy plushies will not be coming out anytime in the future.
The production line has been halted.
Future.
I see.
The production line has been halted, but it may be through another avenue. I'll get them made. But the ones that I have will not be for sale.
Forge Frog asks, Levi, can you please release a game mode where Gappy is brown and has 0.015 movement speed and no jump?
Yes, that'll be added.
Great.
And you laugh, but that will be added, Forge Frog. Maybe not as a game mode, but I'll add a weird cheat code. I promised Owen, and Owen, not Owen, I don't actually know his username, but Newgrounds friend of mine, Owen, has held me to a promise for 2 years that I need to add a library that like has like public domain books in it, so that in China it can be like a weird like entryway for books to be made, and I'm keeping that promise. I'm not funny. Letting go of that. That will happen. That will be something that people will experience.
Alistair over on Discord. What makes a game fun in your opinion? That's a good question.
Honestly, what I find fun in games is going to differ from everyone who makes games. Everyone finds something different in games. My answer, I get asked that a lot, and that my answer always kind of changes. But what I've found fun in games recently, and I was kind of talking about this during Andyland's panel if people were looking in the general chat, is not really so much fun, but what I find important about making games, or like what I find important in games, is treating them like actual art forms instead of just making something for the sake of making something. Not in the sense of like not trying, but like in the sense of, how do I put this in a way that makes sense? I'll try and actually just answer the question instead of like being weird about it. I find games fun, or what I find fun in games is honestly, I like a little bit of everything. I think games, even bad games, good games, have some sense of fun. I love the sense of um shared what's the fuck? I'm trying to like word this in a way that makes sense. I feel like I'm blanking on what I'm trying to say. Like a sense of socialness to it. I don't know how to describe it, but I love video games, and I love making things that people may not entirely love, but what I like to make and what I think could be fun for people is trying new things and mixing things together. It's a hard question to answer because I find a lot of different things fun about games, and I don't really know how to put my finger on one. But kind of just trying things out is always fun. Testing things. Because some things work, some things don't. That's how it is.
Belyev's Fox, I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, says, have you tried playing your games on a TV?
Yes. The game I showed off at the very end, Gappy, I play on my CRT all the time because I'm weird and I like seeing it on a CRT. I think it looks cool. And playing it on playing your game with a controller and on a TV makes it feel much more real than it does like playing in front of a monitor, because when I'm at my computer it's work mode.
Yeah.
And then when I'm playing on a TV it's like I'm actually playing a video game that like I could have played in my mind. I like a kid or like my child self could be playing, I guess, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
I was just gonna say I remember playing Gappy at the office and I wanted to kill myself.
Oh yeah. Watching I wish I would have recorded people playing Gappy at the office, at the Newgrounds office, because it was insanely cool and it really felt really special. And even at the time, that game was not as good as it is now at that time. So everyone better be excited for when Gappy comes out, or else I'll start punching holes in my wall.
I'm definitely excited because I got immediately invested once I kept dying on that like the propeller section, and I was flying up, and I just couldn't.
Okay, yeah. That's actually important. I'll answer. I like in games, what I think make games fun is variety. I'm making a platformer with tight movement, but I don't love that every tight movement platformer is just that and nothing else. Why not make games more fun and like experimental? Your game, like this kind of awakening happened to me when I played Celeste, because everyone in here is gonna get mad at me, but I did not enjoy Celeste, and I think that game has kind of like rotted the brains of a lot of game developers into thinking that they need to make games that are just like squeezing as much of the like platformer genre to the like you're gonna have fun. We're gonna squeeze it all out. We're gonna squeeze the fun out of this platforming, all of it. And it's like you can just relax. Like you can have the game be fun and also mix it up. It's not just gonna be a platformer. I don't know. I don't know if that's a weird take, but
nah, I agree. If there's not variety, it's like I'm just doing the same thing with a new like
exactly. Like a game can
palette.
be fun and hard, but like I think also like a big point is that Super Meat Boy kind of inspired that, where it's like, oh, like here's 20 levels and you're just doing the same thing over and over again, but it's hard, so it's fun. It's like it's fun, but like I want to see new stuff. Like everyone's every like indie developers like we're indie games are like the future, and like we're pushing the medium, and it's like if we're just making games that are like toys and like not much else, then are we really pushing the medium of game development? Why not? Everyone has this creative freedom. All these indie developers have all this freedom outside of, like boardrooms and all these like higher ups that are like this needs to happen. This needs to be done this way. Why not push it? Like I was talking earlier in the general chat, like I love adding random shit that doesn't matter in the background of my games, because that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it feel indie or like an art form, or an art piece, less than like just here is a game product that you can buy and you can play for 60 hours It's like I'm making art for you. I made a painting for you, but it's digital and you can play around in it. That's how I treat it, at least, and that's what I find fun with it.
Uh, Over on YouTube, Creaturenoid asks, "What was your first game like? Do you still have the file, or is it gone now?"
I I do have I the first game I made was an auto runner, and it was also my first game I ever made was a Gappy game. Just plain and simple. I loved that little green square guy. Um, it was an auto runner, and it was really shitty, and it had no audio. And the version of Gappy, the first Gappy on Newgrounds, or Gappy 1 on Newgrounds is a remake of that first game that I made. Um, and I don't have the like programming files for it, but I have the built version of it that I plan on uploading on Newgrounds the day that Gappy's Adventure releases on Steam, so that people can play the very first game I ever made, because it's also a Gappy game, and the Steam game version of Gappy is getting released on my 10th anniversary of being a game developer, which is September 5th. So I guess that's a pseudo release date or announcement right here, because that's gonna happen.
Breaking news.
Breaking news. That's just what's gonna happen.
Fault Sama on Discord asks, "Do you have any advice about scope creep?"
I'm probably a really bad person to ask that question for, because I just told you that I love adding a bunch of random shit.
Yeah.
I think that depending on what you're adding, scope creep can be really bad. But I also think you should understand that when you're making art, you should let the process of you being creative feel free. It shouldn't be like I have to stay in line, and like if I go out of line, then I'm scope creeping. I'm gonna make this too big. You have to keep yourself in check to a certain degree, but don't keep yourself like so straight on the arrow, like I have to stay in line because I don't want to get this too out of hand. Be realistic, but don't be afraid to truly push yourself and try to do something maybe a little bit too big for you're big for your britches, because if you don't push yourself, if you keep are like, well, that's a bit too complicated, that's going to ruin the scope of this, then you're never really going to grow as an artist or developer or anything. If you think about adding a mechanic that is kind of tacked on at the last minute, that's too complicated, probably. But if you, like I said, it's all kind of context sensitive. Just don't add on shit that doesn't matter. Keeping your core game design simple will keep the scope creep from getting out of hand. Because usually if you're adding a bunch of random big shit, it's usually because you have to fix the core idea. If you're adding stuff that's fun outside of the core idea, then that's usually not scope creep. That's usually you enjoying making what you're making and having fun with it, which is what you should be focused on that first and foremost, unless you're trying to make money, which in that hand you shouldn't be doing this. You should make games because they're fun, and if the money comes, the money comes. If you're gonna have to get a day job, then get a day job. Sorry.
Yeah, if you want to make money making games, just make Minecraft with guns.
Yeah, if you want to make
Minecraft
money from
guns.
making games, you should have went to school to be a doctor, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Over on Discord, Ash1Car, if I'm pronouncing it, I'm sorry. What are some key things that make collaboration between an artist and a game developer work well?
That's a hard question for me to answer as well, because I'm kind of a control freak. Usually when I reach out to other artists, it's usually when it's something that is outside of the game or like something I don't know about. I reach out to a lot of musicians. I usually have people do audio stuff because I don't enjoy doing audio at all for anything. I just don't enjoy it. Communication's really important. You guys have to have, show them what you're working on. Don't just be like, hey, I have this vague idea. Can you make something for me? Kind of go into detail about what you want and talk about the project. Make sure that they are chill with the project and that they kind of mesh with it. There's been times in the past where I've had people come on and I'm like, hey, I would love you to work on this, and they work on it, and it's like, I don't think your vibe matches to the vibe of this project as I thought you did. So keeping that in mind is really important too. But also in that, just talk to them, see what happens, kind of be willing to let go of your perfect vision and be like, you know what, I actually really respect what you did for that, and kind of just go with the flow. But I'm also I'm very kind of lax with my musicians. I trust everyone that I'm working with, and I the people that I have working for me or with my projects, I'm usually like they know a lot more about this than I do in terms of like what they're doing, not maybe the whole project as a whole, but um, that's pretty much all I can give you is just talk to them, be communicative. If you really don't like something, be like, hey, I don't think this really works. Just be assertive with what you're doing, but be willing to listen to other people's ideas and their own takes on stuff.
Yeah, well, we get other questions piling in. I definitely think what you said before about scope creep is really important. There's definitely a strong difference between uh, like your game having no vision and you just adding things to make game happen or adding things to your
Exactly,
pipeline,
yeah.
or versus
Mhm.
like I just want to like I have my game, I know what my idea is, but I'm just like, oh, wouldn't it be fun if I did this? Wouldn't it be fun if I did that? You know, there's
Exactly.
definitely
If
a
you're
huge difference.
yeah, if you're keeping yourself from adding stuff for the sake of avoiding that scope creep, then your game is going to feel soulless and it's not going to feel like you made it. It's going to feel like numbers and visuals, and I guess that's technically a video game, but it won't be good.
Yeah. Over on YouTube, Why Tinfoil Man asks, when did you know you wanted to try to make a fully fleshed game?
Uh, Ever since I was a kid, I've always loved video games. Um, it's always something I've wanted to do, but when I was a kid, I thought I was too stupid to do it. So I just kind of stopped trying, and then uh, around the time I got my first laptop when I was like 13, uh, I was looking more into it, and I just gave it a whack in the dark. I loved that was around the time I also watched Indie Game the movie. So
Mm,
Ed McMillan and that movie kind of were like, if they can do it, if they can try it and do it, like why can't I? Because like I kind of aligned a lot with how Ed McMillan was raised and all of his beliefs and his view on things, and I was like, I love that. So I gave it a try, and then I just kept trying and I made small project after small project, and I just kind of kept going, and then I I'm here. But also, I a lot of things that I did back then I wish I would have done differently, because I think the things I did back then held me back to being who I could have been now, but I'm here now, and I don't know. If you want to try to make something, if you really in your heart of hearts know that like what you want to make is what you want to make, then you'll just do it. It's just how it is.
um, got a few more. Probably got some more people piling in with questions, but I will say as a
It's a great gift, by the way, tennis ball. It's a wonderful gift. I love that.
as a as a fan of your work, we've talked about
hmm
this. I like your games.
Yep. Yeah.
I still play Shoot Trip Die every once in a blue moon. On a
Crazy.
download. Um,
Crazy.
I remember we had a quick like interaction. I think it was either through Discord or whatever, or even maybe it was in person, where I was like, "Nah, man, like this game, like I feel like people that play this, like they don't get it, bro. Like it's the perfect game to just like I'm on Discord with my friends and we're talking, and I'm
I
like a
think
little
you did talk
stoned.
to me over Discord.
Yeah, I'm a
I
little stoned,
noticed.
and I'm just like, ah,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is just
yeah.
like perfect. I
hmm
just turned my brain off, and you were like, yes. Like, do you feel like people like they're sometimes not getting the point of games that they play? Like, do you feel like it's just like they're like, you're not getting
Oh,
it? It's like
yeah,
you're
for
supposed to just
sure.
have fun, bro. Just like, sit there and play it.
Yeah, exactly. I agree to that 100%. I think a lot of people have a lot of hatred towards retro games for the same reason, because they view it as like it needs to be perfect or it's not worth playing. And it's like games can be a lot more than just the game you're playing, which I
Mm-hmm.
know sounds crazy, but like I love a lot of NES era games, and I won't lie, most of them aren't good, but they
True.
also have a lot of charm that goes out of just what you're playing.
Yeah.
A lot of like the mystique and the mysteriousness of them still holds like water today. And I think us forgetting what makes the games in the past, maybe not perfect, but what made them alluring in the first place can be applied to games that are made today. I think that specifically in the case of Shoot Trip Die, there is a lot going, like looking back, I know that I fucked up. I wish I could do things better, but every time I try and go back and fix something, I'm like, this goes against what I was making when I was making it. And
Yeah.
I feel like it's kind of like a weird like revisionist thing where it's like I wish I could have changed this. And it's like, no, this had to happen. I think if Shoot Trip Die didn't happen, Gappy wouldn't have happened. So I can't like alter that because then I would be doing a disservice to the game I'm working on now. And in all honesty, when I was making Shoot Trip Die, I thought that was going to be like the thing that was my magnum opus. But working on Gappy, I think Gappy is going to be my magnum opus. And then in 10 odd years, I'm going to be looking back and be like, man, I can't believe that I thought that was my magnum opus. But I don't know. It's games are crazy. Making games is crazy, and I just love doing it. And I think people need to understand that games can be enjoyed on like a social level instead of like this like weird like lonely isolating thing. Like you can talk to people about games that you play, and there's more substance in like what you're looking at and what you're listening to and what you're playing. It just kind of, it's a human experience almost. It's like it's for me, because I'm like developing some weird schizophrenia, it's like almost a religious experience to absorb everything that people make, especially in terms of video and indie games. I've kind of learned a lot from just playing more as I've gotten older. I don't know. I don't know if any of that fucking made sense,
it definitely makes sense. I'm sitting here nodding my head, going like, like yes, King.
You're like sipping wine. You're like, yes, yeah.
It's I definitely think that the communal aspect of games is kind of slowly moving away, and not obviously when it comes to online multiplayer, because that's
exactly
that exists now.
People,
I mean, like sitting down on the couch
single player games is people view single player games as like this lonely experience. It's like, you can talk to people about what you experienced, and like I think people talk about like, oh, you can't like older games because you're gonna have like a nostalgia factor for it. It's like, yeah, this game meant a lot to me. That's gonna go into what I like about it. Like I'm a big proponent of old school Minecraft because of the design of old school Minecraft, but also like, yeah, it means a lot to me. Games are art. You can't, if you judge a painting by just what it is, then you're a fucking loser, man.
Yeah.
Like you have to judge art like a beautiful painting off of like what it makes you feel. It's an emotional thing. A human art is always going to be emotional, no matter how much you try and remove emotion from it. It's a disservice to people creating things.
Yeah, I always feel like people miss out on when me and my friends hang out in person, we'll pop on like a single player game and kind of just like watch one of our friends play it, or we'll take turns.
Yeah.
Or, like, just even when I was a kid, like that's what you do. You turn on the N64 and we'd sit there and play Donkey Kong, or put on the PS2 and play Time Splitters, or it's just like you just sit back and chill out. And I feel like that communal experience is gone.
Exactly.
My
words exact.
One more question over on YouTube. Clinker's Gas. I got that right. What is your personal favorite video game and why?
That is, I think I'd have to say The Binding of Isaac, but I don't even know I don't know. I don't like have a favorite game, but I think The Binding of Isaac's always going to be like the most important game to me ever. So I think it's going to have to be that. I would like to answer one more question though, because I can slip it in. I promise.
No, it wasn't slipping it in. It was just that there's not here. Yeah. Because some of them people are asking the same things, so you've already been answering. Because you're actually, remember how much would be self-deprecating. You're doing a pretty.
Did I not answer
job.
this already?
What?
Did I not answer? What's your inspiration to be a game?
Oh, you did.
What's your inspiration to be a game designer?
Yeah,
okay.
you did. You did
I wanted to talk about, because I heard someone asked Andyland what games have inspired him when he made games, and I want to answer a similar question.
Yeah, sure.
Because I had a different answer. I think people with game developers, they focus too much on what games have inspired them, what pieces of art have inspired them to make games. When you are looking for inspiration, this is just something I want to give to all people in here that make art, whatever. Making art is more than just consuming art. You need to go outside. You need to talk to people and like live a life that's worth living. Not to be like super hippie and like a libtard right now, but some of the most biggest inspirations for the game, for Gappy right now, is places that I've been, not games specifically, but like the world. I've been traveling a lot in the past few years. I've been given the privilege to travel a lot in the last few years, and that's been a huge inspiration and a huge kind of twist in my mind. And and like how I go about designing games and like how I go about making art and talking to people outside of like people who make art, you know. It's talk to everyone. Live your life. If you want to make art that's great and wonderful and people like people look at and enjoy, you need to go reach the world around you. There is a lot more to life than just making art all day and like making games all day and looking at art all day. Go talk to your mom. Call your mom right now after this panel.
Call your mom.
Call your mom. Call your mom after this panel. Talk to her. Ask her about her day. Ask her about like, hey, what's a random memory you have? When you go to the store, talk to the cashier about like if they have a button on, like, oh, that's a cool button. Just talk to people. Maybe I'm too outgoing and like I'm too willing to talk to people. I get that people are, you know, a little bit more socially autistic, or maybe I'm socially autistic in like a weird, like scary way, but like go have fun. Don't worry about making the latest, greatest thing right now, because if you're just constantly focusing on that, you won't. Go enjoy your life. Most of you are like in your early to mid 20s. Go fucking have fun. Call your mom now. I like that image. That was good.
Go touch grass. Go touch grass.
Go talk to your mom. Go talk to your dad. Go the other day, I saw it raining and snowing at the same time. And it was a religious experience for me. It was beautiful. I'd never seen such a thing. It was both raining big snowflakes, and it was raining hard. And it was a crazy thing I'd never seen before. And it almost made me cry because I was like, this is a beautiful moment that like I don't know if I'll ever see this again. Maybe I'm crazy, but I love that. I love nature, and I love ghosts, and I love the world. Yeah. You need to love the world. You need to love people.
Yeah, having some.
That's
take
it.
It all in. Take it all in, man.
Yeah, just take it all in.
I think that's a great note to end on.
Yep.
Listen, thank you so much, as always.
96% is your mom listening right now. Take your headphones off. Let me talk to your mom right now. Let me talk to your mom.
Have your mom make a Discord account and hop on stage real quick. Talk to your mom.
All right, but that's enough of me blabbering. I hope everyone in this chat is beautiful, and I love you.
Thanks.
And everything's gonna be wonderful. If if anyone ever in here needs anything on YouTube, on anything, feel free to message me. It's an open door. I love you.
Love you too, bud.
And I need to see you, Annie Slug. I need to see you again soon.
I know.
I'm losing my damn mind.
We'll hang out soon.
I need to see Newgrounds people in person.
We'll hang out soon. I'm working on hopefully getting a meetup together. We'll see.
Beautiful. Also, this game that I made today will probably be available in a week. I'm moving right now, so I can't get it done in the day like I did with Laundry Detergent Quest, but it'll be out soon.
And we'll definitely be posting links to that in the announcements in Discord. So check that out. And then maybe the community page on YouTube? Question mark. Do we have access? Do we have access to that? Yeah. So
we do.
Yeah. Great. Well, thank you so much, Levi. I appreciate you
problem.
as always. Thanks for taking the time.
Of course.
Looking forward to playing Dick Ghost.
Whatever this is. Dick Ghost. We gotta think of a name right now. Dick Ghost. Dark Souls 4.
Dark Souls 4. Yeah, Dark Souls 4. Please call it Dark Souls 4.
Dark Souls 4. Hell yeah. I'm naming the project that right now. Dark Souls 4. Awesome.
Make sure you have like the beginning part like from software.
Yeah, I'll add like a really I'll make it look real nice. I promise. I'll make it look real good. All right. All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, Levi.
Goodbye.
Thank you again for joining us.
Of course. Bye, everyone. Goodbye.
All right.
So
as usual, yes.
Oh my God!
Yes.
You're alive!
Yes.
We thought you died.
I thought I died
slimy.
too. You know, I was about ready to come to terms with it. I had shimmied off my mortal coil. No more Newgrounds. I'm taking up like interpretive dance or something. But no.
This is beautiful.
God looked me in the eyes and said, "You're not fucking done.
You're not done.
You're not
soldier.
done yet.
Get up, samurai."
I'm so glad that you're alive and living.
Right
as we're about to throw everyone outside.
Right. Oh yeah. That intermission's next, isn't it?
We're gonna kick everyone to the curb and get the fuck out of here.
You know how we were just saying, like,
Holy
go touch
shit.
grass? Like, go touch grass for real this time.
Yeah. Welcome back to Nickelodeon Day of Play. We're gonna be
Oh God,
we're gonna be
the Nickelodeon Day of Play.
Yeah, the channel is off. No. Yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out. It's not over yet. It is not over yet. We still have Stratemeyer's comics and character design, and we have the character design war with
Oh yes,
Cube Sona, my favorite. That is my favorite.
That's always a good time. That's always a good time.
So stay tuned for that, and we're going to be heading into our intermission. So thank you guys so much, and we will talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
See you in a bit. I just got here. Fuck. Which was done by Bacon. Thanks to that man. Palm also did the one with the shot.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio. Visit us at www.newgrounds.com.
to the mic before they just pull me out of the stage. Each scene of my life is a movie, but it took 10 whole years for a take. New flows and they all so wavy, you know what I mean when you see my face. Put one word to the mic before they just pull me out up on stage. 003. 003. Way back when I never saw this scene. I was out here chasing a dream, that's why I've been a decent 003. 003. Way back when I never saw this scene. I was out here chasing a dream, that's why I've been a decent 003. 003. 003. 003. again, just wondering when we're gonna be fine. I've got my alarm clock blaring that it's 12 a.m. Way past when we'd be out like a light. Now I'm not used to these fights that ensue, and I've never had a reason to hide. You can look through my phone and my texts and snaps, but you won't find anything that would hurt you inside. I think we both know that we've been alone for so long that I guess we have to learn how to trust. But I can just promise you through everything that I'm not gonna be giving up. Maybe we knew it couldn't be. Maybe we knew the truth. Maybe we knew it wouldn't work, but we needed something to lean into. You were always there even on my worst day. You were always there even on my birthday. When I realized that all of the friends I needed couldn't make it to see me, and I thought truly there was no one that cared. But there you were. But I guess you saw something different, and you really tried your hardest to stay. So is it the truth? Is this really all that's left? Just some memories of laughs we used to share. I guess I'll take it over having nothing at all.
Welcome to Newgrounds Radio, where the underground goes overground. Visit us at newgroundsradio.com, and of course, where it all began, newgrounds.com.
Welcome back, everybody, to Newgrounds Winterfest 2025. Hope you enjoyed that intermission hosted by you, but enjoyed listening to the Newgrounds Radio. Remember, you can always listen to the Newgrounds Radio on newgrounds.com. Listen to the beautiful music over there. I know I was bumping to that R&B track, Maybe by Satellite. That went hard. I'm going to look that up later and download that. But now we are back to... Oh my God, the panel names are wrong. I never changed it. Hold on, give me a second. We are here with Strad to
It's me.
do his panel,
Hey,
talking about
guys.
making comics and characters badly with multiple exclamation points.
Is that what it said? I thought it said Broly.
Characters
also
Broly.
thought it
Oh, it
said
is said Broly. No, it's just badly.
Does it say Broly?
Is it? No, it's.
badly.
I thought it was badly.
Does it say badly? Well, you're gaslighting me.
Oh my God.
I'm not gaslighting you. For
Hold
what?
on, wait. I don't know. For fun?
Where the fuck is Broly at?
Oh, that does say badly. What?
Yeah, it's just badly.
It looks like Broly. I thought I was like, okay, this is like
I need
the Broly and I had a bit, and we were like, she was like, okay, can you make it say Broly with exclamation points?
You know what? No, you're right.
And
I admit it. I changed it this morning from Broly to badly. My bad.
I don't know anymore. I don't know anymore. I'm scared. I pissed myself. And I'm crying, but that's okay. I'm ready. I'm ready for this darn tootin' panel.
Okay.
Hey guys, it's me, Stratemeyer, and welcome to my panel. It's me. I'm actually Professor Grobles. Stratemeyer's not here, but the professor's in the house. The panel's in session. It's time for y'all to lock in, my jits. That's it. That's not a slur, right? Anyway, who am I? I'm the guy who worked on Dead Estate, the roguelike with like hot men and women and other stuff. I also made this Goons one-shot comic that people surprisingly seem to really like. And I'm very, very grateful for that, even though it's just a one-shot. I also made Kevil, if any of you remember that. It's a pilot from like, I don't know, 4 years ago now. I'm still very proud of that. But yeah, that's me. That's who I am. I don't know if you know me or not, but I'm here. And we're going to talk about comics and character design very badly, as you can fucking tell. I prepared this right before this entire event. You can tell. So, what we're gonna talk about today, I should probably look at the panel or the chat to see if people are asking questions, but I'm not taking questions yet. Okay, so comics. We're gonna start with paneling. And well, the first thing I want to bring up is you should really read Scott McCloud's Making Comics, and he has other 3 parts. I haven't read those, but when I was a kid, I got this comic. I got this book from at a very young age, and until now, I actually haven't even read it recently. But the points made in this book have been so strong. I still remember them until this day, and I will very badly and amateurishly relay some of the lessons from this book here.
because that's all I know about comics. I'm just I'm just flowing. I'm just riding off the seat of my tail. I don't really know what I'm doing, but people seem to like it, so I will impart my knowledge onto you. So, my first uh my first point here is to lead the reader's eyes. Now, what does that freaking mean, Professor Goebbels? Well, there's something called the zigzag method or something, if I remember. Now, what's the freaking zigzag method? Well, you know how if you're an English reader or a language that reads their text from left to right, your eyes will go in a zigzag way. Honestly, even if it's right to left, it'll still go zigzag. It'll just go the other way around. But that's how you want to lead your viewers' eyes, because um that's how it should be. That's how you get the flow of the page, right? And it applies to like panels. It applies to speech bubbles when inside the panels, right? And um keeping this in mind, having you're forcing the reader to look at your art in a way. So for example, like your art is here, their eye line is going to go through, so you're manipulating your readers. You could even have like a speech. No, the thing is, you can't um how do I say this? You should try to keep a flow state, a zigzag state, because you can't just have like this speech bubbles like here and here and expect them to follow it. You have to expect, you have to kind of predict the flow of the reader's eyes, right? Um yeah. So that's a zigzag method. So write that down. I'll give you time to write some notes. But yes, yes, good. Take notes. Take notes. Thank you. The next lesson is pacing between panels, which basically means that the little space between each panel in a comic is a is basically like a the time between uh one panel from the other. So if it's a very very short space between it, it's probably happening immediately after that beat. So it can be dialogue, very snappy dialogue. It can be very snappy action scenes. As you can see, he's fucking punching the shit out of that guy. And again, the way I composed this already, it's kind of a zigzag already. Like it leads your eye flowing to one direction to the other, even if there's no speech bubble or anything like that. And so that indicates like very short distance between panels, and longer distance kind of depicts a slower pace between dialogue. So there's a pause between these two characters, even below to the next panel. There's a there's a sense of there's breaths being taken. There, there's there's a pause. You wanna take in what's happening. So it can happen with dialogue. It can also happen with action if there's long pauses between the punching. And it can also depict like how the characters are feeling. Um so you can see these two characters, they're drifting apart, and for the end of the page, they've gotten even further. So it's just that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff you apply to your comic, right? So you got the zigzag maneuver. I'm gonna keep going back to the zigzag maneuver because over the years, I don't know, leading the eye. It's kind of a graphic design principle that you can really apply to almost anything, like to really composition. So by the end of this class, you will have learned a little more. So comic making is a lot like storyboarding, right? But it's more liberating because instead of storyboarding, not to say it's not, you can't be creative, but you are kind of confined to. Why did my brush become yellow? It's a piss brush. Hello. Okay. Okay. What? eh, Dude. Oh, it's the layer. Okay. Yeah. This is instead of a sequential format, which storyboards are limited to. They have to be. You can tell your story in a very unique way, however you want it. So you can start with a wide establishing shot of two characters, and you go here and what the hell? His freaking arm is poking out of the panel. You can go crazy like that. You can go freaking crazy, and he's like talking to the camera like he's fucking Deadpool. He's like, yes, I can. What the fuck? He's Deadpool? What the what the F are you doing here, little bro? Bring back the piss brush? Ooh, well, yeah, so that technique, I don't know if there's a fucking name for it. It's called characters are popping out of the panel technique. But this trick is effing freaking cool, right? So the way like this trick is fucking cool, right? But you have to use it sparingly because when your page is littered with panels that like for example, every fucking page just has characters popping out of their panels, it's gonna be extremely jarring. You're not, your eye isn't gonna know where to go, unless the whole page is for that. Like it's like, I don't know, Lupin the Third escaping through like a bunch of rooms, and you want to convey that he's kind of able to go anywhere he likes. And then but that's sparingly. It's not something that happens throughout your whole comic. Um, so you want to time it. You want to pace it. Use it for emphasis. Use it for like to emphasize like like an action, like a punch. Like if someone is I'm just gonna convey it here. If someone is they're at the end of their argument, and the the character just punches the guy at the end of the at the other side of the panel, just to convey like, hey, can you shut up? I'm gonna cut you off, and it's gonna break the fourth wall in a sense to emphasize a moment. But also, like I said, it can get really messy. Make sure there's an intentional flow that can lead the eye and avoid cluttering. So when I say there's an intentional flow, like here you have this big, only two panel page, and he's kind of imposing. He's an imposing figure. The speech bubble sticking out, and then you have the cigarette sticking out. But oh, there's a flow. Wait, you're looking here, and then you're looking at the cigarette, and the ashes are dropping down to the panel, and this is the guy he's talking to, and you know that because it's a flow. It's a zigzag maneuver. It's all a fucking circle. You know, it's all connected. It's I know that guy. he wears he wears suits, but not as good as I do. Good old Professor Grobles. You know. Hey, hey, come on, eh? Hey, hey, come on, it's me, huh? It's me, eh? Okay, sorry. Uh, yeah, lead the eye. Lead the eye. We always go back to leading that goddamn motherfucking eyeball. Fucking shit. And avoid cluttering. So, like I said, I feel like this should have gone as the first slide in this thing. Maybe this should have gone first. Whatever. I'm not a professor. I'm sorry. But that's a cool trick. So to recap, so far, this is like the most important thing for me as a comic artist, which I think maybe is why the Goons one shot resonated with a lot of people, despite only being 16 pages and very short. Use the zigzag method. Have be aware of the pacing between your panels. Um, and utilize this, but sparingly. Be smart about it. Think about it. And I mean, all of this is really the grander scheme of a position. What composition? It's all about composition. What I've been talking about, it's really all in the umbrella of composition. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? So I think you have all heard of the rule of thirds, and I think I was supposed to draw under this. I made this like 5 hours ago, and I already am forgetting what I meant to do. But the rule of thirds is basically your for example in cinema, your screen is split into three parts, and what you usually want to do is fill up the spaces kind of in like a hierarchy of parts. I I know all these rules. I don't know the proper language for it. But for example, you want like a bunch of buildings over here, right? And then it diminishes more and more into a focal point here, and it's like I don't know. There's a fountain here or something, and the principle is supposed to make it uh it all works to a focal point at this third of the screen, and it works the same way really with a comic book panel. So you could have um like your dialogue starts here, so a dialogue, and then the panels you can start to make them fatter, and there's more stuff, and then the last one is kind of like a big shot, and I do use that a lot with Goons. Let me try to find a page for that, and I wish I drew comics more because you'd be like, oh, this guy must make a lot of fucking comics. I wish I had the time for that, but I'm gonna aim to do that very soon. But I do have some pages that are an example of that, and maybe people who make more comics than I do will be like, oh, arguably, you're wrong. Shut the fuck up. But you know what? They can shut the fuck up. Let me try to find a page that conveys this well. So here, this is kind of like an applicable page for that. There's a rule of thirds kind of thing going on here. So if you can split this up into, oh, that's awful, white. If you can split this up into thirds, right? So it's very complicated over here. Lots of little elements. Sorry, I know. Gore warning. My bad. Uh, a lot of little elements here, and then it kind of it cones into this, and then the final element. This is one singular thing, very simple. Um, Let me look for another page that might have this. Oh, whoa, the character is like really beautiful. This could apply. two characters, and then it kind of also rule of thirds. Now it, like I said, it like what I said earlier. Actually, I didn't say it earlier. It doesn't always have to be like kind of like a diminishing uh kind of flow. It can also be like, you know, 2, 3, and then there's a lot here. So yeah, it's kind of a diminished flow. I'm full of shit. It's just the other way around. Now, I'm not saying you have to do it like this, but it's kind of along the principle of uh rule of thirds. You don't have to. This is very subjective. Um, but that's kind of the gist of it. When it comes to rule of thirds. So I'll move on to the next part. It's the same principle, leading the eyes. You have to lead those goddamn eyes. Oh, I literally had a page already open where I was gonna draw over it. That's good job, Professor Grumbles. But yeah, like I said, oh, Clip Studio is lagging for me. This is the horror panel. Sorry, I'm a horror artist. My bad. But yeah, same thing. Like I said, you're leading the eyes, and it kind of goes into like focal points in your piece as well. So this gets a little deep, but in the third and every third here, there's kind of a focal point. Focal point being the color white, and this is going into like, oh, use colors to the blah blah blah. You don't have to do that. It's kind of very specific here, but the through line is kind of like these are the focal points of each third, and it, you know, makes it line up very neatly. Very rudimentary class on graphic design, I suppose. Um, uh, but it is about leading the eye, right? So you're led to look here, and then the fucking goes all the way around. You're looking at everything. Try to force your reader to look at your entire. This applies for just like illustrations as well. Just force your viewer to look at your art. Be like, hey man, this is my fucking art. You're gonna look at it. So you're gonna like basically manipulate the eye into all sorts of all across the canvas. But you don't want it to be messy. That's why they're like focal points. Same here. Um, might go back to the zigzag maneuver with this one. So dialogue, can you smell this? You're kind of looking at this whole thing. You're looking at the hammer in his nose, which leads you here. He rips off his nose, and your eye is automatically led to just follow all this action, right? So a little bit of the zigzag maneuver in play there, right? Here is more of a rule of thirds kind of thing. Big shot over here, and then it kind of diminishes into smaller panels. But also, and this where leading the eye is. Did I undo something? I didn't mean to. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where am I? Okay. The uh here. So big shot over here. This guy is where you want it. So it's zigzag maneuver again. So I want you to look here. You end up here, and then it goes here. You're following this lady, goon number 16 jumping. You're looking goon number 50 preparing a punch, and hopefully this page is a little messy. I will admit, but I that was kind of the point. It's a big fight. So you hopefully you're from here. You're like, oh, okay. So it naturally leads into that. Um, and even though it's at the bottom, you're like, oh, you know that this is the first panel in the sequence, and since this movement is going up, you're led to here, to goo number 16 jumping, and number 9's about to throw chain. It goes into this guy's fucking head. She lands. and hopefully, since I was trying to lead with colors here to lead the reader, so it leads right to this panel where she decapitates a bunch of guys with chains, and that. So it's a very weird zigzag, but it's still a zigzag. So yeah, it's all fucking connecting, man. So here I have a lot of cool tips for you, but if we need a recap, let me know. If you need me to slow down, let me know. It's all connected. It's all connected, and my name is Professor Grobles. But Soul Connected is a really good character. Maybe that should be my Sona's name. Soul Connected. That's really good. Plus points. Plus points for I don't know if Fletcher invented it, but you get a gold star in my class. But here are some cool fucking tips. So, not referencing any art I've seen recently of a dear friend of mine. Avoid tangent lines. So what are tangent lines? So when you're doing all this kind of crazy wacky bullshit with your composition, I assume you should after this lecture, this panel rather. Um a tangent line is when, this fucking shit happens. This is supposed to be your background, and it's kind of fucky. And you go, "Oh, no." So you want to make sure that your lines do not intersect when you don't mean them to. It can happen a lot with your art. Um, but you'll be able to snuff it out when you're just, in the process of drawing, but just in the spirit of clean composition and everything. Mention shape hierarchy IDK. Okay, I kind of mentioned this already, so you guys got that right. You guys got that. Um, Lines indicate depth. Another tip for you guys: make sure this is where like the kind of principle of line weight comes in. Here they kind of look like oh, this handsome strapping young man is just slightly smaller. That's weird. Oh wait, no, he's actually behind her. Right? Makes sense. That's the so line weight um depicts depth. It's kind of here. I applied it here. The line weight is significantly. No, I don't know if it's significantly, but it's heavier compared to the shots that are farther away. Same here. Smaller lines. Or yeah, here this guy. Blah. Who's a young Who is a young man? Can you erase Green? Its name is Green with a G at the end. You not you respect him? Sorry, I don't know if you guys noticed who this character is, but he was a little out of character. Now you know. This is Green. Okay? I want you guys to take notes. He's a very he's a very powerful Nosferatu vampire. So just so you know, that guy's named Green, and he's here to indicate depth and line weight. Okay? Great. Now all of this knowledge, and you want to apply it to your fucking comic, right? But you find yourself never fucking finishing your work. And trust me, I've also been in this rut. We all have. I'm not perfect. I have a bunch of whips of animations. I have a fucking I have like a 2-year-old, I think 3-year-old animation now that has like a Milky Possum song that's never been released because I haven't finished my fucking animation because I never reached the deadline. Like I passed it. I will do it though. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Oh my god, Green. I'm gonna do it. Trust me. I'm gonna do it. But deadlines are actually good. Deadlines, they're scary and you're always chasing them, but they are good for you. Maybe this whole part might be in contradiction to the talk earlier. I hope not. But deadlines are good. The thing is with the Goons comic, um, I entered it for the Sweet 16 comic competition. I didn't make it because I was like 5 hours late when I submitted it, and that's fine. That's because I needed um I kind of needed that competition. I entered it because I wanted to prove to myself I could still make a comic. Because since before the Goons comic, I hadn't made a comic in like 5 years. So I entered it to be like, okay, there's a hard deadline, there's a hard limit to the pages. If I can do all of that, I didn't, but I still finished it anyway. So I kind of did. Uh, that was like proof I could still do it. So deadlines are great motivators. If you start working, you'll understand. So plan and lay out your stuff sometimes. And this is totally not an outline for this very panel I did like 6 hours ago. um, it's good to plan out outline your shit. It's good. It's good to make a big old fucking plan. Insert Charlie Day planning out all his bullshit in that one episode of Always Sunny with Pepe Sylvia. But don't commit to over complex panels that might impede on reaching your deadline. So really um plan out your comic here, never before seen unless you're my patron on Patreon. Whoa. Oh my god. I planned that shit out. Didn't really work well for me though because I did miss my deadline, but that's because I my lines were too clean. That's not how I intended to draw it. Another note about laying out. I made this little diagram so I could know where everyone was um in position of each other throughout like most of the comic. This whole setting is where the entire comic takes place. So I should have made a slide for this, but you should lay out like a blueprint, kind of like a blueprint top down overview. Just imagine everything's Hotline Miami. Just so you know the placement of all your characters so it's consistent. And oh my god. And when you do that, you can like place your green camera, if you will, and that's how you can plan out your shots basically. Right? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So yeah, but when you plan out your shots, uh, try to pace yourself with how complex your panels are. It's cool to have complex panels, but just don't dwell on them too much unless you have all the time in the world. Also, more tips. Don't worry too much about background detail. An establishing shot will do most of the time. This is a super subjective tip. It depends on what you're doing, really. If you want to make um the most like I don't know Kento Miura, Kentaro Miura type of shit where the backgrounds are all fucking gorgeous. Sure, if that's what you want to do, then ignore this. If that's not what you're doing, then just make an establishing shot. Those are important. Put all the background detail there, and then kind of like, when it's the back and forth. dialogue, you already know you don't need to put a background for every shot, unless you're kind of using a technique like in Oyasumi Punpun, where it's kind of a mix of photography with a posterized filter over it. You could do that probably, and set goals for yourself to avoid burnout. So similar to uh the talk earlier, if you set goals for yourself, like you set a hard, like, okay, I'm gonna do this and then I'm not gonna work on this anymore. Don't go overtime for yourself, because you don't need it. You're your own boss. You don't need to overtime yourself. Do a single establishing background panel and put everyone in the void after that. I mean, not always in the void. You don't always have to put yourself in the void or put your characters in the void, but you can sometimes to save your ass. So it's like, especially when you know where your characters are. Oops, wrong fucking thing. If you know where your characters are, then you can plan out, like, okay, this background has this amount of bullshit in it, and blah blah blah. Okay, that's the comics section. How's everyone feeling after the comics section? That was all about comics. Uh, I've really only made one comic, but I think I did a pretty damn good job. So I hope that's valid proof enough of you that I'm inept enough to teach this, I guess, or talk about it. So now we're gonna go to the character design shit, and I just want to talk about I just want to talk about my fucking OCs. Because I design a lot of fucking characters. I've designed many characters over, I don't know, maybe the past 5 years on Newgrounds and for Dead Estate and blah blah blah. I don't know if you guys remember Kevil. These are my OCs, guys. And I gotta say, these designs are pretty awesome. We do need a Sol connected Sona, and you know what? It's this guy. But yeah, Space Time, Cavill, Goons, Can I Ball? You will all know about Can I Ball soon enough. Trust my fucking word. And my favorite OC, uh, Lord Skeleton Moonkiller. I've not stopped drawing this character for like almost 2 weeks straight. I've been procrastinating on shit I have had to get done. This is only scratching the surface of how much I've drawn this guy. I love this guy. I love this man. Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna get into like his entire like lore and like like his entire fucking history and timeline, and like I'm not even gonna like scratch the surface of how he was born in 1670, and his real name was Edmund Giles Skelton. He's actually a vampire, and he loses his family and home in 1688, and he's convicted to join the Glorious Revolution. I won't even get into like he was a privateer from 1690s all the way into 1702 when he finally becomes a captain of his own privateer crew. And he's also reunited with his childhood love Krista, and that's important. And I'm not even begin to just get into like why would I show you guys his character sheet for Vampire the Masquerade? And he's actually a Zamichi, but he thinks he's a Nosferatu, but he acts like a Malkavian because he's had brain damage. Because when he was embraced, he got his brains bashed in, and he's never truly healed after that. I mean, why would I even get into that kind of stuff? That's not what you're here for. You hear about character design. You hear about character design, and you're not here to learn that in the 1940s he was He was around for World War II to battle those deplorable, those jerks, those Nazis with a ragtag group of supernatural freaks and beast hunters, and they were called the Hellhound Carnival, and they all worked together to defeat a greater evil together. I wouldn't touch that. I wouldn't even talk about that
I know we're
because
here
that's
for
not what.
character design.
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
will
no.
he
I mean
ever
that is what we're here for.
will he ever meet
Yeah.
the love of his life again?
Oh well, that's the thing. Well, tragically, when he got turned into a vampire, he was forced to kind of learn, the vampire ways of the clan Zimichi, which are a bunch of kind of like Hellraiser, um, like eldritch or like body horror vampires, and he couldn't escape, so he bade his time. Uh, he bade his time under this guy. Wait, fuck. I didn't prepare for this tangent. This guy.
You don't have to humor me. Oh wait, this guy.
Yeah, yeah, this guy. And he turned him into a he wants him to be his next protege. So he's learning all this vampire magic and everything. But 10 years pass, and our guy Lord Skeleton finally escapes, and he doesn't make it. He doesn't make it home to his love Krista, and he's actually thrown into the ocean for 200 years. And when he comes back, his love is fucking long dead, and her fucking descendant is like, no, don't kill yourself. You have so much to live for. And also, he blames the moon for vampirism, and he thinks if he can kill the moon, then he will end all vampirism. Uh, he's only half right, because killing the moon will just kill everyone, including vampires. So that'll work. But if he does that, if he kills vampires, he believes that he will be able to reunite with his love Krista in heaven and not be a damned vampire anymore. Anyway, for me, character design, I wouldn't talk about any of that, by the way, because we're here to focus on character design. So for me, the most important things in character design for me personally are, well, silhouette, having a limited palette, shapes, and clarity in design. It's pretty clear. What is he? A fat businessman? Yes, yes, he is, and that's soul connected. So I can draw a character right real quick, and then maybe I can apply all these principles for you guys. Oh yeah, please drop them in the Discord. I'm reading the YouTube chat. I clicked away from the Newgrounds server chat. Whoops. So I'm gonna try to draw some of my freaking OCs, and oh no, I can say like how they kind of apply to each criteria. I can draw my OCs very badly. Oh, and voices by Corey Clocks. This freaking character that I animated like 4 years ago, and I haven't animated anything since. It's Pilot from Space Time. Whoa. And I actually kind of redesigned him a bit because I gave him boots. Or I gave him like cool boots now, like pilot boots. Like he's a fucking astronaut. Am I drawing them well right now? No. That's okay. Whoa. So, and then I'll draw. I don't know. I'll draw Kevil. Right. So you can kind of tell already when I'm drawing these characters. I'm very partial, or partial. I'm very particular about shapes. You can tell shapes. They're very important to me when designing characters. Because when you have good shapes, you have a good silhouette. Oh fuck. Right? Oopsies. See? Yeah, you got a good silhouette with that one. Right? And from my OCs, you can, I mean, like literally clocked by our friend Corey in the chat. Yeah, you can tell it's fucking Pilot if you knew my OCs, I guess. Kevil's like a little businessman demon, but when he got turned into a demon, he got cloven hooves that actually made him shorter, and everyone, all his friends that used to know him, make fun of him for it. And he has little angel wings. So again, very shapy. One of my first major characters, I think. And yeah, he's just squares. He's just all blocks, right? You can't ball. I don't think Can I Ball use silly shapes. Yeah, I know. He's a little complicated. What's one more character I can draw? I'll draw fucking Lord Skeleton. I mean, I wish I could talk about this guy like in length, but we don't have time for that kind of stuff. Like, I wish I could tell you all this like really in-depth lore that I came up with 5 days ago.
If you want, while you're drawing that, do you want me to go ahead and start reading you some of the questions?
Yes, please.
All right. So Pam asks, what process do you enjoy working with more? Do you work on comics on the go or plan stuff out a little? And what's your favorite part about making comics and characters?
Um, Comics. I wish I said I made them more, but I don't because I get really busy with other stuff. Last year was, you know, all the Dead Estate updates.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to get back into making more comics about like Goons, Lord Skeleton, and Kevil, and even Space Time. But so I can't really say like I do enjoy it, but I don't do it enough to warrant like, oh yeah, I love doing this all the time because I haven't been, I don't know, I haven't had the opportunity to yet. But with character design, um like what part of character design I enjoy the most?
Yeah, I think that's the question.
Hmm. Well, I think it's just the discovering the character through character design. And like I love riffing with people. I love making characters with people. I yap so much about my characters with my friends,
This is true.
and and then like, they throw ideas about what the character could do, and I'm like, yeah, yes, absolutely. Like Lord Skeleton earlier, I was showing Keki that he has a giant bone ship, skeleton ship, and you're saying, oh well, since he does bone magic, why doesn't he make it talk while he's making his extravagant, massive speeches? I'm like, yes,
Yes.
yes, abso freaking lutely.
Big
But
talking ship.
yeah, I think the discovery of the character as I'm going along designing them is so fun.
Okay. Are there any comic recommendations you want to give?
My biggest comic recommendation, because I don't see anyone talking about it, is Chew. Um, Fuck, I can't remember the author's name, but Rob Guillory is one of my biggest inspirations. It's
Okay.
a comic about a detective who when he eats he can see what happened to the thing he ate like a few hours ago. So he eats corpses because he's a detective, and he can see like moments before their murder, and he hates it.
I see. I think John Layman is the author.
John Lay, yes, John
Yes.
Layman.
Yes.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. I
Yay.
recommend that.
Um, what mental traps do you see artists fall into that prevent them from creating work?
Um, social media,
Social
like
media.
just being chasing the high that is instant gratification from chasing trends. I think is so just chasing trends, and it's not even a bad thing to chase trends. I do it, or like if I imagine something that might
Hmm.
be cool from a trend, I'll hop on it. Why not? But I want to say, oh, but I'm different though. I don't know, but I try to do it as an aspect, or like it's something I want to do. It's not something I have to do, but
Right.
it depends because sometimes you do need to chase engagement for work if being an online artist is your job. But when it comes to like creating your own stuff and focusing on original work, that would be a hindrance. Yeah, like um, I mean, it'd be a hindrance for working on your project because you're not working on it.
Right.
I,
It's like
makes
you're
sense.
spending a lot of time like trying to get big number, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Um, Angelic Donuts from the YouTube chat asks, how often do you change or alter a character's design, if at all, in the developmental process?
I think a change in a character's design can only come if you draw them like hundreds of times. Like for example, I can show like Pilot. I've drawn him like he's a character I've made since 2018, and you can see here he has evolved a lot. This is the first time I drew him in 2018, and then I drew him as a sprite because I wanted, I'll make a space time RPG maybe, and then this is still 2019. So you you can tell his hair was already evolving into a bigger pompadour. Um, these were last year, and only recently was I like, I'm kind of sick of drawing the shorts. I don't know, so I kind of wanted to give him like kind of more space pants, but still, keep everything else about him.
Mhm.
Uh, so it just comes from drawing them a fuck ton. And that's the same with like in anime when characters get a redesign or superheroes. It's because they've been drawn a fuck ton, so it comes naturally. I think.
Okay.
Oops.
Pam asked, what's the hardest for you when making your comics, and what like comes naturally? Oh, hardest part.
The hardest part. Writing. I'm not a writer. I am winging it. You should see the fucking draft for the Goons comic. It's just a script, but I can't even write scripts. But I think I just know how people talk. I know how characters talk. I'm
Mhm.
very I tap into their personalities and how they clash. That's all I know. I don't know how to write. I don't know how to write prose, so that's my biggest hurdle, and I'm trying to read more to get over that.
I see. What comes naturally then, as opposed to like the.
Oh, naturally. Expressions. I think is my biggest strong suit. Expressions and
Yeah.
at this point, I think I've gotten pretty good at just composition and making a page flow. But I think expressions are my biggest strong suit.
Okay. Next question,
Yeah.
because I'm realizing I actually should probably go through these faster. Um,
Yeah.
how did you end up getting into game development as somebody who was originally an artist? Right aspect.
Honestly, it's Newgrounds. Like, uh, it was a little by chance, I think. But being active in like game jams, like letting just putting myself out there, it's really Jack. It was just like, hey man, you want to join this game jam? Um, w- w- we can only work on it for 1 day. I'm like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And we did a couple of others, and then Devastator got picked up after the Halloween fest in 2020. So just getting into games, you put yourself into those in that environment. Yeah, you have to kind of seek it out.
Yeah. Pam
Mhm.
asks, how do you manage time with so many projects?
Badly. Very badly. I mean, my priority is the job I get paid for. So all these ideas are like these are my hobbies. Like all these projects in air quotes, unless it's like it all really matters as to which has the nearer deadline. And if a project doesn't have a deadline, then I am less inclined to work on it. That's why deadlines for me are so important, because I will be like, okay, I have to lock in on this. Um, and of course, the deadline, the you know the deadline I would have more is for my job.
Mhm. Okay. So then Alistair asks, what is and isn't helpful critique?
Uh, Probably whatever I say, if I look at your work, it's not helpful. And then critique really only matters if you can um well, really, if you can try to understand why they made that critique. If you're open to it, then it's valid, and you can digest it properly, and you can try to apply it. Like, for example, for the longest time, I think I'm known for having messy art, but for the longest time I was struggling, like going through the process of cleaning up my art after a sketch. And like years ago, my friend Kyle was like, "Hey man, just clean up your sketch. You don't have to do like a line art layer." And I was like, "Nah, you're cheesing, fam." And then my prof also brought it up. It's like, okay, your art doesn't need to be clean. It just needs to be clear. You just need to convey what you need to do um through your art.
Right.
And that really spoke to me. And even then, I still struggle with it, but I think I've gotten better with it over the years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, Slimy asked, how do you like to approach writing your comics, script style, thumbnails? I think you already answered this a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Really, like I'm a big thumbnail storyboard guy since I'm an animator. So all of this was like, if you saw the script, it's like just a Google Doc, and like it's all lower caps, all the dialogue, and then if it's screaming, it's all caps. It's like the most rudimentary draft ever. But I was also like, I only had like 1 month to work on this,
Mhm.
so I was like rushing. But I'm very heavy on like, okay, I just need to know the dialogue, um, and then I can figure out the thumbnailing. But the dialogue was very important, so I knew how to paste the pages.
Right. Next question. Eliav asks, have you read any Korean webtoons?
Uh, I'm trying to remember the name of one I've read. It's, it's Killing Stalking. I regret reading that one. If
It's a
I
good
read
one.
it, yeah, I'm like, I'm not proud of reading it. I'm like, oh.
You know,
um, but no, I don't think I really have. But they're really good at like pacing their entire comic on scrolling. It's not like page pacing; it's scrolling pacing. So that's something that I admire, I suppose.
I see. Right. Ashkar asks, how do you know if a character design you made is working?
Oh, it's the same. Like it's one of the things I mentioned here. Keep drawing your characters. Um. Oh wow. Sorry. Um.
Oh.
If you're drawing your character and you're fighting it, it's probably not working. If you're struggling, like you design your character, right? You're like, oh, this design is fucking badass, but then you're trying to draw them over and over and over again, and you're just like, when you dread drawing your character, you're like, oh my god, I have to do this now. And of course, it depends on the character. If it really calls for a complex design, then that's how it is. But if you're kind of fighting your character, it's probably not working, and you kind of have to find a way around it, around the design, or you have to change how you draw something, or you find a tool to help you draw that character better. Um, yeah.
Voices by Corey asked, do you let your character designs ultimately shape the character's personality?
I'd say so, yeah, because, for example, I will show these characters I drew yesterday for from scratch, and I think on like just from the get go, you can infer their personalities. Oh my god, hi Green. Immediately, and then drawing them again, I was able to really like kind of hone in on their personalities. So yeah, I'd say so. I think
Alright.
personality and expression is very important to me.
Tamago asked, is there such a thing as too many characters? Dot dot dot.
Like from a writing perspective, probably. From just having a lot of characters perspective, I have so many characters, dude. Like in general, like explosions. I don't think it's a problem having too many characters. Writing perspective, when you're trying to balance like all their stories, yeah, it can be a problem. But just designing a bunch, no.
Alright. Lem asks, expressions in line of action with characters tend to be very tough for me. Have any tips to improve it?
Um, let yourself be okay with sketching. And I know that that might sound odd, but you might be caught up in cleaning your art too much, or like having clean art right out of the get go, like right out the get go. Like you want to be very loose. So a line of action is literally like the fucking, it's very rudimentary. You're literally following a line, and then you just kind of sketch a character out of that line, right?
Right.
um so I don't know. He's doing something. This guy's doing something. But you have to let yourself just be very loose. Don't cut yourself off with like, and I still struggle with this. But don't cut yourself off when you're like, oh, that anatomy's off, or something's off, or about it already. Just let yourself sketch. Be rough with it. It's fine.
Awesome. From the YouTube channel, what is Lord Skeleton's favorite dessert?
Oh my god. Uh, well, he's a vampire. He can only have blood. But I haven't thought of his favorite dessert yet. Probably like parfaits. He loves ice cream, I think.
Oh,
He loves really tall ice creams,
he would like that. Yeah, that makes
right?
sense.
He can't ever
Yeah.
have them ever again, though, unless you freeze blood and then you put it on a cone, a blood cone. I don't know. He's a vampire. They one of the many curses of being a vampire is you can't fucking eat good food anymore. But yeah.
All right. Um, Quartet asked, where do you get your ideas from?
Oh, here and there. Wherever it strikes me, you know, it just hits. Sometimes in the shower. You know, after a nice cup of Joe, it just hits.
Alright. Anna Slug asked, "Does Lord Skeleton love me?"
He loves Krista first, but he can love you. He'll care for you and he'll protect you.
Alright. I have the final question for you then. Um,
Yes.
would Lord Skeleton still love Krista if if she was a worm?
Well, here's the thing. I think being a worm is better than her being dead. So yeah, I'd say so.
No, that's fair. Um, alright then. Do you have
Yippee!
any
We did it.
final words? Any-
Here my final words. When you're designing a character, relax. Nothing is 100% original. And when you're creating your characters, you can 100% borrow, just steal fucking character designs, man. And then when you're working on your character, when you keep drawing your character over and over again, gradually they'll reflect more of what you are, what you like, and they'll become original. Mind blown, dude. Yeah, and you'll adapt and you'll apply all these things you're learning, and you'll evolve. Your characters will evolve. It's Nothing is original. Don't get so hung up when you show your character and someone says, "Oh, hey, they look like this character." That will happen until the day you fucking die. You just will through it, and then you keep drawing your character until everyone's like, "Oh, hey, the Joker looks like the poker, which is your OC." And then everyone's gonna kill DC over it. No, not really. But like it's not a big deal. They're your character at the end of the day. Uh, and if they literally look 1-to-1 to that character, then you have to redesign your character just a little to make them more unique. It'll take time. It might sting, but you'll get over it and you'll get better. Trust. That's it. I think that's all I gotta say.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for telling us all about
Thank
Lord
you,
Skeleton
Kegi.
Moonkiller.
I mean, I wish I could talk about him way more, but this is not the time and place for that.
Don't worry, we have a whole panel for you tomorrow. So,
Oh, thank God. Thank fucking God. All right. Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
yeah.
Thanks
you,
for
thank you,
coming
thank you.
on.
Thank you very much. I hope that was a good panel for everybody. I
Yeah,
hope
it was
everyone
great.
took notes. Yippee! Thank God. I just came up with that shit like 6 hours ago, man.
All right.
All right, I can hop off.
Yeah. So.
Kick me out.
Get him out of here! Get him out of here!
Kill him, Blair! Get him out of the cult! Okay.
Thanks again for that. Thanks, Trad. We are hopping into the final part of our day.
Yes.
Character design wars with
Alright, I'm
Oolong
gonna hop-
and Cube Sona. We're gonna get them going.
It's a
in here.
Newgrounds Fest favorite. It's a good one, everybody.
Oh boy.
Oh God, it's Corey.
I've been in here the whole time. What are you talking about?
You have.
Yes.
Who let him in?
Who
did this? You did.
I did. Yeah.
I hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
Reminds me of that tragedy.
Yeah.
Let's see that shit.
Wait, hold on, wait a minute, whoa. Your quartet on Newgrounds.com. What is that? Tell me what that is. Because it's
You see the gift I
Newgrounds. It seems it's old, isn't it? Why is it still called Newgrounds?
Do you see the gif I posted when I asked the fucking
No, I
to
did
get
not.
your ideas? It's the fucking Super Dave staring.
How do I become a voice actor? Type.
Sweats profusely.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. We're going to take a quick little break while we get up our new panel. But thanks for stopping by, and we'll be back in just a moment. One. Welcome back, everybody, to Newgrounds Winterfest 2025.
We're back.
We're here for Character Design War, Dragons versus Slayers, with Oolong, Earl Grey, and Cube Sona. I'm gonna let them take it away. Good luck, everybody. I'll see you on the battlefield.
All right,
Ooh.
all right.
Ooh, I like that.
Good,
I like that.
like
That was a good one. That was a good transition.
That's
Yes.
good.
Give yourself
So,
a hero point for that one.
oh
Have
yeah.
fun.
So to reiterate, me and CubeSona have created a design each for a different faction. We, go over some things about the designs. We go over, some tips and tricks, some funny things about design, character design, and you, the audience, will participate in this battle if you so choose. So, after we, describe what's going on with these character designs, you get the chance to create your own character design for one of the factions. And, you can also you could draw as much as you want for whichever faction you want. We'll just count we're going to tally it all.
Yep. So you choose one of our factions, you draw a character design, and the way that we're gonna tally it all is you post it on Newgrounds, and let's actually just start. I'm gonna start screen sharing right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was working on this because I was watching Stratemeyer's. I was watching his stream and I liked his little fella. So I was doodling him. But oh, hold on. I gotta turn a layer invisible. I almost gave away my illustration. But basically,
Oh.
when you luckily I was zoomed in, but when you post your submission to Newgrounds, you should use one of these tags to show uh like which faction you have drawn for. And if you're drawing for multiple different factions, or it's up to you because like how many submissions you actually want to post on Newgrounds. But we're going to be tallying it based on submissions. So we're going to go on Newgrounds, search up these tags, and then just count how many submissions there are. So that's how we're doing it. If you want to post all your submissions in one go, just keep in mind we're not gonna be potentially counting them all. So if you really want the numbers to be accurate, post your submissions one at a time on Newgrounds. But we're probably only going to be drawing for like an hour, or all night. I was joking with Kakiro that she fucked up. We're the last ones, and we're going to be streaming till the next panel starts tomorrow. But we're not doing that.
We have a lot to go
Yeah.
over because this is just something we do. We just do this
Yeah.
on our off time.
Oh yeah.
Just shooting the shit about dragons.
Yeah, specifically about dragons. We fucking love dragons. We joined like a forum that talks all about what if your soul is from the dragon realm and you're actually a dragon on the inside, and we both have dragon
Ooh.
sonas. But we don't need to go into that. We don't need to go into that. I
Also,
mean, my
I
suit's
don't
on the way, so.
I don't think I have the ability to share my screen yet.
Oh no! What do you mean?
Yeah, I can't click share screen. I don't know if that's exactly something that
Well, hopefully I'll carry the load for now. Hopefully that's something somebody can fix eventually magically. But actually it would be great if they could fix it right now because we agreed that you were going to start off the faction reveals.
yeah, because we.
Okay, you know what? Here, we're going to solve this quick. Oolong, send me your submission. I will drag it into Sai, and
All right.
and you tell, like, since I'm streaming, you tell me when you want me to reveal, and you can go ahead and start your introduction to your faction because this is dragons versus slayers.
All right. Let me just send that over to you because I slightly edited a little bit. Like I just changed like one color on one part. So Let's see. Okay, you got it?
Yep, I do got it. And might I just say to everybody watching, Oolong's faction leader this year, he fucking cooked on this one. This is my favorite one he's ever done. This is the coolest fucking design that has been made for this character design war in general. I'm so excited for you guys to see it.
All right, fellas. Let's start off with a bit of lore.
Oh yeah, we've got a lot of. We came up with this year. We came up with the most lore for our factions. So there's a lot of story to like work with your own designs. So yeah, Oolong, take it away.
All right, so to start us off in the in the far past, in this realm of magic and might, there were these beings known as dragons. They battled for supremacy to find out who was fit to rule amongst these powerful beings. But in the crossfire, mankind stood powerless until the age of metal and magic came about. Mankind strove to drive back the dragons with their newfound powers with an entirely new battle. The Dragon Slayers, using their new abilities, fought back their new enemies to the point where only one remained. The last dragon, the most powerful dragon the world has ever known. Bear witness to Zoran Altima. Now you can show it.
And here he is, Zoran Altima. He who holds the universe beneath his shadow.
Yep. So there's a lot to talk about here.
Yeah. Because the way that we're going to do this is now Oolong is going to sort of discuss a little bit his process behind designing this character, what he had in mind, what his inspiration was, what techniques he was using, and then I'll do the same. And then once we're both done talking about our faction leaders, then we will design a member of the opposite person's factions, just a normal member of the opposite person's factions. And you guys will draw along with us and draw your own faction members. We might have some guidelines, some ideas. I know Oolong kind of wanted to get across that you're not literally drawing dragons, you're drawing the dragon spawn. And this is where a lot of the dragon lore comes from. So
Yes.
I will. I don't know if the file was already linked in the Discord chat or if anybody wants to link the file into YouTube. I don't even know how entirely that would work. But in the panel general, here is a full view of Zoran Altima, the Lord of Dragons. So Oolong, go ahead and talk about what you were thinking when you made this design.
So when it comes to character design, a lot of the time there's like one main idea that you want to figure out how to bring out. And the first thing that came to mind when making this character was I need this to be something loud, dynamic, just an exertion of force, like. So I thought, I started thinking, what are some characters that like, have this energy I'm thinking about, and I actually I went back pretty far in my head, and the first thing that came to mind was fucking the Chernobog from from Disney's Fantasia. The night,
Ooh.
yeah. So it's just this fucking demon just waving his hands about commanding armies of creatures. You know, just something something that gives this this overwhelming presence, because that's sort of a main feature of dragons, the presence. I'm gonna get to the I'm gonna get to the D&D stuff, because I can go on a lot about that. But yeah, he's specifically a red dragon, because uh in a lot of ways, like, who doesn't know who doesn't know what a red dragon is? It's just a big, scary creature with claws, and the breathes fire. Wings, horns, tail. They're protecting a hoard of treasure, things like that. So, you already know in the back of your mind what a dragon is. Just from experience, just seeing designs and things. But the sort of like shape here, the bipedal shape. I'll be honest. I was I've been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh. Been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh.
He's been streaming Master Duel to me like almost every week.
Yeah, and for those of you who are who are looking at this on Discord, my friggin' my profile picture is the Lord of D.
I saw him do that, and I was like, oh man, are we gonna be matching? Should we be wearing matching suits? Should we be the Blues Brothers? So I changed my profile picture to Tyler the Great Warrior, the greatest Yu-Gi-Oh card ever made. So we're
Yeah.
matching. We're wearing the same drip right now. We are so slick right now.
All right, now I'd like you to zoom in on the the space like cape area, because
Yeah.
so this cape Zord Ultima has, that's actually his wings. They're tattered from constant battle, but they just look. He just wears them like a cape.
Yeah, like the Gore Magala from Monster Hunter, I'm kind of thinking.
Yeah.
Just frayed and leathery.
Now, the uh, the imagery of the planets is that's something I just added for some extra sauce. But when you have a design, you want to describe you want to have a means to describe what's going on in your head. So this, the space imagery, it's sort of like to how do I say this? It gives off this energy where it's like his power is so expansive. You get the same you get the same effect as when you look at the completely open sky, seeing all the vast stars. You feel
Ooh,
small.
that that's great. That's great. To me, it also communicated that like this whole struggle is larger than what you think. Like this is a universal thing that's going on, this is greater than what your eyes can perceive, is that's sort of my interpretation from it, and I think that's pretty cool.
Yep, that is another thing about character design. When you have these striking features that come out of nowhere, uh, it gives the person looking at it a chance to like come up with their own context for what you're putting on the table.
Yeah, that's a really good point. With design and art in general, because you see so many rules like color theory, like, oh, blue is sad, yellow's happy. Shape design, like, oh, yellow, round shapes are friendly, sharp shapes are scary and dangerous. I mean, those are good, shorthands and good habits and things to rely on that are kind of already universally accepted. But you can design your own visual metaphors. You can decide for yourself what shapes mean. Like everything is in the artist's hand. Like the canvas is literally your domain. Like you can make whatever rules you want when you're designing a character or creating a piece of art. Which also makes it really challenging.
Definitely.
Like with that much power, it's pretty tricky to come up with your own visual metaphors for things. I feel like metaphors and coming up with these abstract images, it takes a lot of work and a lot of practice to get, like years of practice to get there, which is why I think this design is so uh interesting and it works so well for me. And something else that Oolong told me is that he wanted this character to feel almost like a satanic archetype, like just something to strike fear into the hearts of humans, which I think is super cool. And that's something that I'm gonna that I kind of work with a little bit with my design when I get to show that.
Yeah. I also have this is also a good segue to go into how do you start getting these you know collecting these things that you eventually work into a character design. And one thing that always helps is like a mood board. Just straight up putting all the things that are invoking these ideas in one place. So I have this program called PureRef. It just lets you just drag and drop images onto it just to keep on a mood board. I'm gonna actually send CubeSona the mood board I used for at the start of this design, and I can describe a little bit.
Which, by the way, PureRef is a pretty great program. If you do commissions at all, PureRef is a great way to keep track of all your commission orders.
Yeah, that too.
Just kidding. It also only costs like $15. PureRef is great.
Yeah. So let's see.
Also, right quick, Oolong, can you not stream yet?
I still cannot stream.
Okay, well, I'm gonna message Kekiro and just let her know that Oolong cannot stream.
Because if I get the ability.
Okay.
All right, much appreciated. All right. So in the meantime, I basically just took a screenshot of the file.
Yeah, here. I just messaged Kekiro. I'm getting here we go. Here's the mood board.
Yeah, so you see the Chernobog, you see Mega Charizard X, sort of like with Zord Ultima's like fucking beard of fucking fire. That's just and I got the
And keep in mind when he's saying like you see all these images and you're hearing that he used these images to create his design. Now you might be asking yourself, well, how do you do that? Well, basically, a design is a series of conscious decisions to communicate an idea. I've always said that. And those decisions, it's a series of smaller decisions that you can kind of think of like blocks in a Lego set, little pieces that come together. So he's taking pieces individually from this wide array of sources. Like you can see like Charizard X, the flames coming out of his mouth. He used that, there's this cape imagery here that's all frayed and crazy looking. Just the general feeling, the attitude, the aura, as you young kids say, of Chernobog. You know, like it's a bunch of little pieces that you take apart from these source materials and then put it together to make something unique. And that's again really tricky because that can be like abstract a lot of the times, especially when it comes to just capturing a feeling that a character exudes. That can be really tricky. That's a really abstract metaphorical thing.
I think move to an hold on, hold on. Move to a normal VC.
Yeah, Kekuro's telling us to move to a normal VC. I don't really know how to do that.
Right. Do we have a normal VC in here?
Yeah, where I don't know. Tell us where to go and we'll go there. Okay. I mean, we just need we just need Oolong to stream once we're actually drawing.
Yeah. So
But for now, I can handle the visuals.
yeah. So who wants to hear a little bit about D&D? About just to reinforce, just what dragons are like. Because the red dragon is quite literally just one of my favorite just creatures. So in a lot of these images where you see people fighting dragons, they always look pissed off, the flame shooting from the mouth, they look mad as hell. That's all intentional because the context of these battles is a red dragon, when they're going flying into a rage, they hold on a sec. All right. That's fine.
Yeah. Okay. There's gonna be a quick pause while we figure things out.
Have fun.
All right,
We're
it looks
back,
like
everybody. All right, enjoy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sounds the
sorry
plan
about
was to
that,
roll.
fellas. Just a little bit of a technical difficulty, but the show's on the road, as they say.
Yeah. So I got PureF open, and you can see when I click on images, they zoom into them real quick there. Now let's start with let's go to this one. Let's go to this one. So you're seeing this pissed off red dragon. So this is actually the context where the adventurers are. This is in their favor because when a dragon is in this sort of a rage, they're not thinking clearly. They're very powerful creatures, also very emotional creatures. Like they just like each of the chromatic dragons, they have their own sort of sort of ticks. They have their own sort of patterns and whatnot. And the red dragon, like their greatest desire is reputation. They want to be known amongst their kind as, powerful, powerful and intimidating. And when that reputation is either tarnished or under threat in some way, shape, or form, they just get pissed off, and they just start going into this blind rage, and that is the chance for the adventurers to go in and actually fight it in a way that they actually have a chance of winning. Because when a dragon is in full control, when they actually do need to, when they actually do want to fight on their own terms, they literally just straight up they lock in. They just they just go into this trance and just go in there and fight. And how a red dragon fights is pretty crazy because you're thinking, oh, are they going to be flying around, shooting their fire breath all over the place? No. When they go in this trance, they actually prefer to go in melee, just with their claws and their teeth and their tail and their wings, because the main dragon's goal in a fight with a humanoid and adventurer is to just kill them and take their stuff. They literally do the same thing the adventurers do when they kill monsters. They want to just kill them and loot them for their, for their wealth, their magical items and things. So in a way, they're like a contrast to an adventurer, to the player. The dragon is your equal and your opposite. And that's just that
something poetic.
Exactly.
It's something beautiful about it, huh?
Yep. And let's go down here. We got some old English depictions of dragons. So you can see some of these, when they describe these creatures, they could look all sorts of different ways. They could have fur, they could have ears, they could be like they could be like this almost the size of a person, they could be way bigger. There's all these different interpretations of what a dragon is. So when you're designing one of these dragon spawn, basically they are what a dragon spawn is in this context is a creature that's been altered by Zorn Ultima. Actually, I'm just gonna put the image in PureRef. just put it in the corner here. As I'm zooming in here, this little thing that looks like a sun, that's actually in the center. That's a drop of his blood. And that's what he uses to transform creatures into his into the dragon spawn, into the his loyal servants. And the dragon spawn are the main fighting force against the dragon slayers.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, I see. Brang is based on dinosaur bones that ancient folks weren't sure of what they were. That's definitely like if I saw the bones of this massive creature, with these sharp teeth and claws, I'm just gonna I'm just thinking of the medieval peasant that that just found all this. It's like what is this?
He probably had a seizure. He probably foamed at the mouth and prayed to God before he had a heart attack.
Yeah, that's what I do. That is what I do. Now, uh, I just need to get to no Nobunaga Oro over here. Now, first off, if you want just a good example of what really cool, dynamic character design is like, look up Sengoku Basara. You won't be disappointed. But there's actually a, an, a secret reason why I have him on here. So in the crossover game Pokemon Conquest, one of the characters is Nobunaga, and guess what? He uses Dragon type. You got a tiny Rayquaza. Just look at just look at that. Look at that. Yeah, just wanted to toss that in there because when you're thinking about character design, it is definitely I would recommend when you have like a character that constantly comes up in your mind when you're thinking this is a cool motherfucker, you somehow figure out a way to put that in a design you want to make. You sort of you take what you think is just something that just blows your mind and you try to make that your own, sort of put it in your sphere.
I think
Because
a wise man once told me that really the secret sauce when it comes to making character designs is just making things that make you go, "Oh, hell yeah."
yeah.
You just want to go, "Hell yeah," when you look at your own designs. And putting in things that you like, that you love, that you just can't stop thinking about, even in abstract ways, that's a big part of that personal flair of making character designs.
Yeah. And with that, I think now is a good time to pass the baton.
Right. Okay, so I'll try to make this quick because we're already almost an hour into our time slot. So I'll try to condense as much as I can and just make this interesting. But basically, a long time ago, Zoran Altima, the human kingdom, they realized that there's a lot of people dying with this conflict with the dragons. So they wanted to send their best man in alone to slay Zoran Altima one-on-one without his army in front of him in privacy, just an assassination. So they send a legendary dragon slayer. But this legendary dragon slayer, he had a squire. He did not go alone. He brought a young squire with him who he felt was a prodigy, who had endless potential. He saw something in this young squire that nobody else did. So he was like, I'm going to bring this kid with me. I know it might seem stupid, but I've just got a feeling. I've just got a gut feeling that it's a good idea to bring this little 12-year-old child with me on this dragon slaying mission. And one of the things that he decided is that he was like, I'm going to research. I'm going to study the dragons and try to make this as safe and as successful a mission as possible. So he found ancient tomes, he stealthily studied the dragons on his own, and he did this with this squire. And he came to a conclusion. a conclusion that horrified him. And that conclusion is this has happened before. This cycle of dragons killing each other until there's only one left. Well, one left, so they think. Killing each other so that there's one left, and then the last dragon creates a new generation of dragons from his or her perfect blood, perfect genes, and this is supposed to continue infinitely. And he's realizing that this is the natural order of things. This is just how it's supposed to be. Like he finds out that if humanity survives and humanity defends itself, that could unravel the whole fabric of the universe. Like that is not how it's supposed to go. Humans are supposed to, they are destined to lose. And that revelation terrifies him. So, and he finds this out right before he's supposed to assassinate Zoran Ultima, but he can't do it. He can't. He can't do it. There's just something. Something is telling him he can't. This is just wrong. So he comes face to face, not with Zoran Ultima, but with his mate, a dragon with the blood of death, as opposed to Zoran Ultima's blood of life. And so he just shuts down. He's just like, this feels wrong. Everything that I've worked for, it's wrong. And so he lets himself get killed, and he leaves the squire behind because this is the future he needs to consider. All he thinks about is just doing the right thing. So I can't let a kid come with me anymore. I can't kill this dragon. And so the dragon kills him. The dragon, the mate kills him, eats him, has him in his mouth. The squire, well, unfortunately, his potential was correct. And so he sneaks out. He's like, I don't want to be left behind. I want to kill this dragon. I've got all these ideas. I'm studying. I finally feel like I have a purpose. I'm not staying behind. I'm helping kill this dragon. I don't give a shit what my master says. But he gets there too late, and he sees his master dead. And so he uses magic to kill Zoran Ultima's mate, permanently disrupting the natural order of things. His mate is gone. He can't naturally procreate and create a new generation of even more powerful dragons. So Zoran Ultima resorts to this dragon spawn creation system in order to keep things together. It's his instinct. He wants an empire. He wants a dynasty, and he needs to keep it going even if it costs his own blood. And this squire, he killed Zoran Ultima's mate, but he tried to kill Zoran Ultima, but he couldn't do it. All he could do is inflict a wound on his hand, and that's where the blood comes from. So they have a grudge. They've left scars on each other because when this squire killed Zoran Ultima's mate, he was inflicted with a poison. And this poison is slowly eating away at him from the inside. And so after he killed Zoran Ultima's mate and he went back to the kingdom, this squire, he's talking about, all right, I killed the dragon, or a dragon. However, I'm dying. I've got a horrible poison on me. I need to go to like a court wizard and figure out how to cure myself. And so he and this court wizard figured out a way to slow down the affliction. And over the years, this squire became the new legendary dragon slayer. And he's going on these missions, he's fighting these dragons, he's studying them, he's going out in the world to find a cure. And that legendary dragon slayer, the new one, is Saint Romeo Veleno. If you're looking at my stream, he's right there staring you in the face, and I'll put his full res image into the panel general. Romeo Veleno. Pretty cool, ain't he, huh? So I had a few ideas. There were a lot of ideas that went into going in. First of all, something that I learned is the more you know your character, the easier it is to design them. I remember an old method that I would talk about, you know, when Zin was hosting the panels and stuff, is uh, 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 I was basically just saying like do the 3 emoji challenge, like come up with 3 themes and try to communicate those three themes as hard as you can in your visual design. I still think it's a good idea to sort of have a hierarchy of elements that you want to communicate, but I realized like a story, coming up with metrics, you know, age, history, you know, the what whens and wheres and whys. That is a very, very powerful tool. And one of the things with that is you might notice he's got this cape here, this huge cape. I kind of wish I had the cape be more of a huge solid shape. I wish I made it stretch down further, but we kind of had a bit of a tight deadline on this presentation, so I just had to get something done. But I'm still pretty proud of this design. But yeah, this wing is a trophy, or it's supposed to be a trophy from Zoran Altima's mate that he killed. But in actuality, uh he used something loud and ostentatious, a big statement like the wing of a dragon being a cape. He's using that as a symbol of status, but in actuality it's to distract from the fact that underneath is a withered, shriveled, atrophied arm. And that affliction, that poison's not going away. He's looking for a cure. And oh yeah, this is another thing. I didn't want him to be like a warrior. I wanted him to be an armored wizard. I gave him a staff. I wanted him to be smart. I wanted him to be calculating. So I gave him like a rod. And this rod is a thorn from the tree of Yggdrasil, the great world tree, classic
Oh
fantasy.
yes.
And he dipped the thorn after he used it to kill the mate. He dipped the thorn in her poison so that it's a sample. See, he's smart. It's a sample to bring to this court wizard so that they can find a cure for what he's poisoned with. And he uses poison now as his main method. He uses magical poison. Uh, and he uses that to kill the dragons from the inside, to get underneath their invincible scales and kill them from the inside. And poison is a huge theme with this character because I just thought that was an interesting non-standard thing to lean into. First of all, Romeo Veleno is a very intentional name. Veleno is, I believe, at least hopefully Google's not lying me on this. It's Italian for poison. And I was racking my head. I was like, "Oh my god, what's his name? Saint something. Oh, I don't know. What am I going to name him?" And then I just Googled that and then it's like, "Oh, Saint Valeno. That sounds great. Yep, there we go. That's awesome and it makes sense because he's a poison guy. And his name's Romeo
Yeah.
because and this I thought I was pretty proud of is because in Romeo and Juliet, Romeo, he dies from poison. And when Juliet wakes up from her own like poison induced coma, she looks at Romeo dead and she's like, "Oh, he was killed by the eye of the cockatrice, the poison of the cockatrice." So I'm like, all right, his name's going to be Romeo Veleno. And cockatrice, that's actually
Yeah.
kind of the main theme here, the main visual theme. I wanted him to look like a cockatrice.
Yep.
This big plume is like the plume of a rooster. These teeth marks, whatever they are, it's like it's like the maw of a beast, the claws of a beast. It's monstrous looking. This wing cape looks like the wings that classic medieval cockatrices are drawn with. Like a lot of his design, even the trim on his eyes, I wanted it to look like the brows of a furious bird, of a rooster. And I've always wanted to make a design based on roosters because I think roosters are really cool. They're one of my favorite animals. And I finally got the idea to make a cool rooster themed design. He's got this big plume, this big mane, this big armor. And the armor, I, I, I was actually in a call with Oolong trying to figure out how I wanted the colors to look. And
Yeah.
originally he was going to be like silver and blue. I was going to make him just look heroic with the classic silver and blue. But then I was like, no, I actually don't like that. And I came up with this color scheme by accident because I had like a blue selected and then I filled the armor with this blue that I had and I was like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. I kind of like this. And that just created this domino effect, like mistakes into miracles. I made an
Yep.
accident. I accidentally filled my drawing with a dark blue, and I'm like, wait, that kind of looks cool. Let's roll with it. And I got more ideas. More inspirations came into my head. I started thinking of Nightmare from Soul Calibur. I started thinking of those really gaudy medieval plate sets that are like black or dark blue, and then just this gold trim. And that's I was like, oh, I'm gonna put in that gold trim. Like I think like Henry VIII had like a suit of armor like that. So I was like, okay, we're gonna do that. Like this color scheme just felt more medieval to me, and with how colorful it was, it made more sense to me to make him so colorful. Um, but yeah, that's Saint Valeno. He uses magic to kill dragons. Another thing that I wanted to get across is that he's not exactly, a hero. He's kind of a dick. I mean, you can see it in that backstory I gave. Like, he disobeyed his master, and he was like, I don't care. I'm going to go anyway. And in doing so, he's pretty much doomed to the natural order. And because he's arrogant, he's selfish. I wanted these two factions to be less black and white like we've done in the past, because it can be fun to just be like, oh, do I want to be an evil villain or do I want to make a hero, that can be fun, but I wanted it to be a little more equal where they both factions have their good and bad sides. Like Saint Valeno, like I said, he's pragmatic. He's kind of a dick. He's kind of selfish, but he has something deep in him, a protective instinct to defend the people of his kingdom, even if it means dooming the universe. He just can't deny this protective instinct, which is a good or bad thing. And then Zoran Altima, maybe he's mourning. Maybe he's grieving. He lost his wife. He was going to start a family. Now he's trying to glue together the broken pieces of a family that never started to begin with. I wanted them both to have their good and bad sides. I wanted it to be equal, and I think we did a good job of doing that. So here we go. This is Saint Valeno. And I think this is a good time to start drawing.
Yep.
So we can talk a little bit more about our characters while we're drawing, but I think I want to get to the action of the show, and I want to give some guidelines. We both have guidelines. So first of all, if you want to make a Slayer, I would recommend trying to incorporate a piece of armor or a piece of equipment that kind of has this color scheme, the dark blue and the gold trim, just because that would let people, because first of all, from a design perspective, that's how you'll communicate to us and to your fellow viewers that this is a Slayer. It's got the dark blue and the gold, and it can just be a gauntlet, it can be a sword, it can be a helmet, but incorporate something like that with a similar shape motif so that it's like wearing a badge. It's like, how do you know a cop is a cop? With their badge. Also, if they smell like bacon.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Had
I'm sure. That was for the youngins out there. But yeah, that's like a badge, a uniform is having that piece of equipment. And for the dragon spawn, Zoran Ultima, he bestows a drop of blood and you ingest it, you consume it, and you become a dragon spawn. And that will cause mutations. You know,
Yeah.
so you could have horns, you could have scales, patches of scales on your face. Maybe your eyes are looking draconic. Maybe you've got claws, a tail, wings, whatever you come up with. But you might be asking, well, wait, what if I just want to draw a dragon? That's kind of not fair. Well, you can just draw a dragon. It's just you're more sensitive to the mutations, so you just turn into a dragon. You just turn into a whole dragon. Or you've proven your loyalty to Zoran Altima, so he's giving you additional drops of blood. And the more drops of blood you consume, the more dragon-like you become. Because Zoran Altima, he can't just give out these drops of blood willy-nilly. You have to prove yourself to him. Because giving that much power to that many people, that's going to cause its own huge conundrum. So Zoran
Yeah.
Altima, he's a smart guy. And again, if you just want to draw a cool knight in armor, you can do that too. God, I'm saying so often. Sorry about that, guys. But it's just a higher ranking slayer, I did it again. A full suit of
Okay.
armor, a full suit of armor with this dark blue and this gold trim will communicate that you're a higher rank or you're closer to Saint Valeno. And another thing, like, you could also think of how your characters relates to our leaders. Maybe you want to design Zoran Ultima's protege, maybe a half-breed son. Maybe it's not even a dragon spawn. Maybe he found a human woman and decided to make a half breed. You can with Saint Valeno. You can come up with the blacksmith who turned the dragon wing into a cape. Whatever you want to, let your imagination run free. You could also just have it be just a guy, a warrior princess who wants to fight with Saint Valeno for glory. Whatever you want. But I think officially, go ahead and start drawing. Me and Oolong are now going to draw our own members of each other's factions.
Yep.
I don't know if you have
I
any
keep saying
ideas.
yep. I keep saying yep, but that is oh shit. Nothing personal,
Oh,
Slayer.
I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Slayers. Slayers, we're
my-
fucked. Oh, Slayers, we're
It's
fucked.
over.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Here. This is for the YouTube viewers. I'm gonna drag this in the sky. Guys. We're gonna need a lot of multivitamins if we're gonna win this one. Oh boy.
God, this is already off to a good start. All right, fellas.
And also keep in mind the tags. The only way that we're going to tally your submissions is if you post it to Newgrounds when you're done with one of these tags. CDW-dragons or CDW-slayers. We're probably going to really hammer this in so that nobody gets confused. What do I do? How do we win, huh? Post it to Newgrounds with these tags for whichever faction you drew for. But all right, I guess it's time to start drawing. Oh yeah, that's for Stratomir. I gotta show him this.
Yeah, and now it's also a good time for questions and whatnot. Questions, comments about what you've been bearing witness to so far.
Yeah, you could say, "Wow, Cubesona, he's really handsome and he's really cool." That's just an example for like a cool comment you could make.
Yeah.
Cubesona, your biceps are looking pretty. You've been working out and I can tell. That's it's just some suggestions.
I'll
I
hop
mean
in
that,
here
that
for
that's
the
a comment I would
questions.
make.
By the way, nothing personal, Slayer.
Personal.
I'm so screwed. We're so screwed.
The moment I saw dragons, I was like, "Ah, here we go. This is it." I know exactly what to draw.
Dragon with a fucking Glock.
Crit asks, lore question: are there any traitor humans who got made into dragon spawn?
That's for you guys to figure out.
Yeah.
You want to draw that? Do it. That sounds sick.
Pretty dope.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm the one saying "oh yeah" a lot. You're the one saying you a lot.
Listen, I was watching like 2 years ago the stream that we did 2 years ago, and I must have said like 1 trillion times. I couldn't believe. I told myself this year I was like I'm gonna use all my willpower. I'm not even gonna say it once, and I already failed. I failed.
Well, it's all right.
I mean, you, anybody play Kingdom Hearts 2? You guys remember Raijin with Setzer?
Yeah.
he said a lot. I'm just like him.
Alistair says, "What if you're bad at drawing? What should you do?"
Draw.
Yeah.
We don't care. Another thing too is like you may think that you are bad at drawing, but no matter what, you are a unique individual with your own history, your own novel of your life and experiences that shape your own creative vision. No matter what, you're going to bring something to the table. Draw whatever you want. Draw a stick figure, put some horns on him, give him a backstory, call him Sir Rodriguez, whatever. Do whatever you want. We love it. We love you.
That's not what you did there.
That was just the first name that came to mind.
All right. I've been getting some things in a mood board because I'm almost ready to hit the canvas myself.
I kinda have an idea of what I'm gonna be drawing.
I'm gonna swap
here.
back and forth between you two every once in a blue moon. So.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sure it's a little bit chaotic because I don't know how often for the seasonal fests, how often you have like 2 hosts. I'm sure it's
Usually
a
only
lot
for
to
this,
balance.
but it's worth it because this is our favorite panel every year.
Oh,
We love character
come
design battles. We
on.
love character design more, man.
Oh,
I remember last year was shit. I know I did Green Thumb. I can't remember what it was though.
it was like Plant Angels versus
right,
Insect Demons.
right.
Yeah,
I drew the farmer Green Thumb.
Yeah. Oh my god, that was
fun.
That was a fun year. And then before that, we had a sea versus sky. We had the ocean versus the sky, and I made this big, gross, like horrible, like deep sea queen. And he made he made a cool like Quetzalcoatl dragon.
Yeah, a 2-step design like a Pokemon.
Right. You gave him like a little form, like his big dragon form. He turns into when it's go time. I remember that. That was cool. That was a cool idea.
Oh yeah. See, I'm saying, oh yeah.
So do you got any ideas for what you're doing? Because I kind of have like a general idea, but I kind of don't know the details here. I might just have to like wing it. Cause
I had to stifle my laughter when you said warrior princess, because that's exactly what I'm doing.
Oh, so we're both. I was thinking I don't really draw a lot of girls for this. So I wanted to draw a girl.
So
And,
I did have an idea, a little addition to the lore, with this princess in mind. So, it's sort of relating to this, this battle so far. Like I thought of a kingdom that had was going to sacrifice their princess to Zorn Ultima sort of as a it's a means to beg for mercy. And he just burns this kingdom to the ground, leaving the princess. But this princess chooses to follow Zorn Ultima, but has a twin sister who vows revenge.
So you're drawing the twin sister of the sacrificed princess, or the quote unquote sacrificed princess.
Yeah, but the thing is, this happened when they were very young, so their backgrounds because their backgrounds are so different, they would look completely different.
Dude, wait a minute, dude. I'm drawing like a really fucked up like dragon woman. What if I'm drawing the print like I'm drawing the girl? Like you're
Yeah,
drawing your twin and I'm drawing the one who was sacrificed and
yeah,
joined
yeah,
for an ultimate.
yeah. There we go.
Oh, that was dude, we did not plan that. We just that just kind of happened.
That's what that's why you save every idea in like write every idea down that you have for a character design, because when somebody else hears it and adds a little something to it, that could be the spark that turns this concept into something more.
Nelly writes some of the Slayers can have dragon traits.
I think personally, I would say that's kind of antithetical to what the Slayers are. Like they're very anti-dragons. You could give them, I mean, look at Saint Valeno. Another thing that I came up with is I saw this Tumblr post years ago where it was somebody being like, "Why do dragons have side-facing eyes? Like that's usually a prey trait, carnivores and predators, they have forward-facing eyes, so why don't dragons have forward-facing eyes?" And the conclusion that this Tumblr post came to is, well, there are predators in real life who have side-facing eyes, like crocodiles and alligators, and I can't think of any other examples right now. But the reason why they have side-facing eyes is because they evolutionarily adapted to look out for their own competition, to look out for other alligators, other predators of the same species that are competing. Like now, it's like in our lore, it's the dragons are killing each other out until there's only one left. So they need the side-facing eyes to look out and defend themselves, have that wider range of vision. And so with that idea of a dragon's greatest enemy is each other, I had the idea of Saint Valeno having armor that feels like a dragon. He's got these eyes. He's got this trim that I wanted the trim to look like fire breath, right? So it's like wavy and spiky, and it's got these things. I want it to feel like fire or even poison squirting out of this dragon that he killed. So his armor does evoke the feeling of a dragon to an extent. Like I have these sharp fins on the side of his knees, kind of looks like dragon wings. That was intentional. So I would recommend figuring out a way to just evoke the feeling of a dragon, whether through just their features or their equipment, their armor, their clothing, or you could also figure out how to make it work. If you want to make a dragon spawn that became a slayer, you can figure out how to make it work. You can come up in your own head. How would Saint Valeno allow someone like that into his ranks? Like that dragon spawn must be a badass, or they must really hate their own kind. Maybe they regret. Maybe they were like, this was a mistake. I shouldn't have done it. I want to atone. There could be a religious theme there. They want to atone. Maybe they're a nun. But you can come up with whatever reason. So immediately my answer would be no, but who am I? I'm just a guy on the internet. I'm just a voice on your screen. You can do it anyway.
We're not real. We're not real. We're not real.
Yeah, the canvas is your domain, like we said before. If you can figure out a way to make it work, make it work. It'll be cool as hell. It'll be awesome.
So I'm double checking the YouTube stream, and I see a question here. Was there ever any stories with dragons in hell? In my opinion, they really suit the place.
Funny you say that.
Well, there are depictions of, I forget exactly the name of this saint, but it was, it was someone who it was a priestess who's, I forget the name, but she promised her virginity to God, So like everything that would happen before she was destined to die, there would be miracles that would protect her. And there's one point where Satan just straight up turns into a dragon and eats her. Yep. Saint Margaret.
Fuck being a snake. Fuck Adam. I'm just gonna screw it. I'm gangster as hell. I'm just gonna eat her.
Yeah, but no, she was too base and holy, and Satan just spit her out.
The maiden with blue eyes.
Now don't be. Well, all right, guys. I got a confession to make. I'm a blue eyes white dragon player. You know, fucking. I'm one of them Yugi. Well, not really.
Hey, those decks are going hard right now.
Yeah,
Those decks are going hard right
because
now.
they got a crazy amount of support, which is not in Master Duel yet. So I'm just out the sticks.
Sachiko Fox asks, "Are there any other humanoid races in this world?"
Yet again, that's up to you. You wanna draw an elf? You wanna draw a dog person? You wanna draw a dwarf? Go for it.
Yeah.
That's up to you. We intentionally want to give you guys as much freedom as possible. So if you think it would be dope as hell to have like a mermaid slayer or a werewolf dragon spawn, go for it.
Yeah.
Again, whatever makes you say hell yeah.
That's the key here. We want you going hell.
Wise man once told me that.
Belly Gives Fox asks, "What books would you recommend to a novice artist?" I would even say incorporate, since this is a character design panel, maybe incorporate some books that are like inspiring or good references for like, man, this book has really good character design in it, like the story.
Ooh. Oolong, you got anything?
So, if I look up what I like looking at, you know, when I'm thinking of like a fantasy monster, I just straight up look up D&D monster manuals. Like seeing these older depictions of these creatures, or some of the more modern ones, you know, they've got some very interesting interpretations of these things. And just let me get my favorite D&D monster. Actually, let's put him on here. Let's see. I believe this was from I think the Van Richten's book, or however you say it. And my favorite D&D monster is the Relentless Juggernaut.
Hell yeah.
I mean, the name says it all. Look at this guy.
Yeah. He's badass.
I want to take a.
He's
I think
badass.
I used to have a favorite D&D monster, but I completely cannot remember what it would have been.
Yeah, he's sick.
Yeah, but
he's got like Pyramid Head vibes.
Oh, very much
Ooh,
so.
that's a good point.
He's definitely, you know, supposed to evoke, you know, the sort of slasher monster that's like sort of an indomitable, just killing machine. But they have a counterpart called the Relentless Slasher, and he's supposed to be
great.
like, yeah, they're sort of the sort of equal and opposite in that way. But yeah, like when I'm thinking of like, I want a good example of a character design or something, I look for you know, just straight up like art books of things you like are always a good like starting point. Like
you know what I'd say Mega Man Battle Network, if you can get your hands on that art book, or just go on the wiki. Mega Man Battle Network is like a master class in how to use color and strong shape.
the dragons have some crazy ass designs. Holy shit.
Oh, that's sick. Star
Paul,
Salamander, that's dope.
Paul, you're going in. You're going in.
I gotta call it the elephant in the room, the Dragonology book, study of
Of
dragons,
course.
of course.
I had that when I was a kid, but I lost it. Never found it again. Oh, I've got another. I've got something. If you want a book explicitly on character design, The Silver Way by Steven Silver. Even if you're not interested in doing cartoons, which he's the guy who did like Danny Phantom, Kim Possible. Even if you're not interested in cartooning, I think he has a lot of insight to give on what is expected professionally, like what a professional reference sheet looks like. It's a little old. It's like from 2017, so the information might not be super relevant nowadays, but you'd be surprised how much of it is still relevant. It teaches you a lot about construction from a design standpoint. It teaches you a lot about how to visualize in your head different shapes and then combining them mentally to create a design. He offers different exercises, different ways to practice, specifically with character design. So I highly recommend that book if you want a starting place for getting into character design. The Silver Way by Steven Silver, it's like $20, maybe $30 on Amazon. I recommend getting it physically too because it's a really nice book that I constantly am just flipping through. It's like, how do I do pelvises? And then I'll just look through this book and be like, oh, that's how he did it. I'll give this a try. It's a really, really good starting point for learning how to do character design. You know what? Also, if you want suggestions on just good sources of character design in general, I would say Yu-Gi-Oh! Early Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of really good ones. A lot of the modern stuff is a little too crazy anime for me, but classic Yu-Gi-Oh! You can't beat, man. You look at Buster Blader, you look at Summon Skull, that's just great. Okay, I'll pull up the hashtag again, or the tag to post specifically on Newgrounds. It has to be on Newgrounds if you want your submission tallied. But it's CDW-dragons and CDW-slayers. That's what you should put on your submission on Newgrounds and put it in the tags so that when we search it up at the end of this stream, we can accurately tally it. So this design I'm doing, so I'll talk about what I'm drawing right now and what's going on through my head. I tried to come up. Actually, the first thing that I came up with, because I was, maybe I shouldn't, maybe this is cheating a little bit, but last night I was thinking a little bit of what I wanted to do for this design. And honestly, I didn't really get far. All I knew is I wanted to draw a girl because I don't normally draw girls for these types of events. So I wanted to draw, give the ladies some love because Lord knows they need it. And and I also came up with a cool like special move. Like if this was a DBZ villain, what would their signature move be? So I came up with she's got one wing that's kind of thin and sickle-like. It's not a full wing. And then she's got a draconic arm. And the wing and the arm are on the same side, so they can like cup together an energy ball in the center. Like almost mirroring Zoran Ultima. I thought that would have been a cool reference. And I also have an idea for the personality because I want her to feel a little creepy. Like I want her to be insane, and she's using Zoran Ultima as like an obsessive surrogate father figure. Like she is obsessed with Zoran Ultima. She has complete. If you've played Metaphor ReFantagio, and no spoilers, I'm not giving any spoilers, but the character what was it, Zorba, he's like at the dead beginning of the game, and he is obsessed with Luis. He is just fanatically, almost like a religious figure. He is obsessed with Luis, and I'm like, I want that kind of fanatical loyalty in this design. Like she worships Zoran Ultima like a god. Might even pray to him privately. She is just completely batshit, because I think those types of crazy characters are really fun. I'm having a lot of sharp edges here in this design. I'm not entirely sure if this is what the hell's going on here. So your calf surgery is going well. Is that a reference on how I draw calves really sharp?
I think that's the Mad Doctor. I think he's I think he's a dragon slayer.
Oh, really? You think so? You think the Mad Doctor? I have
samurai. That's my favorite fucking beat.
me and Oolong, we used to Samurai Jack used to be an in joke with us because we used to just be like, Aku, I fucking hate you. You pissed me off. I would, and he's just going, just completely losing his cool and just going nuts. And Aku being like, calm down, Samurai. This is supposed to be a grudge, not drama, not beef. I don't care. I want to fucking kill you. Just going nuts, just going crazy. We used to think that was the funniest shit.
It is still the funniest shit.
Yeah, it's and you know what? We were right.
Yeah, okay. All right. I think you've given me some things to work with here. All right. Now, let's see.
Okay, you know what? Okay, princess. She was a princess. She was a twin sister princess who was thrown to Zoran Ultima for sacrifice. I'm gonna give her some fancy jewelry, like those classical sacrifice stories where they like doll the lady up. What was it? The Greek story. It wasn't Europa. Was it Europa? I don't think it was Europa, but it was. Was it Andromeda? I don't know, but it was some Greek story where she was going to be sacrificed to Cetus, and they like dressed her up in jewelry so that she looks beautiful, like on her like on the wedding day she'll never have before a giant monster eats her. So I'm thinking, I'm gonna give her like a piece of jewelry or multiple pieces of jewelry that she holds on to obsessively. Ooh, you know what? I love that anime trope of those kinds of characters that are like, my face! You've damaged my beautiful face! But I want to do that, but with the jewelry. If anybody damages like a necklace or a bracelet or something that she has that's like from her old life, she doesn't even know why she's obsessing over it so much. But if anything happens to that jewelry, she'll go berserk. That's
So
her button.
it's like a dragon with its horde, or
I didn't even fucking again, happy accidents.
yeah.
You gotta love those happy accidents.
And, if now there's a specific pose I'm trying to get here, and if anybody can guess why I'm doing this pose, you just you win something special. I don't know what it is, but you win. You win for the night.
Yeah, you'll get Oolong's car.
Yeah, the car I don't have.
Well, I mean, I was trying to scam our audience, but now you've ruined it. Now you've thanks, bro.
Well, this it's what I'm here for. Support. Support you.
That's a really good like heist movie idea. I like that where that has to have been done right where there's just like it's like Reservoir Dogs but one guy is just overly nice. That sounds like it should be a movie.
We're gonna make that movie. Gonna
Or
make
or
that
or
movie.
maybe the idea actually sucks and it only works as a joke. And trying to
Well,
make a whole movie, maybe trying to make a whole movie out of it, you'll run out of material like instantly.
well, that's just a writer skill issue, I would believe.
Calling out Hollywood, huh?
I mean, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, someone's gotta do it, brother.
Yeah, we don't need we don't need a remake of How to Train Your Dragon. We don't need like a
Is that happening?
yeah, and it fucking sucks.
Is it live action or is it
I
animated?
think it's live action.
But Toothless looks just like he did in the movie. It looked just like he did in the movie.
Then watch the movie.
But he
Yeah,
looked
then
just like he
watch
did
yeah,
in the
then-
movie.
Then watch the movie because it's already a good movie. Why do you need to remake it? It's already a good movie. Whatever. You know what? I just won't watch it. That's fair. I'm not gonna dwell on it. I just won't give them my money.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
By the way, How to Train Your Dragon, really fun, really enjoyable movie. Hey, speaking of like dragon designs, I think it was How to Train Your Dragon 3 or something, where they have like a whole, well, I guess no spoilers. I don't want to spoil anything, but they have a whole thing of just so many creative dragon designs in that movie in particular. It's either 3 or 2. Actually, it might be 2 because I have no idea if I've seen 3. I kind of can't remember what that one could even possibly be about.
Okay. Okay. We got the pose. I got the weapon. Now I just need to refine this.
And I want to have some opposing angles on the eyes so that it looks like she's about to lose it at any moment. I want them to look a little open. So I've got this kind of diamond shape here.
Eyes wide open. Yeah.
Another thing for some reason when it comes to my own personal designs, anything dragon related, I try to include really long Yu-Gi-Oh-esque eyelashes, funnily enough. Just because I think that's a cool motif to have with dragon designs in particular, just to really like have the eyes be emphasized. So I like having long eyelashes with humanoid dragon designs. I think it's a cool little motif to have. But I kind of worry that this design doesn't have like anything to really draw your eye. Maybe I just have to, you know what? Maybe I should take away this axe because I feel like maybe silhouette-wise, the axe might take away too much from the dragon stuff going on this side. Maybe. How's the audience doing? How are you guys coming along? You guys cooking? What you cooking? Smells good.
Yeah,
That was really corny. I'm gonna slap myself when this is over.
Well, when it's over.
Yeah,
So
when
right now,
it's over.
we gotta lock in.
I mean, I could slap myself on stream if we'd get more views. If you follow me on Newgrounds, I'll do it.
All right, hear me out. Hear me out.
Guys, can we get me to 10,000 followers on Newgrounds? If you do, I'll cut my hand off.
Sounds like it sounds like a flash animation waiting to happen.
You're right. You're you're right. It would be like like I'm calling someone out, like I'm calling someone a sellout. Like, yeah, this is what you would do. Like, I don't even know what's a modern YouTuber that like a Newgrounds person from 2008 would get mad at.
Legendary Dream.
Legendary Dream.
Legendary Dream. That's just hold up. Legendary Dream. That needs to be something
Ooh,
like
yeah.
a title for
Wait a
something.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Legendary. That's a good title. I am the Legendary Dream.
What is that? Oh, we just created something. Say don't.
Speaking of happy accident, hey, that's the theme of this stream: happy accidents.
Yeah, I
really like Legendary Dream. That's a really cool title. Removing the connections. That's just a cool title.
All right. I kind of need to move this giant fucking sword over a little bit.
I kind of like this pattern of You'll see this a lot with my designs, specifically my dragon themed ones. Is that I really like having these repeating lines over and over again. It kind of looks like a cross between armor and scales to me, and also I really like those horizontal, like repeating chrome lines that you see on like X-Men and Marvel comics a lot back in the day. Like Colossus. I love that kind of shit. I love shiny, repeating horizontal lines.
Give that a hell yeah. All right, all right. I got a selection dilate 1 pixel.
But I'll be honest, guys. You know, this is a bit of a confession. I have not really been doing a whole lot of personal designs lately. I've been mainly working on my game. So if I'm a little rusty, I apologize. I'm working on a video game, and that takes up 99% of my time.
With the last remaining brain energy, you'll use it to create something cool for
I've
for the
saved it up.
audience.
I've been saving it up. You know, I've been saving up my design energy for this day.
So
I don't know what to do with this arm. It might just. Should I even give her an axe? Does she need a weapon?
she's has the natural strength and agility of a dragon.
All right, all right, all right, all right. I've got an idea. I've got an idea. Maybe she's a fanatic for Zoran Ultima. Maybe she's using the bone, like a carved out bone of his dead mate. And she's using that as like an axe. And and she's treating it like a religious artifact. Maybe she sees herself like an apostle or a or a what is it, a prophet. I really I want her to really just be delusional. Or maybe she's not delusional. Maybe she's more correct than you would think. The
Mm-hmm.
the truths of the madman are often ignored.
Now you're just cooking.
No, I'm not cooking. I've just been playing Bloodborne.
There you go.
I've just been playing Bloodborne, brother.
Well, I would call that cooking.
That's fair. Oh, by the way, god damn, that game is so good. Oh my god, that game is so fucking unbelievably, amazingly good. I'm finally doing the DLC. I never did the DLC for Bloodborne because by the time I bought it, the only way that I could do, like, I just beat the game, so the only way that I could do the DLC is if I did a New Game Plus. And I did not want to do that DLC on New Game Plus. I was scared. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna wait until I eventually do a new game. And me and my friend Eric and my friend Rob, we're doing a co-op because I've never had PlayStation Plus before, so I decided to finally experience that side of the game. Ooh, what do we got here? What do we got here? We got somebody. We got somebody.
All right. How do I want to do this? I don't want to. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Dad defeated to dragon spawn, killed mom, tried to kill her. Oh. Oh, she's got like a prosthetic there. That's good. Hey, speaking of Bloodborne, speaking of Gehrman the first hunter, or should I say the first slayer?
Slayer.
I I had a lot more drawings, like supplemental drawings I wanted to do for Romeo Valeno, because I had an idea for his fighting style, because I'm thinking, like, I'm trying to think practical, like dragons are going to be flying. Like, why would a dragon not just fly all the time, right? So he creates like weaponry or like ballista bolts with his staff. He creates like blue glowing arcane ballista bolts and he manually throws them with his good arm. He throws them into the air and they just shoot and chase after dragons while they're airborne. And I also thought of Saint Valeno when he's pissed off or when he's backed into a corner. He'll take off that huge pauldron with the dragon cape. He'll take it off and reveal his rotten, atrophied arm that's just shriveled and it looks like a piece of celery stalk that was left out for 5 days straight. He'll just look like that. And then he'll use magic. He'll this takes all of his concentration, so he can't do it all the time, but he'll use his magic to conjure up a new arm on his atrophied infected poisoned one, and he'll have the usage of his arm back. And here's the twist: he's left-handed, so he's at his peak when he's using his other arm. But again, it uses a lot of energy. It uses a lot of concentration, so he can't do it all the time, and it's pretty much only close quarters. But I'm thinking, like he can turn his like this magic arm on his left arm. He can turn it into like a blade, turn it into like a a, a shield or something. I don't shoot key blasts out of it. I don't know. I also got the idea that Saint Valeno is doing research and he's trying to figure out like a cure to the dragon spawn curse. And he kind of figured one out. He's trying to invent a poison that can target the curse itself and kill it from the inside. And he's kind of almost there, but there's two drawbacks. Number one, if he uses it on someone, it's going to leave whatever body parts were affected by the dragon curse, it's going to leave them like calcified and basically dead. So it's going to basically ruin the life of whoever he uses it on. So he has to use it on somebody that like we got to change him back now. And also, he has to use his own lifeblood to do it. He has to use his own life to cure, a little bit of uh, what's the word? A foil with Zoran Altima. He uses his blood to create his spawn, and then Valeno has to use his own life to kill his spawn from the inside to create a fake cure. He is the poison. And another thing that I had in mind is with Saint Valeno is one thing with the cockatrice is that cockatrices can kill with just their gaze. So he's got that reputation of he can kill you with just his eyes. He's got that cold stare, that the stare of a dead man who's forced to live. But all right, let's try to finish up this design. I've got some. I've got something here. You know what? I don't like that weird loincloth. I don't want her to wear like rags. I don't want her to wear that. Let's erase this and try to come up with something else. Because I feel like just having a dragon person wearing rags, that's like too easy, right? That's too easy. I personally don't want to take the easy way out here.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, I want whatever she's wearing on her waist to be intentional. It's an actual article of clothing. Maybe it'll be frayed at the bottom just because, I'm thinking of that primordial, savage, kind of direction. How's your design going along?
I'm getting somewhere. I just need to figure out how I'm gonna do the eyes here. I think when I get this, we're gonna have. We're gonna start cooking. We're gonna start cooking the real good stuff.
How's everybody else? How's the audience drawing along with us? You guys doing okay? I'm not sure how much longer we should have, because I don't want it to be like a 4-hour long stream. I definitely don't. So I think we should probably say we're done. Maybe 30 more minutes. I don't know. Do you think that's a good metric?
Oh, I might take a little more than 30 minutes.
Ooh, a little bit more than 30 minutes.
just want to at least get the sketch in a better place. Trying to
My girlfriend's playing Pirate Yakuza right now, and every once in a while I'll just hear Yakuza, or not yet, Majima say stuff.
Yeah, he's watching the stream right now.
What kind of? Do you think Majima would be a dragon or a slayer?
Well, he would definitely definitely got to be a slayer because he's trying to fuck Kiryu.
And and Kiryu would be the dragon. You're right. You're so right.
Yeah,
Go Kiryu-chan. When he's got Saint Valeno by his side. I would love it if somebody. I would love to just go on Newgrounds and search up the submissions and then just see Majima there.
Just see him there.
They just post a picture of Majima like shittily drawn over with.
He's got like high fantasy armor on.
Yeah, he's there with Saint Valeno.
All right. I think we're getting somewhere better than where we were before.
I'm kind of struggling with like the clothing of this character. I'm kind of struggling a little bit. I mean, you guys might notice she's kind of just got her boobie out here. I don't know how to cover that chest. Probably we'll just put a rag here.
So,
Probably just gotta be some kind of rag.
Yeah. There is some cooking going on in the chat. This is oh god.
You think so? You think there's some cooking going on?
There's
Yo, who the Forge Frog? Who the fuck is this? Yo!
Yo ho ho even.
No, I can't. He's got the horns. He's got to be a dragon spawn. He kills with his bear. My friend, he was brainstorming some fantasy stuff with me, and my friend, he tried to come up with it, which is very flattering. He tried to come up with a dragon slaying faction, uh, uh, that was cube sona coded, and he came up with something called the Scale Rippers, which are dragon slayers that they specialize in just unarmed combat with dragons. Because when you're up against a dragon, you're not always, what if the dragon melts your armor? What if the dragon eats your sword? You're going to be screwed. So you can only rely on yourself, and they're the Scale Rippers. And I'm just imagining these superhuman strength dudes with skin tight dragon scale armor, leather rather, and they shoot themselves out of ballistas to land on dragons in midair and then tear holes in their wings while they're flying. That's a cool idea, but I don't want to. I mean, I've already done one. I've already done one dragon slayer. I've already drawn the slayer leader. I can't be drawing another one. But it's a really cool idea. I need to draw a Scale Ripper one day because I really like that idea. It's an awesome idea.
All right.
And that friend may or may not be watching the stream right now. So
He's
shout out to you watching.
He's laughing. That classic laugh of his. All right, I need to give this woman hair.
Or you could just have her be bald.
I don't have that power yet.
You don't think maybe she went bald as a sign of as an oath. She shaved her head to show her resolve to finding her sister or avenging her sister.
Yeah, because I think there's a bit of a tragedy in it. She wouldn't know her sister is still alive. She's just constantly locking horns with this crazy ass woman.
Oh, she's got to have. Oh, there's got to be some sort of secret. Like, ooh, maybe they have matching birthmarks on their right arm, but for my dragon girl, her right arm is the one that mutated, so that birthmark is gone.
Yeah, something like that. Let's see. Okay, so I'm trying to.
I'm kind of not sure how I'm feeling this. I feel like it's got to be her clothes are lacking. She's got to have some sort of cool clothing. But I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm a little bit challenged here, cause when it comes to fantasy designs, in my head, I've been defaulting to like Conan and Frank Frazetta, and when it comes with that kind of classic fantasy aesthetic, a lot of those girls, they just got everything hanging out. And if we're on, if we're on YouTube, I can't be doing anything too glamorous here.
Okay, I almost had that there. Almost had that. Actually, keep it.
You know what?
Keep it.
The brain of pain is what I have right now. You know what? I might take more than a half hour because I'm kind of stumped here. I'm kind of really trying to figure out how to make this look good. I'm thinking. I'm thinking, and that's a dangerous thing. You don't ever want Cube Sona to be thinking. But I'm thinking maybe I should give her clothes. Like they are clothed and they are sewed, they are created, but I think I want her clothes to feel inhuman but man-made. And I'm thinking she's really proud of her dragon parts, so I think she would just let the dragon parts just be out. So I'm trying to think. Let's give her a boot. Let's give her actual shoes here.
Dragon spawn goblin.
Oh, he's so cute. He's one of the grunts. He's like Demi Devimon.
Oh yeah. Okay, am I gonna
Oh,
have to?
that's another great source of characters design inspiration. Digimon.
Oh yeah, you can't go wrong with Digimon.
I
I
love
keep.
me some Digimon.
I said it again. I'm saying it again.
Yeah, but it's cool when you say it. When I say you immediately think of that guy from Kingdom Hearts 2, and that's not a good image. Well, actually, I don't know. He is like buff, and he does have like cool like baggy pants. He does listen to hip hop. He listens to Biggie. You know what? I've been listening to Biggie. I've been listening to some hip hop lately. I've been listening to some. I wanted to. What is it? Ready to Die. Ready to Die is such an amazingly good album.
Oh, is it the stance? You got the stance.
The stance.
No, see your pillow. What the fuck? Hold on.
Senior Pello in the chat.
Wasn't he in the chat in the last one?
Oh yeah, I think he was. I forgot about that. He was in one of them. It might have been the Sky and Sea one. I can't remember. What's he been up to?
He's just he's
Eating chocolate chip cookies.
That sounds like what we should be doing right now.
Oh man, if I had some chocolate chip cookies, oh boy.
baking some cookies for the Newgrounds, the Newgrounds festival. So
So
that
guys,
sounds pretty good,
I
right?
baked some cookies for everybody. It did not occur to me how I'm gonna be distributing these to everyone. So come over to my house. Uh,
Cookies for Pico Day.
my address is
1234 at 567 Avenue.
it's, P43 Evergreen. No, Sydney Ave. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't care anymore. What am I doing here? Why am I here? Who am I?
Is this where's my beautiful house? Where's my beautiful wife?
I like how that was referenced in an episode of Billy and Mandy, and nobody our age like knew that because we didn't know who the fuck the Talking Heads were.
But we know it now, and we just call it Peak.
Yeah. Dude, Billy and Mandy was so unbelievably funny.
Yeah.
That was such a good show. That show still holds up.
All right. Maybe I do the hair on a different layer because I don't know what to do for the hair, and I'm gonna have to think with my head.
Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing with this outfit. I don't know. I'm trying to give her like a femme fatale like suit. I have no idea how. I don't know. I'm not super confident on this, but fuck it, we ball.
Yep, that's when the chips are down, when you're at your wits end with the design. Sometimes you just gotta say fuck it, we ball.
I might, I don't know, I might like go over to my like design stash, like my reference stash on my computer and just look at stuff and try to see if I can find something that like works. Now the thing is I see some good ideas here. I actually hold on. Hold on. Blow the man down. You might be cooking more than you think you are. You might be cooking way more than you think you are. Works of a genius. Yeah, you're damn right. It is the work of a genius cuz I'm seeing I'm loving that shape. I'm loving that shape of the wings. That simple wing shape. I'm actually liking that a lot. Cuz you can do some shit with that.
Oh yeah.
You could do some
I'm
shit.
saying it. Okay, I think. Therefore, I am.
Funny you bring that up because I watched like a 10-hour long lecture just randomly on YouTube. It was just suggested to me and I was like, this might help, like this might be healthy for my creativity for just having ideas. But I watched like a 10-hour long lecture on Friedrich Nietzsche and and I was right. I mean, here's the thing. I don't really, you don't need to subscribe to any of those ideas, but they're definitely interesting to just include as themes in, creative work.
Let's see, do I want to keep this?
Yeah, dude, blow the man down. I'm drawing I'm gonna finish your design before I finish my design. I actually like the simplicity. I like the simple shapes you've got here. Like this feels like something you'd see drawn on a tapestry or on like a hieroglyph.
Oh. Oh. Is that a dragon or a slayer?
I don't know, man. But I mean, I think one thing's for sure: somebody's getting impaled. I mean, Vlad the Impaler over here. I don't know, brother. Yeah, no, well, yeah, he's dragging because he's dragging his massive weapon behind him. Know what I mean?
Dragging his balls. Dragging his balls. Dragging the balls. Speaking of, shout out to Dragon Ball Daima.
I don't even know what the new. I hear that new episode is really good. And
They
I don't know. I don't want any spoil. I listen. I usually don't give a fuck about spoilers. I'm usually a spoiler hound because I'm impatient and I just want to know the cool thing. And it doesn't really ruin my enjoyment of anything because I can still get hype in the moment even if I know what's happening. But for Daima, I'm doing my best to stay unspoilered
all right, that is for the best because
because something crazy happens.
something crazy happens.
Crazier than last episode. Last episode was pretty crazy.
It's a I'll say it's a follow up to that. It's
Oh boy. Let's give her a little smile. Haha. Like dude, this looks like an angel. Like this looks like I don't know, like almost like an SMT design. Like there's something beautiful in how simple it is. I like listen, blow the man down. You got your design drawn on stream. I hope you're happy. you you've inspired me.
all right. Let's okay. We're cook. We are officially at cooking level.
You know what? I'll. Now that being said, man, I really just. I don't know what to frickin' do for this dragon girl, and I don't want this stream to last like all night. You know, jokes aside. So I'm gonna look through my computer files and just see if I can find a design that stands out at me and inspires me because I think I need some inspiration right now.
Yep, that is a good call. And I feel like this head needs to be a little either
Bigger. I think I need to put in the Bayhead cheat code.
you put the big heady cheat code, give this warring princess a giant head. Okay, I think that did it. I think that did it.
I might have found something. I may or may not have found something. Not sure. Not sure. I might have gotten some inspiration. All right, we'll just put that in the back of my head. We'll put that in the back of my head and see if we can whip that out.
Just a second, I need to
Ooh,
check
this
on
is gonna
something.
Can I just say Bleach has some crazy designs? There's some wacky characters in that old Bleach show. Okay.
All right, all right.
Okay. I think I got something. I think I got something. At the very least, this is I don't know. I'm running out of ideas and I just need to come up with something cool. There is at least there's an inspiration. There's going to be an inspiration here. You guys might be able to catch it with this color scheme I got going. But I kind of fall back on this I kind of like doing shapes like this. Here, let me choose a darker color. I do a lot of shapes like this. I include a lot of like concave lines cuz I don't know, it's a shape that looks good to me. You can see, I mean, you could see it here. I do a lot of concave lines like this just cuz I don't know. It's a pleasing shape to me. It's a pleasing line to me. I'm thinking if
All
this is
right.
like a religious artifact to her. Maybe this is a finger bone. Maybe it's not even like a Maybe it's a small bone, but I feel like she would like crudely gild it together out of fanatic obsession.
Hell yeah. Like Dragon Photo C, do not steal.
Hey, wait a minute. Well, I mean, earlier Stratemeyer did say to just straight up steal designs, so I mean, I mean. Shout out to Stratemeyer though. That was a really cool stream. I stuck around for like the latter half of it, cause I woke up like 4 hours ago. I'm a bit of a night owl. Sorry guys. I'm a bit of a I'm a bit of a silly goober. I'm a gargoyle, you know, like Goliath, know what I mean? My girlfriend's playing some sort of arcade game in Pirate Yakuza, and I'm just hearing these bits and boops over and over again, and it's just that's the sound of my insanity coming forth.
Don't tell me you're gonna make an AMV.
Of Majima?
Yeah, Majima AMV. All right, she needs to look like. Okay.
When I was a kid, I like all I would do. I was obsessed. All I would do was watch Bobobo AMVs over and over and over and over and over again. And there was like some random like kid on YouTube that did like a Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged series style voiceover of of Bobobo. And I would just watch that video religiously when I was like 11. And for a while I would make references to it as if like anyone besides me and my brother watched it. Like, oh god, oh boy. Those are the best kind of in-jokes though, that are just completely stupid and pointless and obscure.
Let's see. Okay.
Ooh, incorporating that dark blue and that gold. I like the chest piece there. I like the oh wait, no, I like the plume. I like the dragon wing plume. That's a fucking good idea actually. Oh, you could do something so dope with the dude, listen. What if you pushed it? What if you pushed it? Hear me out, all right? Oh, I'm using the wrong brush. Okay, and what if you pushed it? All right, we got this knight, right? Sharp teeth. He's got these crazy pauldrons, right? Okay, chest piece. All right, what if you pushed that plume? Let's oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Oh, the Slayers. The Slayers
Dude,
are.
we're so cooked. Oh my god, we're so cooked. We're so screwed. Okay, so we got your dragon guy here, right? What if the plume like went down? Like all the way down. And you just had this dragon. Like what if it like furled out at the end? And you just had this huge or even let's play right. Sorry, you've inspired me. This is I really like that dragon wing plume. That's really cool. God, what if you pushed that? You had like oh man. That's neat. That's a cool idea.
I've got to figure out how
Okay.
I'm doing this arm, and I think I
A
can.
little bit of side boob for all the night, you know, a little bit of a treat, you know, this skinny, gaunt, crazy looking woman.
Do that, but
That should be safe for YouTube, right? That shouldn't be too bad.
yeah, it should be just fine, you know, just fine. Just There you go.
Oh yeah, you're right. Here, you're right. You're right. No, I'll put some body paint on her. Wasn't that a huge like Twitch meta? Just like, no, it's okay. No, I know I'm naked and I got my fucking tits and pussy and asshole out, but it's okay because it's an art piece.
Okay.
And listen. I'm not gonna discredit anybody that actually uses that as an art form because like I'm sure it like you can do some cool shit with that, but a lot of people just use it as a cheat code to get around rules. They a lot of there's a lot once you see an easy way out, it's hard not to exploit it. Yo, hold up, yo.
Hold the fuck. Oh yeah,
We got
baby.
we got Blastoise Frieza. Is he a Oh, he's a Oh god. You know what? I told Oolong before this stream. I told Oolong I was like, if you don't win, I'm gonna be pissed because Zoran Ultima is like the best design he's ever done.
Oh yeah, did I?
For like Zoran Ultima is so cool. I was like, dude, you better win. And Slayers. Gulp. I think we're gulp. I think we're gulp. I think we're
The repeating gulp. The repeating gulp. Hold on. Spider Dragon. Spider Dragon.
Oh yeah, that was another thing Oolong was trying to get across is he liked the idea of there being like different types of dragons. Like when we were first discussing this idea like a week ago, he was thinking of like vampiric dragons. Like how would a dragon slayer kill a vampiric dragon?
Yeah.
Aquatic dragons, things like that. Um, I also like the implication that these dragon spawn mutations are like chaotic. Like it's like
Yeah.
the root of creation itself is chaos. So he like you from Zoran Ultima, you're getting like aquatic dragons, you're getting like insectoid dragons, you're getting like ones with like fur and manes. I think that's a cool direction to go as well.
Oh, for sure. It's weird.
So anybody who can guess the inspiration for this direction I'm going with, you'll get a bonus point. Also, I just realized she has no fucking mouth. The fuck is wrong
Oh,
with me?
yeah, she's got to have a mouth to scream.
Yeah, to scream with. She goes to she's standing in front of Zoran Ultima's bedroom and just going, "My God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above." And he's just like, "Oh my God. Zoran Ultima, he's the dragon god. My God is an awesome God."
She does like the Rem Lazar sort of
Oh my God. She's annoyingly fanatical. She's
she's
singing
dragon carols.
dragon carols.
Equivalent of caroling.
She's standing in front of the kingdom gates. Just Soren Ultima, he reigns from a volcano kingdom. I don't know. I'm not gonna fucking riff a fucking dragon carol right now. I got nothing. I mean,
Dragon
I could channel all the boogie, not boogie, Biggie. I could channel all the Biggie Smalls that I've been listening to and try to freestyle. But I can't be as cool as Biggie and just have like I don't know if it was actual audio of his getting his dick sucked, but it would be really funny if it was real. But at the end of one of the songs in Ready to Die, it's just audio of him getting his cock sucked, and he's going, "Oh, oh," and I'm just like, that is the greatest thing to put at the end of an album I've ever heard in my life. I
So
don't know. It might be just him making noises, but God, it'd be so funny if it was real. It would be so funny.
it would. All right, we're getting somewhere.
I have no. Oh, she's looking a little more sharky than dragony.
Right.
You know what? I kind of want her hair to be like hanging over like
Make an
this.
announcement. Oh God.
Somebody's making an announcement.
Well, I'm happy for them, but I hope they I hope they're all right. I mean, I hope their asses are fine.
Excuse me? What? What? Am I missing something? What's going on here?
It was just something somebody posted in the chat. Don't worry, it's all right.
All right. All right.
All right. Also, I keep saying all right. Also, is this hand all right? Probably not. Because I'm trying to get a particular hand shape. Because this is a reference to something.
It's a reference to me smiling at you.
I
Giving you support from afar.
Oh, why? Thank you. All right, but it is.
We should probably wrap this up relatively soon. I don't know if there's any more questions anybody has.
Because we're.
I'm not feeling super confident on this design, but you know, I gotta get something out, not I mean. Actually, we'll do that. That actually looks a splash of color like that. I don't know. I don't know. A splash of color like that. I don't know. How's
Okay.
How's the audience feeling? How's the audience doing with their submissions? You guys feel like you need some extra time? Don't know if I like that splash of color or not, like the skin showing to break up the I'm not sure if I like that. Not sure how I feel about that. Maybe your skin's too light in value. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's too much contrast. I don't know. What hair color do you know what? I don't want her to have gray hair. I feel like gray hair makes her look too much like a shark. Blue hair, still looking a bit like a shark.
Green hair.
You know what? Yeah, sure, we'll do green hair. Green hair might look good. Green hair might look okay.
This doesn't quite have anything to do with the character design war itself, but it always blows my mind when Oolong comes in and is still using paint tool Psy in current year.
Yeah. Well, it's what we're both using.
Yeah,
we're both.
yeah.
Oh, it is. That is paint tool Psy. It's just like flipped.
Yeah,
listen, I'm sorry, but Paint Tool Psy just has everything that I need. I don't know. I know everybody loves Clip Studio, but they have some weird like subscription service now that you don't need to do, but you do need to do. I don't understand how it works. I don't want to fucking mess with it. I also don't like how the binary pen feels, or the stabilizer rather. I don't like how it feels.
It's all about that pen feel.
Yeah.
Like, I don't got any reason to switch. I like Paint Tool Psy all the same. And, I don't know if you saw this, but the guy who's making Paint Tool Psy, he announced a big update for Psy 2.
Oh, when?
Soon, but apparently he said that he's remade it from scratch.
Really?
Really?
Yeah, and there's going to be a lot of features. I don't know what any of those features are, but he's said, get ready, big things are coming.
Oh, I'm coming.
Yeah, that's
Hearing that.
yeah, that's exciting. That's exciting because
Oh shit! Oh shit! Look at this guy.
oh, I'm so fucked. I'm so fucked.
Dude, the Slayers are done.
Guys, I think
My
humanity.
goodness.
I think.
Y'all better watch out.
Oh my
Holy shit.
I think our
I got that
kingdom-
katana beating Shadow on Kiss Your Ass Goodbye mode.
Oh. What the fuck was he trying to get?
The YouTube chat doesn't even know. We've got.
Gulp.
Gorge, Maxie, I think the Slayers are good. I think the Slayers Guild is in hot water.
Oh, we did just get another question in the question chat.
Oh, we did.
I love questions.
Baileyev's Fox asks, "What do you think of open source art software?"
Do you have a specific one in mind?
Yeah, like, do you have a specific one in mind?
Because I don't know. Immediately, my first instinct is if it's open source, I'm assuming that it's going to that there's potential for it to meet specific needs, the needs of artists a little bit more. Could potentially be game changing, but I don't know of any open source art programs.
I mean, isn't GIMP open source?
Yeah, GIMP and
It is. Krita as well.
Krita as well, yeah. I always found GIMP really unwieldy, and I didn't like Krita when I tried it.
GIMP has a really bad learning curve.
It's so bad. Every button is wrong.
Well, it's like to where it's like unintuitive.
Every button on GIMP is wrong. Every single one.
Yeah.
I've you know what? I used GIMP once in high school, but it was less as a drawing thing and more of like, I need to edit a photo, but I don't have Photoshop on this computer. I'm just gonna use GIMP. I don't remember my experience from it, but I remember I used Fire Alpaca.
Yeah, Fire
I don't even know if
Alpaca.
that's still around. I have
It
no
might.
idea.
It is. People use it.
Is it open source? I don't know if Fire Alpaca is open
I
source.
don't
I know
know.
it's free.
I don't think so. I just know it's free.
I used Fire Alpaca for a little bit after I got kicked out of Photoshop land, and then after that I switched to Corel Painter for a little while, and then I switched to CSP.
The real answer is Adobe Fresco. You know what I mean?
Oh, Adobe Fresco.
Yeah, that's the real answer.
Yeah, Adobe Fresco.
Everyone and their mother on Adobe Fresco.
I mean, I've mainly just been drawing and not drawing, but I've just been doing pixel art, man. I've got that's my job. I've just been doing pixel art. That's mainly what I do. I'm making tile sets, rocks, a lot of rocks, a lot of variants of existing props.
Yeah.
Making that whew boy, when you're doing ruins, you have to destroy the same pillar in 5 different ways.
Yeah. Do you use Psy for your pixel art, or do you use Aseprite? Dedicated.
I use Aseprite. I used Psy before, but then Aseprite released a Revo fucking Lutionary feature that lets you make tile map layers that you can edit tiles in real time, and
that was just it was
once I
match
saw
made in
that,
heaven.
yeah, once I saw that, I was like, well, no more. See ya. Because God, I can't imagine doing all this pixel art without that feature. That is, oh Christ, that is a godsend. Shout out to Aseprite.
Do you guys ever use those because I have a few friends that have been picking them up, and I don't know if they really help workflow that much, or they're just like fun little tools. You know, those like companion pieces that have like the knobs and the keys on them for doing like shortcuts. I don't
like the little boxes.
Yeah, I used one the other day, and I wasn't a
the-
big fan of it. And then but I have a lot of friends that are like, "Oh, bro, no, it's like changed my workflow."
Well, here's the thing. I don't use it super common. I don't use it for everything I do, but I do have a tablet, and I've been using this model tablet for the last like almost 10 years. And it comes with like hotkeys on the side, right? These little buttons that you can map to whatever you want. And I used to just ignore them because it's like, I don't fucking need them. Whatever. I can just Control Z. I can just press the button with my mouse. Why do I need these hotkeys? But then I forced myself to like learn how this works because I was in New York last year, and when I got back, my tablet was broken, and I had to fucking spend $400 on a new one. But I thought I was, because I did like a collab with Artazul, and it was like a monitor tablet, and I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm just gonna have to get used to this monitor tablet now. I guess I'm just gonna have to. I'm just gonna have to change how I draw. So I whip out the monitor tablet, and I'm like, all right, well, in order for this to work, I'm gonna have to learn how these hotkeys work. And I got everything set up, and the Artazul tablet don't work anymore.
Damn.
It just won't draw. The monitor part will work, but the tablet part won't work. And I tried to look it up, and like there's nobody, like there's no fucking Reddit post on this. Nobody is talking about this. Like nobody, the Artazul tablet is pretty niche. So I couldn't find anybody to get like help with this. So my conclusion is I saw one person be like, yeah, the tablet's not going to work anymore if you have Windows 10 or Windows 11 rather, because the drivers haven't been updated in like 5 years, and I'm like, oh, that would probably do it. But I use hotkeys more often now because I already got myself used to like setting them up and knowing how they work. And I will say I'm left-handed, so it's really nice. Usually I have my right hand on the mouse, but it's really nice for me to just use my right hand to have on the hotkeys and then just press a single button to Alt Z, Control Z rather. Because before I would literally put down my stylus and then move my hand over to my left hand over to Control Z that way, and then pick my stylus back up and keep drawing. I was used to doing that for decades. Okay, well, not a decade, rather. Not, I'm not that old. I just turned 30. I'm not that old. But
Don't worry, I know it feels like it. I mean, you're talking to the old guys too over here.
I definitely, dude. I feel like a boomer. It really is like night and day. Once you reach that threshold, it's literally just, oh boy, guys, I'm the youngest member of my art friend group. I can't wait to.
Yeah.
Just instantly turn into a mummy.
Just feel decrepit and like gangly and
Why does it hurt to crouch down? I work out every day. Why does it still hurt to crouch down?
You're like a snail trail of dust behind you as you walk.
Yeah, a snail trail of drool because I can't close my jaw anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You need some WD-40 on that.
Oh, sometimes it feels like it. Sometimes I really do think I need some WD-40.
Fault Sama says, you turn 30. Oh, you turn 30 and get a random permanent debuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like Darkest Dungeon.
Yeah.
You come back from a dungeon, you're changed permanently. That's turning 30.
I just want you to know, I didn't hear you say Fault Sama properly. I thought you said Osama said it.
Yeah, Osama.
And I was very confused.
Welcome to the chat and back from the grave.
Yeah. He really is the hide and go seek champion, huh?
Yeah. He was watching Naruto, so he learned some tricks. That still fucks me up. He's fucking watching Naruto.
Yeah, he
Of
was
all
playing,
things.
bro. He was playing Counter Strike.
Was Osama actually a Counter Strike player?
Yeah.
That's crazy. He's...
Darkest Dungeon mention?
Yeah, I mean, seeing as how they got him, he probably wasn't that good.
True.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Now we're.
Oh man, I'm desperately trying to figure out how to save this design. I don't know. I'm not feeling too strong on it.
I like that. Hold on, stop.
But
that's it right there.
what this like eye marking?
Yeah.
The eye marking's pretty
All right,
good.
all right.
Let's say 9 o'clock. We'll do our
We can do
9 o'clock. Yeah,
I think I can do that.
Yeah,
do we-
I think
so-
we're pretty close. And plus, you know, let's be real. You know, it's more of the process. You know.
Yeah. Yeah. And besides the audience submissions have just been fucking coming in. They you guys have just been rocking out. Oh shit. Okay.
Slayers, I really.
Let's go.
Man,
Let's go.
dude.
Another one. Let's go, Dragons. Let's go.
One dropped immediately.
People are running with your galaxy motif so hard. People are just, all right. So here's the planet-sized, world-ending, planet-eating dragon. His blood is made out of stars. His thoughts become reality. He has a PhD in kicking your ass, and then the Slayers are like, this guy comes from a farm. He wants to protect his family.
Well,
And you know what? We're underdogs.
Speaking of which,
the underdogs.
You gotta love a good underdog.
Speaking of dragons and slayers, are we all excited for Monster Hunter? Are we all gonna no life that when that
Yep.
comes out? Yep. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've been playing this. I've been playing Worlds. I've been playing. Here's the thing. I stopped playing Monster Hunter at 4 Ultimate because I just played the shit out of it. Like I just played it too much and I got burnt out. And I'm like, all right, this isn't fun anymore. I've done it too much. But then I had a friend get me into Monster Hunter Worlds, and I'm like, all right, this is pretty fun. All right, I'm getting back into it a little bit. All right. And then I've been playing the beta test for Wilds, and I'm just like, oh shit, crap. I'm hyped. I'm hyped. All my friends are gonna be playing it. I'm gonna be playing it. I already pre-ordered it for me and my best friend for his birthday, and I'm excited. I'm playing Worlds now because I'm just so excited for Wilds. I need Monster Hunter. Trying out new weapons. Found a new main, Lance boys.
Oh yeah.
Really loving the Lance.
I've always been Buster Sword. I've always had the big boy sword.
The what is it? The Charge Blade?
Yeah.
A lot of people like Charge Blade. Charge Blade's pretty cool.
I do love me a good switch axe.
True.
Switch axe. I don't usually get super into Monster Hunter, but when I do, I like to go with the insect glaive.
I want to get good at the insect glaive, but I have no. I don't know. I'm a Dark Souls player. I like the slow, methodical ones. Gun Lance is another big favorite. I love the Gun Lance.
Yeah, Gun Lance is cool. Oh, but Insect Glaive literally turns you into a Final Fantasy Dragoon with a bug.
You're kinda right.
You literally you just throw yourself into the air and you fucking spin.
So you also get a little friend. You get a little beetle.
Oh yeah, you got
friend.
your little
eat the
friend.
crocodiles.
Yeah. You latch your bug on, do the bug thing. I forgot what the bug does. It's been a while.
I think he does something about collecting nectar. I does something like that.
It's some kind of buff. It's either that or it like weakens the monster. Oh.
Alright. I think I'm getting close to being done with this design. I think This is about where I gotta call it. Not really sure what more I can do. You know what? I wanted to give her a piece of jewelry that she's obsessed over. What should that jewelry be?
Maybe like some kind of
let me see.
necklace with like a golden, I don't know, like animal
Here's
on
what
it.
I'm thinking.
Like a badger or a hedgehog or I don't know.
I gotta hold on. Oh wait, that gives me inspiration for a really sad backstory. Like the badger and the hedgehog isn't even like a family crest or anything. She just loved hedgehogs and she just loved those animals when she was a little girl. So the king was like, I know it's not our family crest, but look at her. She loves those things. Make a tiara. Make a tiara shaped like a hedgehog. It'll make her so happy. And now, oh, and that's why she's obsessed over it. Oh, because of the fucking memories of her father and the memories of her childhood that was taken away. Ooh, that's good.
It's happening.
The story, the lore.
It comes in real
All
time.
right, well, now I gotta look up hedgehogs.
Yeah, look up golden yellow hedgehog jewelry. Probably, I'm sure that'll get some good.
You're gonna find bling of Sonic.
You will.
Yeah, I'm gonna give her ice. She's gonna have the Sonic ice.
Yeah.
Ooh,
You're like thugnificent looking at it.
Thug. Oh yeah.
Ooh, what if I gave her grills? What if she just had golden teeth?
Oh man.
Yeah, who has the big shark? Who has the big shark necklace? I always forget that artist's name.
I don't know.
On fucking like big shark necklace.
The big diamond shark necklace. I've seen it a few times.
Maybe it's Big Shark.
Yeah, Big
Shark
Sharky,
rapper.
yeah.
Shark chain. Oh, Takeshi 6ix9ine.
No, he had something else.
He's got one.
Oh, he's got one. I thought he had something else.
It's the fucking Finding Nemo shark.
No,
but it's
no
but
way.
it's
I would have remembered it was Takashi. That's so funny. Someone else must have it now. Someone else must have it now because I would have known. I would have immediately thought of that.
Is he still around? Is Takashi 6ix9ine like still
I don't think
alive?
so.
I thought he was in jail.
He can't.
I thought he was in prison. Yeah.
Even if he got out of prison, you can't come back. He snitched.
Yeah, he snitched.
He snitched.
He snitched
You can't.
super hard, didn't he?
Wasn't it like racketeering charges? Like he can't be out of jail yet. That's like 16 years, 16, 15 years.
Yeah.
Those are the same ones that Ryan got. That's why he's still in jail.
Like, wasn't it racketeering, but they lightened his charges if he snitched?
Maybe.
Yeah, he's not coming back after that.
No.
Speaking of hip hop and all that, I watched. I've been watching videos like video essays on hip hop history and rap history, and I remember hearing the phrase that Tekashi 6ix9ine is not white, but he feels white. He feels like a
feels
white rapper.
white.
He's trying. He tries too hard. He's a try hard. He's too cringe. But I will admit, he makes me laugh.
I mean, that was kind of the entertaining bit, yeah.
Yeah.
That he tries too hard.
He thought he was so cool when he said "Dicky Dicky Licky on my Bicky." He thought he was the coolest guy who ever lived, and that is so funny that he thought that put him on the map. I mean, it did put him on the map, but
yeah.
I kind of want to see him in Squid Games.
Yeah.
Squid Game.
I want to see Tekashi 6ix9ine in Squid Game. Tekashi from Squid Game. Tekashi from Squid Game.
That would be so cool. Hit the gritty for Tekashi in Squid Game.
Yeah.
But he's
kids
like
still
just
hit
like
the
a
gritty.
background character.
I think they do. I remember one day I was at work. And then we had a 4th of July display at work. And I was in one of the aisles or whatever, and some kid, God bless him, had an American flag in each hand and was fucking hidden to gritty as he walked past me. I never saw him again.
sounds so badass, though. That
That
sounds
sounds
like the
beautiful.
coolest kid ever.
That's the American dream right there. Is to raise my
Dude.
kids in a world where they can grab 2 American flags and hit the gritty with not a care in the world,
I
not a worry in his heart.
I'd salute to that, brother.
All right, this is gonna be an abstract hedgehog shape. This is gonna be. It's not gonna be literal. It's gonna just look. Gonna kind of feel like a hedgehog.
All right. I think
Oh.
I'm at a point where I just need to slap on some colors after one more detail.
So we got a drop from Tomago in the chat.
More dragons. Let's go.
The dragons again. The dragons.
Whoa, hold on. This is kind of, dude. I feel like I've seen like only 2 Slayers.
There's a few. I was checking Newgrounds. I'm sweating profusely. I have like my house and my entire life savings on this.
I see. So
Well, like you're placing bets.
Yeah, character
It's like
design.
the horse races.
Yeah, the character design war on FanDuel. The parlay is going nuts right now.
Yeah, baby.
Fucking FanDuel.
I already won the coin flip. I'm trying to see what color the Gatorade is.
As long as you're better at gambling on character design wars than the Super Bowl, you'll be golden.
Yeah.
I thought the script was real, man. I lost $200.
That was crazy.
I lost $200.
I'm gonna admit that was the funniest shit. Though.
That was the funniest.
Wait,
ever.
wait. Is this real?
Yeah.
Oh yes, we were.
Yeah.
We were all me, Corey, and a bunch of other people were watching the Super Bowl elsewhere, and we're watching the Eagles mollywop the Chiefs in the first half, and Tony calls in. He calls in from his car or something, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Are you kidding?" And then I
remember the first thing he
$200 on it.
says when he ends the call. He's like, "Are you guys watching this fucking shit?"
Man.
I hate the Chiefs, dude.
maybe-
I hate the Chiefs, but they won me like $1,000 last year, dude. I'm like, the script is real.
Well, it wasn't this year.
It was not this year, dude.
Oh, sorry.
That hurt. That hurt, bro. I was throwing things. I was like, oh.
I'd have felt bad
you know
for you if
what?
it wasn't so fucking funny.
It was wild.
If you want to gamble,
Ooh.
how about you just play some Bellagio?
Oh yeah, play
Oh,
Ballast
sick.
Road.
Alright,
Sage
let's
is sick.
see.
Fake money.
Well, there's your
Is
Slayer.
it another big? Okay. Oh fucking!
And it's
Thank
lit.
you, Christ! A valiant warrior,
Oh,
a valiant warrior
warrior.
from a
Look
good
at this
friend.
warrior.
Thank the dreaming eye. The dreaming eye. Oh, he even, dude. Okay, so the guy who drew this, he is a friend. He is a dear friend, and you came up with a fucking emblem, dude. I can see that on a coat of arms. That little symbol. Oh, dude. Okay, now I bet you dragons are sweating, aren't you?
Oh,
we got the dreaming eye on our side.
Okay, I need to give this color now. She's got to be a blonde. Wait, no, can't be blonde.
We got
It's
about
the tiara.
We got about 10 minutes.
Wait, unless I make the tiara.
10 minutes.
Oh, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
You're gonna.
Oh no, this Miro. Damn it, Miro. This one looks like a Slayer too. Fuck.
Wrestling a dragon.
Fuck.
Let's fucking go.
I mean, here's the thing. I have so many ideas for Slayers because I love a good valiant hero. Like, I was thinking for a Slayer, I was thinking of like a guy who like he's a dragon rider, but it's not mutual. Like the dragon is like chained up and has like metal harnesses, and it's like its wings are like bolted to its own limbs so that it can't fly, and it's just forced to just be a mount, and it's like this disgusting like I wanted to think of something that would make you feel bad for the dragons, that they're like, this fucking dragon is just mutilated and put in like bondage and just just made a mockery of, just a living trophy for this Slayer. I wanted to think of ways to add in some a little bit of sinister undertones. Like when you see that guy, it's just like, Jesus Christ, God, did you really have to go that hard?
Yes.
All right, everybody.
Okay, fair enough.
Let's, just a reminder, see CDW Dragons or CDW Slayers on Newgrounds. We got like 10. I'll say 10 to 15 minutes left. So I really want to get people.
Yeah,
I see some people have some whips. Make sure to post it so we can make our tally, and I can make my money. All right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, he lost a lot of money on FanDuel. The Super Bowl. I mean, 200 sounds like a lot, but like he was really rationing like
it could have been
those
worse.
Cheerios.
It could have been worse.
Yeah.
He's betting it all on this. Okay. Okay. I think. Hold on. Are we cooking a little here? Background color. I gotta make it white so I can see what I'm doing here. Actually, wait. Let me see. Can I make this pink?
What if it were pink?
What if it was purple?
Filter color, hue and saturation. Let's see. Hold on.
I don't know. I'm just trying to add a little bit more color, a little bit of flair to hopefully elevate this design. A last ditch effort.
Now,
but I think I'm pretty much dead. Wait, I got an idea. I don't know if it'll look good, but I want to try it out. No idea if it'll look good. Also, man, thank you for having us here, by the way, because it has been an extraordinarily long time since we've done anything like public like this,
Yeah.
like a stream or anything.
Oh no, crit shit! It's fucking awesome.
Yeah, I'm loving. I love a good poofy sleeve.
Oh, we got poofy sleeve. Shit.
Poofy sleeves in chat.
Oh, it's like.
Oh.
It gives me Solomon Kane vibes with that hat.
Now maybe.
But it's a lady.
Wait, green. Oh, I think
hard.
I got it.
It goes hard, dude.
I think I got it.
It does.
Now the real question is gloves or no gloves. I'm feeling gloves.
Now I will say, and maybe this is just me being a silly little boy, but I love the idea of that prosthetic leg having a weapon at the end.
Oh yeah.
Maybe play around with that.
What if it's like what if it's like a cane sword where it's like, you got the foot part on the outside, but you unsheath a sword or something?
But yeah, the tags are on stream right now, on my stream right now. CDW Dragons, or CDW Dragons, CDW Slayers. I like the fire breathing. You know what? I also genuinely like the anatomy. I like the lumpy muscular anatomy there. That you did a good job of implying the muscle underneath like the fat and skin. Looks very good.
Woo! Woo!
Oh, now is that a Slayer or is that it might be a Slayer? I don't know. Looking a little Slayer coded. I don't know.
Slayer coded.
What is this last minute upset, guys?
Are the Slayers turning it around?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious.
The Dragons just threw 2 interceptions. It's over.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Slayer Mahomes just fucking.
Slayer Mahomes.
Slayer Mahomes and Dragon Kelsey just got sacked.
Sir Mahomes.
Oh, geez.
Oh no, they're getting
Slayer,
traded.
The Slayer wave. The Slayer Mirage.
Slayer, bro. Oh my god. Also, I think this is done. I can call this done.
And now Shohei Otani's here, and he's not. I don't know what the fuck he's doing here. He shouldn't be here, but he is.
You see,
Q,
He just
Q,
shows up to
slap
any
colors
major
on it and
event.
post it. Slap colors on it and post it, Q.
It also doesn't need to be, as long as it's posted and it's a design and we can look at it. You don't have to make it like a work of art in a museum because it's gonna be one anyway.
You heard the man, Q.
Haha.
Post.
Got.
Alright,
Woo!
this is kind of good enough. You know what? I kind of got an idea to put like a thigh guard here, just to break up the red that's here, because it's a lot of red. There's a lot of red in this design.
Well, it looks pretty good.
Let's go front.
Yeah, all right.
That rocks.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, he's so cute.
He looks like the things from Rayman, little wizard guys.
You're right. You're right. The thing with the big nose. You're right. I love him. He's adorable. He looks like he looks like he's just operating off of pure base instinct. It looks like he doesn't even have like DNA. He looks like a prokaryotic being.
In time.
It's like
All right, I think
viral
we're done.
creature.
Yeah, he's in stage 1 of Spore right now.
Yeah.
He's a
Yeah.
protozoan. He's an amoeba.
Floating around, crunching.
I like how this like dragon girl that I made. I like how she kind of looks like. You know what? She looks like she just saw the people she was betting on FanDuel just won. Like she looks hype. She's like, oh, she's got her upper teeth showing. She's like, yes, I just made a lot of money.
Wait a minute.
I didn't lose my kid's college fund. Yeah.
I didn't notice, but the colors.
Oh, I'm not even. I haven't even looked at what you're doing. I kind of want to be surprised.
Look at the colors.
Oh, okay. Let's take a look. Oh, the fucking dude! You've got like a more pastel, like slightly more friendly version of the colors, and mine are more harsh.
Holy shit.
Didn't even intend that. We didn't even plan that. Happy accidents, dude. That is the theme of the night, but all right. I think with that, I think we're good. I think we're done. I'm gonna post mine. I'm gonna post mine. Kind of all over the place. I didn't really have I'm a little rusty when it comes to character designing because I've mainly just been doing pixel art. But I did my best. It looks pretty all right. Looks pretty good. This is an all right design. But here she is, the twin sister of the princess.
We got it, fellas. We got it, fellas. I had to go back up because I just had to see Nothing Personal Slayer one more time.
I know. Dude, if we had to do a power scale ranking, I would love to do a power ranking. I would love a tier list of these characters. That would be fun. But all right, guys, I think we gotta go.
Gotta go post this stuff.
Yeah.
It's
give
time.
everyone a few minutes to post. And then
Yeah, how about a few minutes to post?
Yeah, give it like 5 minutes to post.
All right. I gotta hold on. Drop that tag one more time.
Drop that tag one more time. It is CDW-Dragons and then CDW-Slayers. The only way that your submission is going to be counted is if you post it to Newgrounds and include one of those tags. That's the only way that we're going to be counting submissions this year. Because before, like when we first started doing this, we just have people spam the chat with their submissions at once and then manually count it, like as the chat is being spammed with more messages. And I think just submitting it to Newgrounds, makes it easier for us to tally, and B, you know, Newgrounds, that's the spirit of what this all is, you know, post it on Newgrounds. That's the core of why we're all here. It's because Newgrounds is bringing us together, know what I mean?
Yeah.
What?
It's fine,
Newgrounds?
don't worry about it. Don't worry
Oh
about it,
no.
brother.
Oh god. Oh no. I fucked up, Royal. That's what this is?
I thought this was a
I
Demon
thought,
Art Festival.
Yeah, I thought it was just you.
I thought this was cheesy art.
Yeah.
What? She. Oh man.
Published project.
That's a throwback.
Yeah, that's a deep pull, isn't it? That's a deep pull.
That's like the old shit. Oh my god.
Cheesy art.
I don't even think cheesy art's around anymore.
Nah, no shot.
No.
What about I mean, there's no way anybody fucking remembers this, but I remember like back in like 2011, I was invited to like a DeviantArt killer kind of hopeful, because I guess 2011 was when people were becoming disenchanted with DeviantArt, and I cannot. It had a weird non-marketable name. It was like Navania or something.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say like Pillow Town or whatever that one.
Pillow
was.
Fort.
No,
I'm thinking of Pillow Fort.
Pillow Fort.
Pillow Fort's another one.
Pillow Fort apparently has a community enough to keep it alive.
Yo, Grim, that
they
rocks.
I know
Oh,
that
did
Pillow
something else get
Fort
posted?
was. It was more people who were sick of Tumblr shit because it was after Tumblr got rid of the porn.
It was. I feel like it was kind of both. I feel like it started off as a Tumblr replacement, but then Twitter also started shitting the bed. So they were like, "All right, we'll try to also put some Twitter in here just cause." Twitter. I was gonna say Twiddle Fort. Pillow Fort. Pillow Fort was really fun for like the first week that I was on it, and then just everyone left. Like
There was a lot of
biggest-
customizable shit with it.
The biggest problem Pillow Fort has is genuinely just no user base. But how are you gonna get people to use your site? Oh no! Oh, I remember what killed Pillow Fort. It was they had a huge like security problem where like if you post like when they made it public and it wasn't like invite only, like you could like dox people by like going through like some weird back end whenever like an image was posted, and it would also like there's something to do with like the metadata like in an image, like it would just contain info that you would clearly never want people to know.
Oh, was there like metadata scrapers on there?
It was something like that. I mean, I don't remember entirely. So if somebody if there's a viewer who knows more and wants to correct me with their glasses and pocket protectors, you can do that. But it was something like that. They had a big security risk, and like the day that they went public, they were like, sorry guys, we got to go to invite only again because we fucked up. Oops. Don't worry, 40s. Don't worry, pillowheads. We'll be back.
Pillowheads.
40s. I like 40s.
I like 40s.
You know that's how they found the Burger King foot lettuce guy and got him fired.
Unfortunately,
they scraped the metadata.
Really?
Yeah, it was metadata scraping because the fucking image had GPS metadata on it. Because he had his. Yeah, by the way, everybody, turn off your GPS on your phone before you take a picture and post it somewhere.
Oops. Wasn't that in Ohio? I think that Burger King was in Ohio.
I think it was. I'll have to look.
Well, let's also be real. He deserved to get fired.
Oh yeah,
definitely.
Absolutely.
I just think it's maybe something you should about.
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Speaking
of like coming up with speaking of putting like stupid names, like coming up with stupid names for your fan base. I remember the Dark Souls Facebook, like posted some fan art, and well, they referred to their fans. They were like, "Hey, darkies, check out this cool fan art." And then everyone's like, "No." We're like, "Nope, don't use that one. Nope. Rethink that one. Nope."
No.
Oh god.
Wild behavior.
It is. It is so fucking funny. Nope, not that one.
I know there's more Slayers than this. I mean, I mean
oh.
more dragons than this. Where's everybody?
I can't believe it. The dragon's getting pushed back.
I know they're out there. I saw the drawings.
Oh, are you guys looking at the submissions? Are you guys looking?
I have the files, Bravo. I've seen them.
The players are taking it back.
Tony's just like throwing
I
files
feel-
all over the office. Where is it?
This is pain.
All right, let's...
When I'm homeless.
Hey, no, there's no way.
Dark Souls, yeah. So just post,
That's
someone just
so
posted a
nuts.
screenshot, or the famous Mario, the famous Nintendo post.
Oh yeah, the
Oh.
Wiggler Wednesday. Have to enunciate that.
Yeah.
To really make sure you pronounce every syllable of Wiggler Wednesday.
Wiggler Wednesday. Yep, I love Wiggler Wednesday.
Yep.
Thanks, Nine.
So I think I might have made a mistake. I think I might have made a mistake when it comes to figuring out these tags, because I'm looking up CDW dragons on Newgrounds, and I'm just getting a lot of weird porn.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you guys?
No, I just got CDW Slayers, and it's just the art I've seen so far. And it's the
Yeah.
same thing with the dragons. Unless somebody's been drawing a bunch of porn.
I got porn
in-stream.
too.
No.
All right, I see another
No,
dragon
'cause
submission. We're doing all right.
Oh, you know what it is? It's like, I think it thinks that it's a typo of cow because they're all of cow dragons.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of like weird udders.
Yeah. It's thinking
Udders.
CDW is a typo of cow.
Oh man, oh brother.
Oh boy. That's
Okay, well, next time we'll just you're gonna have to type out the whole word "character design wars." Lesson learned.
in the
'Cause,
meantime,
I-
turn off A while you look, and probably M2.
yeah, I'm gonna have to turn off M.
Yeah, no, I didn't have any of those off. I'm just seeing the designs
Really?
you
Okay.
got posted.
Okay, well, guess
Are you
what?
sure you're not in your
Guess what,
history
Ulan?
cube?
You're the...
You sure you're not in your search
well,
history?
First of all, does Newgrounds do that? And second of all, gulp. No, gulp. No, if I was my search history, it'd be a little bit different.
I believe you.
So far.
Oh, you know what? I can sort it by date. I can sort. I just.
Yeah.
Sort it by date.
What an
Yeah.
upset! I can't believe what I'm looking at right now.
It's
Note on
looking-
chat.
Just want to say Kokoro Hatsaru. I love this classic anime submission you
Yeah.
made. I really love this one. So all right, how many do? Oh man, we don't have a lot of submissions. It looks like last year we got a bunch, but it's fine, you know.
Well,
They were in chat. I
we
saw
didn't
them. I saw them.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. That's why I'm like.
But
I'm like,
we
why
also
aren't they
didn't.
Newgrounds?
We didn't do a lot of prior advertising because this was really last minute. Normally we would have had like over a month to prep, but we were asked like less than 2 weeks ago, which is fine. We got it done, but
all right.
also this week, oh my god, so much shit popped up this week. I've been busy this week. This week in particular was just a nightmare.
Wait a second. Let me do it like this. Let's let.
Ooh, Dragon Skinner. Ooh.
Yeah, I like that one. Shout out to Joe. Alistair's.
Joe Mama.
Oh, damn it.
So
5, 6, 7, 8,
1,
10, 11, 12. Okay, Slayer's got 12.
Fuck. This is so fucked up.
And also, you know, I feel like the outcome of this should also should also affect the lore. Cause brother, if the Slayers lose, that's the end of the humanity. But if the dragons lose, then
Oh God.
It's gonna be a close
Dude,
call.
imagine.
see.
Dude, imagine dragons.
Yeah, the dragons are the
Three,
Slayers are
four,
keeping up. Cause I'm
six,
also I'm,
7, 8. Oh, Slayers are at 12, dragons are at 8 from what I'm counting.
I'm gonna lose it.
200
Well,
smackers.
again, I mean,
Gone again.
there's some that I'm not seeing that I could have sworn I saw in the chat. So
yeah, don't worry. I'm
give
also
you guys
doing
a
it. I'm also doing a tally in the chat.
Oh God, all these dude, these fucking dragons. I think genuinely my favorite is just the one with the gun. like genuinely,
Thank you.
because
Thank you.
I feel like there's a lot of layers here. I love the like paint bucket tool with no tolerance.
Oh,
I
yeah.
love the he's got like, he's not even smoking, he's got like a golden tooth, or he's like chewing on an ember or something.
No, it's a thick
And
blunt,
he's just
dude.
like,
It's like a thick blunt.
oh, I thought that was his teeth. Okay, I thought that he had like brown teeth.
Nah, that's his big fat J.
He's got a fucking roach.
Oh my God. This is closer than I thought.
You think so? You're
Another
tallying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're tallying the ones in the and you better be counting all these little clump dragons too, because they are
Yeah,
just as valid.
Every doodle. I'm going through every doodle. All right. Oh, I got a tie.
No.
It's another it's a
Don't tell me.
fucking tie.
It's
Oh,
a tie.
Ryan,
There's
that
no
rocks.
fucking way.
Ryan, that rocks. This is sick
It's
as
so
shit, dude.
31 and
It is good.
31.
Someone quick.
Wait,
Someone
30.
quick draw a
We
dragon.
had that many submissions? I'm only seeing like 12.
Wait, 10 to wait. 5, 10, 50. Oh wait, no. I'm fucking up. 5, 10, 15, 16 and 16. We need one more to break the tie.
Now, I mean, we could just keep
Stop
this at
the
a
count.
stalemate.
Stop the count.
Get the steal.
Someone draw a dragon now.
3 a.m. dragon dump.
Guys.
Yeah, all the mail-in dragon votes are coming in last minute.
Yeah, ain't that convenient?
Guys,
Isn't that convenient?
I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I wanted to increase the stakes, so I actually did inject some rare venom into my blood, and I have the antidote, but I'm only gonna take it if the Slayers win.
Doc,
so,
is that a Slayer? I'm gonna kill you.
Man, isn't it crazy that the dragon is the most popular character design wars contestant in history?
I can't believe the Slayers.
How about that?
Pulled it off.
I mean, is it actually? Oh no, I never mind. I just picked up on the joke you were making.
I feel like we have to stop before we get one of those.
A Slayer, dude. I'm gonna lose it.
I feel like if we continue this joke, we're just gonna get one of those Wikipedia fact-checked links underneath the stream. We need to stop.
Yeah, I think we're just gonna have to. I think this is the second tie that we've had. The first tie. Voting is closed. No more. We're done now because we all gotta eat din. We gotta eat our supper. But I guess it's officially it's a tie. The second time that this has ever happened. The first design war we ever did, which was reptiles versus mammals, that was also a tie. That was also a really tight tie. I think we had we had like 40 submissions for both or something. It was a fucking big number like that. But yeah, I think that's it. I think we're good. So
That was it's so fun. It's always so fun, to stop by.
Here's the thing. Why do two brothers gotta fight? You and me, Oolong, we've been through so much. We went
Yeah.
to, we went to Olive Garden together. We went to Six Flags. You delivered my baby, which I really appreciated.
Yeah.
It would have been nice if you wore hands, and I really wish that you didn't lick the blood off like it was barbecue sauce. But I still, I
Yeah.
really appreciate it. We've been through a lot. What's a war? Why do we need a war? So
what you're saying
Imagine
is-
all the people living
Brotherhood of man. But by the way, that laugh, that loud honk, was from Forge Frog's latest. That
Yeah.
doodle, that doodle really tickled me pink.
I love
hey, he's also pink.
I love the niche inclusion of shin fat. That's a very underrepresented fat deposit.
Oh yeah.
It's like that. It's that and the forehead fat. Like on 1,000-Pound Sisters.
Yeah, chubby.
Oh God.
Where that one chick has actual forehead fat.
Oh yeah, she's got a like the forehead.
Yeah.
Oh God. You didn't have to remind me of that one, brother. But
Oh yeah, there she goes.
God.
Thanks, Doc.
Oh, there it is.
Thank you,
Thank you, Doc.
friends.
So the dragon or Slayer? That's the real question.
Oh,
yeah, would she be
absolutely
a
a
dragon?
dragon.
I think she's a dragon. Yeah, I think she's got to be a dragon.
That's an elder dragon.
I
one
don't
of-
think we have any more submissions left, so I think that's it for our panel.
Thanks,
Uh,
guys. Thank you so
I got a
much.
Slayer.
Hell yeah.
Good Slayer.
Thank you for coming back, guys.
Yeah, it's always a
yeah,
pleasure.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Yep, it's
There it is.
it's a
There it
lot
is.
of fun.
Oh shit!
Corey, stop.
All right, guys, I think Slayer's won. I think Slayer's
No. Forge, no, how could you?
All right, everybody. Thank you so
All
much
right.
for day one of Newgrounds Winterfest 2025. Thank you so much to Oolong and Cube Sona for another amazing character design war. It's always my favorite.
Hell yeah.
And
somebody draw a picture of Saint Romeo and Zora and Ultima like making out and hugging and kissing and going to the carnival and eating popcorn together, because this was a tie.
Yeah.
Brotherhood wins in the end. Friendship wins in the end.
John and Aaron win. They realized friendship is more important.
Yeah.
Yep. They sure did. All right. Bye, everybody. Good night.
Goodbye, guys.
Everyone, please be back tomorrow at 12:45.
Oh yeah, do we
for
want to go over
the
what we have tomorrow?
Yep. I'm gonna put up this real quick just so it's over. All right. So tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. is our Saturday opening, where the three of us will be there again to introduce you to day two. The panels.
Man, I got butt surgery tomorrow, dude.
The the panels. I got butt surgery tomorrow. Oh, bro, I got butt surgery tomorrow. The panels we have tomorrow at 1 p.m. I will be interviewing Ninehammer. That's gonna be dope. Finally captured Ninehammer in a little cage, and we're gonna interview him. Then we have at 2:15 making a game song in Pro Tools with the all-powerful Connor Grail. At 4 p.m. is dev discussions with Kaya Kairos. Oh my god, that was a mind F. 5 p.m. is Intermission, sponsored by you. Yay, we're going to have the Newgrounds radio playing. 6:15 is Building Your Collab, featuring FLCL, Reanimated, and the Dreamcast collab team. At 7:15 p.m. is Help, I Don't Want to Be an Animator Anymore by Sir Palo. And then capping off the night at 9:15 p.m. is Nailing Your Next Audition with Voices by Corey.
We got a hell of a lineup tomorrow.
Hell of a lineup. Long day ahead of us.
Oh, yes.
So we're really excited for you all to be there, and thank you so much for hanging out with us today. The VOD will be posted, and be sure to check in on the panels you didn't get a chance to watch.